Astrological podcast for September 2024 by Ambrosius Holloway. September 1st, 2024, a fiery dawn of conflict, the Sun-Mars conjunction. An ominous confluence of celestial forces. As the first day of September dawns, the heavens align in a dance of power and strife, heralded by the formidable Sun-Mars conjunction. This celestial event, steeped in both myth and history, is more than just an astronomical spectacle. It is a harbinger of energy so potent that it echoes through the annals of time, awakening the dormant force. Mars, the ancient god of war, merges with the sun, the sovereign of the skies, imbuing the world with a fierce determination and an iron will. This alignment, blazing across the cosmic stage, sets the tone for a period of heightened tensions, bold maneuvers, and the crackling electricity of imminent change. The Middle East, a cauldron on the verge of boiling over. Israel and Palestine, a shadow of escalation. In the turbulent heart of the Middle East, where the sacred and the profane intertwine in an age-old struggle, the Sun-Mars conjunction casts a long, foreboding shadow. The fragile peace between Israel and Palestine trembles under the weight of this celestial influence, threatening to shatter at the slightest provocation. Imagine the streets of Jerusalem, ancient and echoing with the prayers of countless generations, now poised on the brink of chaos. This sacred land, rich with history and soaked in the blood of centuries, may soon find itself engulfed in violence once more. The conjunction's fiery energy could ignite a new wave of conflict. As Israeli forces and Palestinian militants clash, their struggles reverberating through the narrow alleys and open squares. Iran and Saudi Arabia, titans on a collision course. Further to the east, the simmering rivalry between Iran and Saudi Arabia is set to reach a fever pitch. Picture the vast deserts of the Arabian Peninsula, where the ancient sands conceal the scars of countless battles, and the oil-rich lands are both a blessing and a curse. Under the influence of this potent conjunction, these two regional titans may find themselves on a collision course, their long-standing feud now fueled by a cosmic force that neither can ignore. Iran, ever the shadowy puppet master, might deepen its involvement in the conflicts that have ravaged Yemen and Syria, its influence spreading like a dark cloud over the region. In response, Saudi Arabia, with its deep coffers and military might, could strike back, either through direct military action or by tightening its economic stranglehold on its rival. The desert winds, once whispering of ancient caravans and lost civilizations, now howl with the fury of impending conflict. Ripple effects across a fragile region. The consequences of this alignment are not confined to these key players. The shockwaves are likely to be felt across the Middle East, from the battle-scarred streets of Baghdad to the beleaguered mountains of Yemen. Iraq, still reeling from decades of war, may see an upsurge in sectarian violence, its people once again caught in the crossfire of a proxy war between Iran and Saudi Arabia. In Syria, where the echoes of war still haunt the ruins of Damascus and Aleppo, the Sun-Mars conjunction could lead to renewed fighting, as various factions, backed by foreign powers, vie for control, a tense global backdrop. Globally, the Sun-Mars conjunction's impact might not be confined to the Middle East. The energy unleashed by this alignment could reverberate across other geopolitical hotspots, fanning the flames of existing conflicts and igniting new ones. Nations across the world, from the jungles of Southeast Asia to the icy steppes of Eastern Europe, might feel the pull of this powerful force, their leaders driven to make bold and potentially This conjunction, with its roots in the celestial lore of ancient civilizations, serves as a reminder of the enduring power of the stars to shape the destinies of nations. East Asia, a storm on the horizon, the Sun-Mars conjunction. North Korea, the dragon stirs. In the mysterious and enigmatic land of North Korea, where history and secrecy intertwine in a complex tapestry, the Sun-Mars conjunction casts a formidable influence. Under this powerful cosmic alignment, North Korea may awaken like a sleeping dragon, its breath scorching the skies with the fiery intensity of missile tests and military exercises. Imagine the stark mountainous terrain, where silence has reigned for decades, now echoing with the thunderous roar of rockets piercing the heavens. This display of force is not just a show of strength, it is a declaration, a warning sent across the sea to its neighbors and the wider world. South Korea, with its vibrant cities and bustling streets, might find itself under the shadow of this looming threat, while Japan, ever watchful and wary, prepares for the worst. The United States, a distant yet ever-present guardian, might be forced to increase its military presence, adding fuel to the simmering tensions that could soon ignite into a full-blown crisis. The South China Sea, a cauldron of contention. China, the colossus flexes its muscles. Further south, where the azure waters of the South China Sea stretch out like a shimmering expanse of liquid gold, another battle brews. The Sun-Mars conjunction's influence is felt keenly here, in one of the world's most strategic and disputed regions. Picture the vast Chinese naval fleets, their sleek, modern ships cutting through the waves as they conduct large-scale exercises, a clear message to the world that these waters are theirs. The disputed islands, mere specks on the map, yet of immense geopolitical significance, become the focal points of this power struggle. China, the colossal dragon of the East, asserts its claims with an iron fist, its actions reverberating through the halls of power in neighboring capitals. Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, the smaller players take a stand. In response, the nations of Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia, each with their rich histories and proud cultures, stand on edge, their leaders facing the daunting challenge of confronting the South China Sea, once a vital trade route, now resembles a chessboard where every move is fraught with peril. These countries, each with their own stakes in these contested waters, might find themselves drawn into a tense standoff, their resolve tested as they navigate the treacherous currents of diplomacy. The United States, the eagle, enters the fray. As the tension escalates, the United States, the global superpower with interests deeply embedded in the region, cannot stand idly by. Picture the American aircraft carriers, symbols of unmatched military might, slicing through the waves as they reinforce their presence in these disputed waters. The Sun-Mars conjunction could compel the U.S. to take a more assertive stance, its involvement heightening the stakes in this already volatile situation. The delicate balance of power in East Asia, once maintained by careful diplomacy and mutual restraint, now teeters on the edge of chaos. Eastern Europe, the smoldering fuse, the Sun-Mars conjunction. Russia and Ukraine, the conflict reignites. As the Sun-Mars conjunction ignites the skies of September 2024, the volatile situation in Eastern Europe teeters on the brink of explosion. In the rugged, war-torn landscapes of Ukraine, where the echoes of past conflicts still reverberate through the shattered cities and fields, the specter of war looms ever larger. Russia, a nation with a formidable history of resilience and ambition, may seize upon the energy of this powerful celestial event to escalate its military operations. Imagine the snow-covered plains of Donetsk and Luhansk, already scarred by years of conflict, now bracing for a new onslaught as Russian forces push forward with renewed vigor. The air, heavy with the scent of impending battle, crackles with tension, and the people of Ukraine, hardened by years of strife, prepare for what could be one of the most significant offensives yet. As the conflict intensifies, the international community's gaze shifts to NATO, the steadfast alliance forged in the fires of the Cold War. The Sun-Mars conjunction could spur NATO into action, with member states rallying to bolster Ukraine's defenses and deploying additional troops to Eastern Europe's vulnerable frontiers. The alliance's presence, a shield against Russian aggression, may provoke further escalation, transforming the region into a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. Russia and its neighbors, the shadows of a new Cold War. The Baltics and Poland on the front line. To the north and west, where the rolling hills and dense forests of the Baltic states and Poland meet the Russian border, the air is thick with unease. These nations, each with a storied past of resistance and survival, find themselves once again in the crosshairs of a resurgent Russia. The Sun-Mars conjunction may embolden Moscow, leading to a series of provocative military exercises along these borders. Picture the Russian tanks rumbling through the icy forests, their presence a stark reminder of the ever-present threat just beyond the horizon. The specter of a new Cold War hangs heavy in the air, as NATO forces, their uniforms blending into the snowy landscape, dig in for what could be a long and perilous standoff. Romania, the southern gatekeeper. Further south, in the rolling Carpathian Mountains and the fertile plains of Romania, the tension is equally palpable. As a key NATO member bordering Ukraine, Romania's strategic position makes it a critical player in this unfolding drama. Under the influence of the Sun-Mars conjunction, the Romanian military might increase its readiness, preparing for the possibility of conflict spilling over its borders. The Black Sea, once a serene and tranquil body of water, now bristles with the activity of warships and submarines, each one a silent sentinel guarding against the looming Russian threat. A region on the edge. The Sun-Mars conjunction's impact on Eastern Europe is a stark reminder of the delicate balance of power in this historically volatile region. The tensions between Russia and its neighbors, simmering just below the surface, could erupt into open conflict, drawing in nations from across the continent and beyond. The people of Eastern Europe, with their deep-rooted histories of struggle and survival, stand at the precipice of another chapter in their long and turbulent story. The landscape, both physical and political, is fraught with uncertainty as the forces of war and peace battle for supremacy under the watchful gaze of the stars. September 1st, 2024, the Earth trembles, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction. A celestial call to action, Saturn meets Ceres. As September 2024 dawns, a profound alignment occurs in the heavens. Saturn, the stern ruler of time and authority, joins forces with Ceres, the nurturing goddess of agriculture and the Earth's bounty. This rare Saturn-Ceres conjunction carries with it the weight of millennia, echoing the ancient rhythms of planting and harvest, of life and survival. This celestial dance signals a period of intense focus on the Earth's resources, where the balance of nourishment and discipline must be struck. The world's attention is drawn to the critical issues of food security, environmental sustainability, and the very structures that support life on this planet. Under this conjunction, nations may be compelled to confront the stark realities of their agricultural practices, grappling with the challenges that come from both the heavens and the earth. Sub-Saharan Africa, a land of challenges and resilience. Food security challenges, the looming shadow of scarcity. In the vast and diverse landscapes of Sub-Saharan Africa, where the Earth has long provided for its people, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction casts a long and ominous. This region, already marked by the harsh realities of climate variability, may find itself facing intensified challenges. Picture the parched fields of Ethiopia and Sudan, where the soil, cracked and dry, struggles to yield the crops needed to sustain life. The winds carry with them the whispers of ancient famines, as the threat of drought looms ever larger. Under the influence of Saturn's discipline and Ceres' connection to the Earth, these nations might be forced to confront their vulnerabilities head-on. Governments and international organizations may scramble to implement emergency measures, their efforts a race against time to prevent the specter of famine from becoming a devastating reality. Agricultural reforms, the slow path to sustainability. Amidst these challenges, there lies an opportunity, a chance for transformation that could reshape the future of agriculture in Sub-Saharan Africa. Imagine the fields of Nigeria, rich with potential yet burdened by inefficiencies and outdated practices. The Saturn-Ceres conjunction may inspire a renewed push for agricultural reforms, driven by the urgent need for sustainability and resilience. New farming techniques, investments in irrigation, and the development of drought-resistant crops could be on the horizon, offering a glimmer of hope in a landscape fraught with difficulties. However, Saturn's influence is one of caution and structure. These reforms may not come quickly or easily. Bureaucratic delays, political obstacles, and the need for significant structural changes could slow progress, making this a marathon rather than a sprint. Yet, if successful, these efforts could lay the foundation for a more secure and sustainable future, where the land once again flourishes under the watchful eyes of its stewards. Countries on the front line: Ethiopia, Sudan, Nigeria, Kenya, and Tanzania. Ethiopia and Sudan, the crucible of survival. In Ethiopia and Sudan, nations with deep histories and cultures shaped by both abundance and scarcity, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction brings a renewed focus on survival. These lands, where the Nile has long been a lifeline, might face renewed threats of drought and conflict, exacerbating existing food shortages. The international community, recognizing the gravity of the situation, may rally to provide aid, but the road ahead is fraught with difficulty. The struggle to secure food and resources could define this period, with the resilience of these nations tested like never before. Nigeria, a giant struggle. In Nigeria, the most populous nation on the continent, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction could trigger a national reckoning with its agricultural policies. The government, aware of the critical importance of food security, might roll out ambitious initiatives aimed at transforming the agricultural sector. Yet, as with all things under Saturn's gaze, these efforts could be met with resistance, from political inertia, economic challenges, or simply the sheer scale of the task at hand. Nigeria's journey towards sustainability may be a slow and arduous one, but it is a journey that must be undertaken to secure the future of its people. Kenya and Tanzania, a beacon of cooperation. In the verdant hills and plains of Kenya and Tanzania, where the land is both a provider and a battleground, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction could foster a spirit of cooperation. These nations, long at the forefront of environmental protection and sustainable agriculture, might see increased international collaboration. Partnerships focused on developing sustainable farming practices and protecting the environment could flourish, offering a model for the rest of the region to follow. Here, the seeds of a new approach to agriculture could be sown, bringing hope and renewal to a land that has known both bounty and hardship. South America, a crossroads of sustainability, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction. Environmental policy challenges, a continent in the balance. As the Saturn-Ceres conjunction casts its weighty influence over South America, a continent rich with natural beauty and biodiversity, the spotlight turns to the challenges of environmental policies. In countries like Brazil and Argentina, where the fertile land has long been the backbone of the economy, this celestial alignment signals a time of reckoning. Picture the vast expanses of the Amazon rainforest, the lungs of the planet, now standing at a critical juncture. The pressure mounts on these nations to reform agricultural practices that contribute to deforestation, soil degradation, and the loss of precious biodiversity. The air is thick with tension as governments grapple with the need to introduce stricter environmental regulations that could clash head-on with the interests of powerful agricultural sectors. In Brazil, a land where the rainforest stretches endlessly towards the horizon, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction could ignite fierce debates. Imagine the vibrant ecosystems of the Amazon, teeming with life, now threatened by the relentless advance of deforestation. The government may find itself caught between international demands to protect this global treasure and the domestic resistance from agribusiness, whose interests lie in the continued expansion of agricultural frontiers. The battle lines are drawn, and the outcome could shape the future of the planet's most vital natural resource. Agricultural reforms, the struggle for sustainability. Brazil and Argentina, giants in turmoil. In Brazil and Argentina, two of the world's largest agricultural powerhouses, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction brings forth a formidable challenge. These nations, whose vast farmlands produce an abundance of crops for the global market, now face the daunting task of balancing productivity with sustainability. Picture the endless fields of soybeans and corn, stretching out under the vast South American sky, where the land is both a gift and a battleground. The conjunction could spur intense debates over the use of pesticides, genetically modified organisms, GMOs, and other controversial practices that have fueled their agricultural boom. The stakes are high, as these practices not only impact the environment, but also the livelihoods of millions who depend on agriculture. In Brazil, the focus might also turn to the Amazon rainforest, a critical ecosystem under threat. The tension between preserving this vital resource and expanding agricultural land could reach a boiling point, with potential conflicts between environmentalists and agribusiness interests. In Argentina, where the fertile pampas have long been the breadbasket of the nation, similar struggles could emerge. The conjunction's influence may push the government to consider reforms aimed at curbing environmental degradation and addressing the impacts of climate change on farming. Yet, as with all things under Saturn's influence, these reforms may not come easily, facing resistance from those who see them as a threat to economic steppe Peru and Colombia, guardians of biodiversity. Further north, in the Andean highlands and the lush rainforests of Peru and Colombia, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction may lead to increased scrutiny of agricultural practices and environmental policies. These nations, where the land is both sacred and life-sustaining, might find themselves at the forefront of efforts to protect biodiversity and critical ecosystems. Picture the towering peaks of the Andes, where ancient terraced farms coexist with modern agricultural practices, now under pressure to adapt to new environmental realities. In the Amazon basin, shared by these countries, the need to balance conservation with development could lead to new alliances and conflicts as the world watches closely. Ability. A continent at a crossroads. The Saturn-Ceres conjunction's influence on South America is a call to action, a cosmic reminder of the delicate balance between human progress and the preservation of the natural world. The decisions made in the coming months could have far-reaching consequences, not just for the continent, but for the entire planet. The tension between economic growth and environmental sustainability is palpable, as governments, businesses, and citizens alike grapple with the challenges of this critical moment. United States, the battle for the land, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction. Agricultural subsidies, a nation's breadbasket under scrutiny. As the Saturn-Ceres conjunction looms over the American heartland, a powerful debate begins to brew, one that could redefine the very foundations of the nation's agricultural policies. In the vast, fertile plains of the Midwest, where the golden waves of corn and soybeans stretch as far as the eye can see, farmers find themselves at the center of a storm. This region, the breadbasket of America, may soon face intense scrutiny as the government considers reforms to its long-standing agricultural subsidies. These subsidies, which have sustained generations of farmers, now come under the celestial influence of Saturn's discipline and Ceres' call for sustainable stewardship of the earth. Imagine the rolling fields of Iowa, Nebraska, and Kansas, where the rhythms of planting and harvest are deeply ingrained in the fabric of life. Here, the possibility of reform sparks concern and resistance. The government might propose new subsidy programs that incentivize sustainable practices. Crop rotation, organic farming, reduced pesticide use, methods that promise to preserve the land for future generations, but require a break from tradition. The tension is palpable as traditional farming communities, rooted in decades of practice, brace for what could be a disruptive shift. The Saturn-Ceres conjunction forces the nation to confront the delicate balance between maintaining economic stability and embracing the necessary changes that sustainability demands. Environmental regulations, the Green Divide. Midwest, the heartland at a crossroads. In the heart of the Midwest, where the land is as much a cultural identity as it is a livelihood, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction brings environmental regulations to the forefront. Picture the vast expanses of farmland, stretching under wide-open skies, now facing the possibility of stricter controls on water usage, soil conservation, and greenhouse gas emissions. These regulations, seen by some as essential to combating climate change and preserving natural resources, could lead to a clash between federal mandates and state rights. The Midwest, where the soil is rich but the farming methods are often resource-intensive, becomes a battleground for these competing interests. Farmers, who have relied on traditional practices to feed the nation, might be required to adopt new, environmentally friendly methods that could be costly or disruptive. The fields, once symbols of abundance, now become the stage for a new kind of struggle, a struggle between the old ways and the new, between the demands of the present and the needs of the future. California, the water wars intensify. To the west, in the sun-drenched valleys of California, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction sharpens the focus on water usage and environmental conservation. California, a state where agriculture is king and water is the most precious resource, might find itself grappling with new pressures. Imagine the parched landscapes of the Central Valley, where the relentless sun beats down on fields of fruits and vegetables that feed millions. The state's ongoing struggle with drought could be exacerbated by this conjunction, leading to stricter regulations on water allocation and farming practices. The clash between agricultural interests and environmental protection intensifies, as the state seeks to balance the demands of its vast agricultural sector with the urgent need to conserve its dwindling water supplies. Southeast, citrus groves and pesticide battles. In the southeast, where the air is thick with the scent of citrus, and the land is a patchwork of orchards and farms, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction could bring about significant changes. Florida and Georgia, states renowned for their crops, may face new challenges as agricultural policies evolve. Picture the sprawling citrus groves of Florida, where oranges hang heavy on the branches, now under scrutiny for pesticide use and water management. The potential for stricter regulations looms large, as environmental concerns take center stage. Farmers in these regions might be forced to rethink their methods, finding new ways to manage pests and conserve water without sacrificing their yields. A nation at a turning point. The Saturn-Ceres conjunction in September 2024 casts a long shadow over the United States, forcing the nation to confront the intersection of agriculture and environmental sustainability. The debates that unfold in the heartland, the valleys of California, and the orchards of the Southeast are not just about policies, they are about the future of the land itself. The choices made in the coming months will shape the landscape of American agriculture for generations to come, as the nation grapples with the need to balance economic prosperity with the preservation of its natural resources. El Salvador, a nation at the crossroads of sustainability, the Saturn-Ceres conjunction. Agricultural vulnerabilities, the struggle against nature. As the Saturn-Ceres conjunction casts its formidable influence over El Salvador in September 2024, the country's agricultural sector, already grappling with the harsh realities of climate change, finds itself under the spotlight. Picture the verdant fields of El Salvador, where coffee and sugarcane sway in the warm tropical breeze, now facing the mounting threats of extreme weather. The land, rich yet fragile, is increasingly vulnerable to the whims of nature, droughts that parch the earth, floods that sweep away the fruits of labor, and storms that tear through the fragile ecosystems. The Saturn Series conjunction may serve as a wake-up call, urging the government to address these vulnerabilities head-on. Imagine the corridors of power in San Salvador buzzing with urgent discussions as policymakers confront the need for agricultural reforms. These reforms, driven by the relentless pressures of Saturn's discipline and Ceres' call for nurturing the Earth, could focus on bolstering the resilience of the agriculture sector. Efforts to improve food security, diversify crops, and implement climate-adaptive farming techniques might take center stage, as the nation strives to safeguard its agricultural future against the growing threat of climate change. Environmental conservation, a battle for the land's future. Deforestation and land degradation, a call to action. In a country where every patch of green is precious, the Saturn Series conjunction brings to the fore the urgent need for environmental conservation. Picture the rolling hills and lush forests of El Salvador, once teeming with life, now under threat from deforestation and land degradation. The conjunction may ignite a renewed focus on protecting these natural resources, with the government potentially spearheading initiatives to curb deforestation, improve soil conservation, and promote sustainable farming practices. The battle to preserve the land is not just about safeguarding the environment, it's about ensuring the long-term sustainability of the nation's agricultural sector and the well-being of its people. Imagine environmental NGOs rallying to the cause, their voices echoing through the streets and meeting halls as they advocate for stricter conservation efforts. These organizations, working hand in hand with the government, could play a pivotal role in implementing reforms that protect El Salvador's forests and farmlands. The Saturn Series conjunction may also highlight the need for reforestation projects, efforts to restore degraded lands, and programs that promote the use of organic fertilizers and natural pest control methods. The challenge is immense, but so too is the opportunity to create a more sustainable future for El Salvador. Food security initiatives, supporting the backbone of the nation. In the fertile valleys and highland terraces, where small-scale farmers toil from dawn to dusk, the Saturn Series conjunction may herald a new era of support and innovation. These farmers, the backbone of El Salvador's agricultural economy, could find themselves at the center of government or international initiatives aimed at enhancing food security. Picture the small plots of land, each one a lifeline for a family, now benefiting from new resources and knowledge. Efforts to diversify crops and reduce dependency on a few key agricultural products could be part of a broader strategy to build resilience in the face of climate change. The conjunction's influence might lead to the introduction of programs that provide farmers with the tools and training they need to adopt sustainable practices. Crop rotation, soil conservation techniques, and water management systems that can withstand. These initiatives could also focus on improving food distribution networks, ensuring that the bounty of El Salvador's fields reaches every corner of the country, from the bustling markets of San Salvador to the remote mountain villages. Sectors on the front line: coffee, sugarcane, and small-scale farming. Coffee and sugarcane, the push for sustainability. In the plantations where coffee beans and sugarcane stalks grow, the Saturn Series conjunction could bring about significant changes. These industries, vital to El Salvador's economy and identity, may be called upon to adopt more sustainable practices. Picture the sprawling coffee plantations, where the air is thick with the scent of ripe beans, now facing new regulations aimed at reducing environmental impact. The sugarcane fields, stretching endlessly towards the horizon, might also be subject to stricter controls on water usage and pesticide application. The conjunction may spark debates over the best ways to maintain productivity while protecting the environment. Organic farming methods, better water management practices, and certification programs that promote sustainability could become more prevalent. The goal is to ensure that these key exports continue to thrive, but not at the cost of the land or the people who depend on it. Small-scale farming, a new dawn of resilience. For small-scale farmers, the Saturn Series conjunction could usher in a period of transformation and empowerment. Picture the family farms, where every inch of soil is cultivated with care, now receiving increased support from the government and NGOs. These farmers may be encouraged to embrace crop diversification, adopt soil conservation techniques, and experiment with new, resilient farming practices. The conjunction's influence might also lead to the development of cooperatives and community-based initiatives that strengthen the social fabric of rural areas, ensuring that the benefits of reform reach even the most remote and vulnerable populations. El Salvador's path forward, a delicate balance. The Saturn-Ceres conjunction in September 2024 places El Salvador at a critical juncture where the need for agricultural resilience and environmental conservation becomes paramount. The choices made in the coming months will determine the nation's ability to withstand the challenges of climate change and to protect its natural resources for future generations. The road ahead is filled with both challenges and opportunities, as El Salvador navigates the delicate balance between economic growth and environmental stewardship. September 1st to 4, 2024, the lightning strike of innovation, the Mercury-Uranus conjunction, astrological influence, a sudden shift in the winds of change. As the first days of September unfold, the skies above mark the convergence of two celestial forces that have the power to reshape the very fabric of our world. Mercury, the swift messenger of the gods, meets Uranus, the harbinger of innovation and disruption, in a conjunction that promises both brilliance and chaos. This alignment, crackling with energy, heralds a period of rapid transformation, particularly in the realms of communication, technology, and global trade. The Mercury-Uranus conjunction is like a bolt of lightning, illuminating new pathways, sparking unexpected breakthroughs, and upending the status quo with sudden, often unpredictable shifts. The air is thick with anticipation, as the combined influence of these planets accelerates the pace of change. Ideas flow faster, innovations emerge seemingly out of nowhere, and the world's communication networks pulse with a frenetic energy. Yet, this is also a time of volatility, where the very sectors that stand to gain the most from these advancements could also face the greatest upheavals. The Mercury-Uranus conjunction is both a gift and a challenge, a cosmic prompt to embrace the future, while navigating the uncertainty that such rapid change inevitably brings. United States, the birthplace of tomorrow. Technological breakthroughs, a revolution in Silicon Valley. In the United States, where the pulse of innovation beats strongest, the Mercury-Uranus conjunction may spark a technological renaissance. Picture the sprawling campuses of Silicon Valley, where the brightest minds in tech are hard at work, now electrified by the potential of this powerful alignment. The air buzzes with excitement as whispers of breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and communication technologies spread through the tech community. This is a time when the impossible suddenly becomes possible, when ideas that seemed like science fiction just days before now materialize into cutting-edge products and services. Imagine the boardrooms of Apple, Google, and Microsoft filled with the frenetic energy of creation as teams race to unveil the next big thing. The influence of Uranus, the planet of the unexpected, could lead to announcements that disrupt entire industries, new devices that redefine how we interact with technology, software that revolutionizes data processing, or advancements in communication. The impact of these developments could ripple across the globe, setting new standards and pushing the boundaries of what technology can achieve. Changes in communication policies, a new era of transparency. While the tech giants push the envelope, the Mercury-Uranus conjunction may also prompt significant shifts in communication policies at the governmental level. Picture the halls of Congress, where debates over internet usage, data privacy, and telecommunications regulations take on a new urgency. This conjunction could trigger a reevaluation of how information is managed and disseminated in the digital age, with a particular focus on transparency and public trust. The United States, already a global leader in digital innovation, might lead the charge in crafting new regulations that balance technological advancement with the protection of individual rights. Imagine the introduction of groundbreaking policies that address the complexities of the modern internet, policies that might include stricter guidelines for data privacy, reforms in telecommunications that impact giants like Verizon and AT&T. The challenge, as always, will be to craft regulations that keep pace with the rapid changes brought on by this conjunction without stifling the innovation that drives sectors affected: technology, telecommunications, and e-commerce. Technology sector, the vanguard of innovation. The Mercury-Uranus conjunction's impact on the technology sector could be profound. Major players like Apple, Google, and Microsoft, already at the forefront of technological innovation, may find themselves breaking new ground. Imagine a wave of new products and services that set industry standards, pushing competitors to innovate or be left behind. These companies, long accustomed to being the disruptors, may now face disruption themselves as new technologies emerge that challenge their dominance. The pace of innovation accelerates, and the world watches as the next chapter of the digital revolution unfolds. Progress. Telecommunications, the network of the future. In the realm of telecommunications, the conjunction could lead to significant changes, particularly as it relates to 5G deployment and data privacy. Picture the vast networks of Verizon and AT&T now under scrutiny as new regulations take shape. The push for transparency in how data is handled and the demand for equitable access to cutting-edge communication technologies could lead to shifts in how these companies operate. The Mercury-Uranus conjunction may also spark debates over net neutrality, with potential reforms that aim to ensure that the digital highways of tomorrow are open to all, not just a privileged few. E-commerce, the digital marketplace transformed. In the world of e-commerce, where companies like Amazon have long reigned supreme, the Mercury-Uranus conjunction could herald a new era of innovation. Imagine advancements in digital infrastructure that make online shopping faster, more secure, and more personalized than ever before. The technology that powers e-commerce platforms could evolve rapidly, with new payment systems, AI-driven customer service, and enhanced logistics networks that redefine the consumer experience. The competition in this space could become fiercer as companies scramble to adapt to the new technologies and customer expectations driven by this cosmic alignment. The dawn of a new age. As the Mercury-Uranus conjunction plays out over September 4, 2024, the United States stands at the forefront of a new era. The potential for technological breakthroughs, shifts in communication policies, and transformative changes in key industries is immense. Yet, with great innovation comes great responsibility, and the challenge will be to harness the power of this conjunction to create a future that is not only advanced, but also equitable and sustainable. European Union, a digital renaissance and trade evolution. The Mercury-Uranus conjunction. Astrological influence, a catalyst for change in a new era. As the Mercury-Uranus conjunction casts its transformative light over Europe, the continent stands on the brink of a digital and economic revolution. This celestial alignment, charged with the energies of communication, innovation, and sudden shifts, heralds a time of profound change for the European Union. Mercury, the planet of commerce and information, joins forces with Uranus, the harbinger of innovation and disruption, setting the stage for a wave of advancements in digital infrastructure and a reimagining of trade agreements across the continent. This conjunction, brimming with potential, is a beacon for the future, encouraging the EU to embrace the possibilities of the digital age while adapting to the evolving global economic landscape. The rapid dissemination of new ideas and technologies could propel the EU into a new era of connectivity and economic cooperation, while also presenting challenges that require swift and decisive action. The Mercury-Uranus conjunction is both an opportunity and a test, calling on Europe to lead in innovation while navigating the unpredictable waters of change. Digital infrastructure innovations, Europe's new digital frontier. Germany and France, the vanguard of digital transformation. In the heart of Europe, where history and modernity blend seamlessly, Germany and France stand poised to lead the charge in digital innovation. The Mercury-Uranus conjunction may ignite a surge of initiatives aimed at overhauling the continent's digital infrastructure. Picture the sprawling tech hubs of Berlin and Paris, where the brightest minds in technology converge to craft the next generation of digital solutions. The air is thick with anticipation as new cybersecurity measures are devised, digital connectivity is enhanced, and data protection protocols are strengthened. Germany, with its reputation for precision engineering and technological prowess, may spearhead efforts to deploy cutting-edge technologies that secure the EU's digital economy against emerging threats. Meanwhile, France, with its rich tradition of intellectual innovation, could play a pivotal role in shaping the policies that govern these advancements. The conjunction's influence might lead to the introduction of ambitious EU-wide initiatives that aim to create a seamless digital economy, connecting member states in ways that were once thought impossible. The goal is clear: to establish Europe as a global leader in the digital realm, capable of competing with technological giants around the world. Italy and Spain, beneficiaries of the digital wave. Further south, in the sun-kissed landscapes of Italy and Spain, the ripple effects of the Mercury-Uranus conjunction could bring significant benefits. These nations, each with their own unique blend of culture and innovation, may find themselves on the receiving end of EU-wide efforts to enhance digital infrastructure. Imagine the ancient cities of Rome and Madrid, their streets now buzzing with the energy of new digital enterprises. As technology startups and established firms alike, the conjunction's influence might also drive initiatives aimed at bolstering these countries' digital economies, with a focus on integrating emerging technologies into everyday life. From advancements in e-commerce to the expansion of tech-driven industries, Italy and Spain could experience a renaissance of innovation that revitalizes their economies. Shifts in trade agreements, a new chapter in European commerce. The European Union and the United Kingdom redefining trade in the digital age. As the dust of Brexit continues to settle, the Mercury-Uranus conjunction may serve as a catalyst for a new phase in the relationship between the European Union and the United Kingdom. Picture the negotiating tables in Brussels and London, where diplomats and trade experts grapple with the complexities of modernizing trade agreements to reflect the conjunction's influence could prompt the renegotiation of key trade deals, with a particular focus on digital trade, technology transfer, and cybersecurity cooperation. The UK, now navigating its post-Brexit identity, might engage in fresh negotiations with the EU, seeking to establish agreements that secure its place in the rapidly. These talks could lead to groundbreaking deals that not only strengthen economic ties, but also set new standards for digital trade and technology collaboration. The goal: to create a trade framework that is resilient, future-proof, and reflective of the shared interests of both parties in the digital age. Germany and France, the architects of trade modernization. Germany and France, as the driving forces behind many of the EU's initiatives, may play pivotal roles in these renegotiations. Their influence could be instrumental in shaping trade policies that align with the demands of a digital economy, ensuring that Europe remains competitive on the global stage. The conjunction's energy might lead to the creation of new trade frameworks that emphasize innovation, sustainability, and security, setting the tone for the EU's future. A continent in transition, embracing innovation and adaptation. The Mercury-Uranus conjunction in early September 2024 marks a turning point for the European Union. As the continent grapples with the dual challenges of digital transformation and trade modernization, it is clear that the choices made during this period will have far-reaching consequences. The alignment of Mercury and Uranus encourages the EU to be bold, to embrace change, and to lead the world into a new era of connectivity and economic cooperation. Global trade and communication dynamics, a new world order, the Mercury-Uranus conjunction. Astrological influence, the dawn of a new global era. As the Mercury-Uranus conjunction unfolds, the world braces for a transformative period in global trade and communication. This celestial alignment, charged with the energies of rapid change and innovation, signals a time when the traditional boundaries of commerce and communication are likely to be redrawn. Mercury, the planet of trade, communication, and commerce, merges with Uranus, the unpredictable force of innovation and disruption, creating a powerful catalyst. This conjunction heralds an era where the speed of change accelerates and the world becomes more interconnected than ever before. The established order of global trade may be upended as new technologies and strategies emerge, while breakthroughs in communication could alter the way information flows. The Mercury-Uranus conjunction is both a harbinger of opportunity and a signal of the challenges that lie ahead, as the global community navigates the complex landscape of global trade shifts, a reconfiguration of economic power. Asia, the nexus of technological trade. In Asia, where the bustling metropolises of China, Japan, and South Korea hum with the rhythm of industry and innovation, the Mercury-Uranus conjunction could bring about significant. Picture the sprawling factories and tech parks of Shenzhen, where the world's gadgets and devices are born, now at the center of a global trade reconfiguration. The alignment may prompt these nations to renegotiate trade agreements with the European Union and the United States, particularly in technology-driven sectors. China, with its burgeoning digital economy and growing influence on the global stage, could find itself at the forefront of these changes. Imagine Beijing's corridors of power, where trade officials and tech giants alike strategize on how to leverage new technological advancements to enhance their. The Mercury-Uranus conjunction might also spur China to strengthen its digital trade networks, expanding its reach into emerging markets and solidifying its role as a. Meanwhile, Japan and South Korea, with their own strong tech industries, could seek to refine their trade strategies, ensuring they remain competitive in a rapidly changing environment. North America, the shifting sands of trade policy. Across the Pacific, in the vast and diverse landscapes of North America, the effects of the Mercury-Uranus conjunction could be equally profound. Beyond the borders of the United States, Canada, and Mexico might find themselves navigating new trade agreements and adapting to shifts in communication technologies that ripple through their. Picture the trade hubs of Toronto and Mexico City, where the flow of goods and services is influenced by the new realities of a digital-first world. The conjunction's influence could lead to the renegotiation of key trade agreements with both the US and the EU, as these countries seek to align their economic policies. Canada, with its robust technology sector, might look to expand its digital trade networks, while Mexico could capitalize on new opportunities in telecommunications. The challenge for these nations will be to adapt quickly to the changes brought on by this cosmic alignment, ensuring that they remain key players in the evolving landscape. Africa, the rise of emerging economies. In Africa, a continent rich with potential and on the cusp of a digital transformation, the Mercury-Uranus conjunction could bring about opportunities for growth and. Imagine the bustling markets of Lagos and Nairobi, where the intersection of tradition and modernity is most evident, now experiencing a surge in digital innovation. The conjunction's energy could drive the renegotiation of trade agreements that favor technology transfers and the development of digital infrastructure. Emerging economies in Africa might benefit from these shifts, particularly in sectors like telecommunications and digital trade. The alignment could lead to new partnerships with more developed nations, facilitating the transfer of technology and the development of infrastructure that support. As these countries embrace the opportunities presented by the Mercury-Uranus conjunction, they could position themselves as key players in the global digital marketplace. Communication breakthroughs, a new era of connectivity. Global shifts in information flow. On a global scale, the Mercury-Uranus conjunction could herald a revolution in how information is shared and consumed. Imagine the launch of new communication platforms that reshape the digital landscape, offering faster, more secure, and more innovative ways for people to connect across the world. Existing technologies might undergo significant updates, driven by the need to keep pace with the rapid changes brought on by this powerful alignment. Governments and corporations alike may need to adapt quickly to these shifts, as the ways in which information is managed and disseminated could change dramatically. The conjunction's influence might lead to the introduction of new regulations or industry standards designed to ensure that the flow of information remains secure and transparent in an increasingly digital world. The challenge will be to balance innovation with security, ensuring that the benefits of these breakthroughs are felt across all sectors of society. A global transformation, the new dynamics of trade and communication. As the Mercury-Uranus conjunction unfolds, the world stands at the precipice of a new era in global trade and communication. September Sected 10, 2024, the unseen forces at play, the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile. Astrological influence, a slow-burning transformation. As the cosmos shifts into the early days of September 2024, the subtle yet deeply transformative energies of the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile begin to make their presence felt. This alignment is not the explosive catalyst of immediate change, but rather a slow, insidious force that gradually brings hidden truths to the surface, demanding that they be addressed. Neptune, the planet of ideals, spirituality, and the dissolution of boundaries, forms a delicate but potent connection with Pluto, the ruler of power. Together, these celestial bodies create an environment where the unseen forces of the world, those that lie beneath the surface, start to rise, revealing the deep underlying issues that have long gone unacknowledged. This period is marked by a gradual but inevitable unraveling of long-standing structures, as hidden agendas, systemic flaws, and suppressed tensions begin to come to light. The influence of this semi-sextile is like a slow tide eroding the foundations of power, leading to profound and lasting changes in the global order. The transformations set in motion during this time will not be immediate, but they will be far-reaching, reshaping how power is wielded and how nations interact on the international stage. Global transformation, shifts in international relations and power dynamics. United Nations and international treaties, a call for reform. In the halls of the United Nations, where the world's leaders gather to discuss the future of the planet, the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile may begin to reveal the cracks in the foundation of global governance. Picture the grand assembly rooms where voices from every corner of the globe converge, now filled with whispers of inefficiency, power imbalances, and hidden agendas. This aspect could bring these long-standing issues to the forefront, leading to a growing chorus of calls for reform or restructuring within the UN and other international bodies. The slow but steady influence of this alignment might prompt debates over the effectiveness of existing international treaties and the mechanisms by which global governance is conducted. Imagine the diplomatic corridors of New York and Geneva, where quiet discussions hint at the need for new agreements, more equitable voting structures, or even a reimagining of the role of the Security Council. The changes brought about by this aspect are likely to be subtle at first, but their impact could reshape the way nations collaborate on the global stage, setting the tone for a new era of international relations. Global power shifts, the rise of emerging forces. Beyond the confines of international organizations, the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile could signal a shift in global power dynamics. As this subtle yet powerful influence takes hold, emerging powers and alliances may begin to assert themselves more strongly, challenging the established order. Picture the capitals of rising nations, where strategic plans are being quietly laid to take advantage of the changing tides of global influence. Traditional powers, long dominant on the world stage, might find themselves facing internal challenges that erode their influence. The slow erosion of power structures could lead to a reconfiguration of global alliances, with new partnerships forming based on shared interests and emerging opportunities. Trade agreements, military strategies, and diplomatic ties could all be renegotiated as the global balance of power shifts, driven by the transformative energies of this alignment. Hidden agendas revealed, unmasking the secrets. The Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile also carries the potential for revealing the hidden agendas that have long influenced international relations. Imagine the sudden exposure of clandestine deals, espionage activities, or covert negotiations that have shaped the relationships between nations. These revelations could lead to shifts in how countries perceive each other, as the true nature of their interactions comes to light. This aspect may uncover the deep, often dark, forces at work behind the scenes of global politics, leading to a reassessment of alliances and strategies. The subtle, insidious nature of this alignment means that these revelations may not come all at once, but will slowly build, creating a wave of change that ultimately reshapes the global landscape. Regions and institutions affected, shifting sands of power. United States and China, a new chapter in global rivalry. As the two most powerful nations in the world, the United States and China are likely to be profoundly impacted by the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile. The relationship between these two giants, already complex and fraught with tension, may undergo significant shifts during this period. Imagine the strategic think tanks of Washington and Beijing, where analysts pore over the latest developments, seeking to understand the subtle changes in the balance of power. This alignment could lead to changes in how these nations engage with global institutions, as well as in their broader international strategies. The US and China might find themselves navigating new challenges to their influence, both externally and internally, as the hidden forces of this aspect come to the fore. The slow yet relentless nature of the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile suggests that the changes set in motion during this time will be deep and lasting, potentially redefining the future of global European Union, the struggle for cohesion. In Europe, the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile could bring challenges to the European Union, both from within and without. The EU, a complex and often fragile union of diverse nations, might face pressures that test its internal cohesion. Picture the debates in Brussels, where the future of the Union is debated against a backdrop of external pressures and internal divisions. This aspect may lead to calls for greater unity or reform within the EU, as the continent grapples with shifting global power dynamics. The influence of Neptune and Pluto could also prompt a reassessment of the EU's relationships with other global powers, leading to new strategies and alliances that reflect the changing landscape of international United Nations, the heart of global reform. At the center of global governance, the United Nations is likely to be a focal point of the transformative energies of the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile. The UN, an institution built on the ideals of collective security and international cooperation, may find itself under scrutiny as the subtle forces of this alignment bring hidden issues to the surface. The structure, voting mechanisms, and even the role of the Security Council could come into question as calls for reform grow louder. The influence of this aspect could lead to significant changes in how the UN operates, potentially reshaping the organization to better address the challenges of the 21st century. The slow but steady nature of this transformation suggests that the changes brought about by the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile will be profound and long-lasting, setting the stage for a new era in global governance. The long arc of change. The Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile of September 2024 is not a moment of sudden upheaval, but rather the beginning of a slow, transformative process that will unfold over time. The subtle yet powerful influence of this alignment will bring hidden issues to light, challenge existing power structures, and set the stage for profound changes in international relations. As we move forward, the effects of this aspect will continue to ripple through the global community, gradually reshaping the world as we know it. Africa, the unseen currents of power, the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile. Astrological influence, a period of hidden struggles and deep transformation. As the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile casts its subtle yet powerful influence over the African continent in early September 2024, the intricate and often opaque dynamics of leadership begin to shift. This alignment, where Neptune's ideals and illusions meet Pluto's transformative power, signals a time when the deep, underlying issues within major African nations could start to surface. The energies of this aspect are not explosive, but rather insidious, gradually bringing to light the hidden challenges and systemic problems that have long been brewing beneath the surface. The result could be a profound transformation in leadership, governance, and the political landscape across the continent. Nigeria, a nation at the crossroads. Leadership challenges and transformation. Nigeria, a giant on the African stage, stands at a critical juncture under the influence of the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile. This nation, with its vast resources and complex political landscape, might face significant leadership challenges during this period. Imagine the corridors of power in Abuja, where whispers of corruption, power struggles, and societal unrest begin to grow louder, as the subtle forces of Neptune and Pluto work to expose the cracks. The challenges that emerge may lead to a transformation in Nigeria's leadership, potentially through elections, political upheaval, or the rise of reform movements that seek to address the deep-seated. Picture the streets of Lagos, where calls for change echo through the bustling metropolis, as citizens demand accountability and transparency from their leaders. This period could also see shifts in Nigeria's international relations, as the country navigates its role on the global stage and within regional organizations like the African Union. The slow but steady influence of the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile suggests that the changes in Nigeria's leadership and governance will be profound and long-lasting, setting the stage for a new chapter. South Africa, a time for introspection and reform. Governance and social justice at the forefront. In South Africa, another African powerhouse, the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile may bring about a period of deep introspection and transformation. This nation, with its rich history of struggle and triumph, could find itself grappling with issues related to governance, economic inequality, and social justice. Picture the vibrant streets of Johannesburg, where the weight of history meets the demands of the present, as the energies of Neptune and Pluto reveal underlying problems within the political system. This aspect might prompt significant changes in leadership or policy, driven by a growing awareness of the need for reform. Imagine the debates in Pretoria, where policymakers and activists alike push for changes that address the systemic issues that have long hindered South Africa's progress. The Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile could also shift South Africa's role in regional and international politics, as the nation navigates its internal challenges while striving to maintain its influence on the global stage. The transformation sparked by this alignment is likely to be gradual but far-reaching, as South Africa works to redefine its identity and role in the world. Other African nations, a ripple effect of change. Governance challenges across the continent. The subtle yet transformative energy of the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile is not confined to Nigeria and South Africa. Other African nations, particularly those already facing leadership or governance challenges, could also feel the effects of this alignment. Picture the capitals of Kenya, Ethiopia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the winds of change begin to stir, bringing to light the deep-seated issues that have long been hidden or ignored. In these nations, the Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile might prompt shifts in the political landscape as leaders grapple with emerging pressures and demands for reform. The challenges could manifest in various ways, from political instability and societal unrest to the rise of new movements seeking to address the systemic problems that have plagued these countries. The slow, insidious nature of this aspect suggests that the changes will be gradual but inevitable, as the continent's leadership is tested and transformed by the subtle forces at play. A continent in flux, the long arc of transformation. The Neptune-Pluto semi-sextile of September 2024 marks the beginning of a period of deep and lasting transformation across Africa. As the hidden currents of power begin to shift, the continent's major nations may undergo profound changes in leadership, governance, and international relations. The influence of this aspect will be felt gradually, as the subtle forces of Neptune and Pluto work to bring hidden issues to the surface, demanding that they be addressed. September 3rd, 2024, the beacon of hope, the Moon-Jupiter conjunction. Astrological influence, a wave of optimism and expansion. As the celestial forces align on September 3rd, 2024, the harmonious conjunction of the Moon and Jupiter casts a warm and expansive. This alignment, known for its ability to foster growth, optimism, and higher ideals, brings with it a sense of renewed hope and possibility. The Moon, governing emotions, the public, and domestic concerns, meets Jupiter, the planet of expansion, law, religion, and international relations, creating a powerful force for positive change. This conjunction is a moment of opportunity, where the doors to progress in legal reforms, religious understanding, and diplomatic efforts swing wide open, inviting nations and leaders to step through and seize the moment. The energy of the Moon-Jupiter conjunction is one of upliftment, encouraging cooperation, understanding, and the pursuit of common goals. It is a time when the collective mood is buoyed by a sense of optimism, and where the potential for meaningful advancements in international relations and societal progress is at its peak. This aspect provides the emotional and diplomatic support needed to navigate complex issues with a spirit of generosity and openness, paving the way for significant developments on the global stage. Middle East, a ray of light in a turbulent region. Peace negotiations, renewed hope for resolution. In the often tumultuous landscape of the Middle East, the Moon-Jupiter conjunction may act as a beacon of hope, illuminating the path toward peace and reconciliation. Picture the negotiating tables in Jerusalem, Riyadh, and Tehran, where diplomats and leaders gather with renewed optimism, their discussions buoyed by the positive energy of this celestial alignment. The conjunction's influence could provide the emotional and diplomatic momentum needed to advance stalled or ongoing peace negotiations, particularly between Israel and Palestine, or between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Imagine the air thick with the possibilities of compromise and understanding, as conflicting parties find common ground in their shared humanity. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction might inspire leaders to make the concessions necessary to pave the way for lasting peace, fostering a spirit of cooperation that transcends the usual barriers of mistrust and hostility. This is a moment where the dreams of peace and stability could take a significant step closer to reality. Religious discussions, bridging divides and promoting understanding. The Middle East, a region steeped in religious significance, could also see important developments in interfaith dialogue under the influence of the Moon-Jupiter conjunction. Picture gatherings of religious leaders from different faiths, their discussions guided by a shared commitment to peace and mutual respect. The conjunction's energy might encourage efforts to bridge the gaps between different religious communities, promoting understanding and cooperation in a region where religious identity often intersects with political and social tensions. Religious leaders could play a pivotal role during this period, acting as mediators in conflicts or as champions of peace initiatives. The conjunction might inspire a wave of interfaith collaboration, where the focus shifts from division to unity, and where the power of spirituality is harnessed to heal wounds and build bridges between communities. Diplomatic relations, a new era of cooperation. Beyond the realms of peace negotiations and religious dialogue, the Moon-Jupiter conjunction could also usher in a new era of diplomatic relations in the Middle East. Imagine the signing of treaties or agreements that enhance stability and cooperation across the region, as nations seize the opportunity presented by this favorable alignment. The conjunction's positive energy might lead to breakthroughs in bilateral agreements or broader regional initiatives, creating a more harmonious and cooperative atmosphere. Countries that have been at odds may find themselves drawn to the negotiating table, where the spirit of the Moon-Jupiter conjunction encourages the potential for diplomatic advancements is significant, as the alignment creates an environment where collaboration and goodwill are prioritized and where long-standing tensions could finally be addressed. Countries affected, a ripple effect of peace and progress. Israel and Palestine, a glimmer of hope. In the long-standing conflict between Israel and Palestine, the Moon-Jupiter conjunction may bring a much-needed glimmer of hope. This period could see potential advancements in peace negotiations, with both sides finding the emotional and diplomatic support necessary to make meaningful progress. Imagine a scenario where new agreements or understandings are reached, reducing tensions and setting the stage for a more peaceful future. The conjunction's influence might help to break the cycle of mistrust and violence, creating space for dialogue and reconciliation. Saudi Arabia and Iran steps toward reconciliation. In the broader regional context, the relationship between Saudi Arabia and Iran could also benefit from the positive energy of the Moon-Jupiter conjunction. These two influential nations might engage in diplomatic efforts or religious discussions that contribute to easing regional tensions. Picture a scenario where third-party mediation or international support helps to facilitate these discussions, leading to a reduction in hostilities and a renewed focus on common goals. The conjunction's influence might encourage both nations to look beyond their differences and work towards a more stable and cooperative regional environment. Lebanon and Syria, a favorable environment for dialogue. In Lebanon and Syria, where conflict and humanitarian crises have long plagued the region, the Moon-Jupiter conjunction could create a more favorable environment for dialogue and resolution. Imagine leaders and representatives from these nations engaging in discussions with neighboring states or international organizations, finding new ways to address ongoing conflicts or humanitarian issues. The conjunction's energy might inspire a renewed commitment to peace and stability, leading to initiatives that improve the lives of those affected by war and displacement. A moment of opportunity, the path forward. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction on September 3rd, 2024, marks a moment of profound opportunity for the Middle East and the world at large. The alignment of these celestial bodies creates a rare and powerful force for good, encouraging optimism, growth, and cooperation in areas where progress is often hard-won. The influence of this conjunction could lead to significant advancements in peace negotiations, religious understanding, and diplomatic relations, setting the stage for a brighter and more harmonious future. South Asia, the path to justice and harmony, the Moon-Jupiter conjunction. Astrological influence, a beacon of growth and understanding. As the Moon and Jupiter align on September 3rd, 2024, their conjunction casts a powerful influence over South Asia, a region where law, religion, and social justice are deeply interwoven into the fabric of society. This harmonious alignment brings forth an atmosphere ripe for progress, where optimism and a focus on higher ideals can drive significant advancements in legal and religious areas. The Moon, with its connection to the public and domestic matters, merges with Jupiter's expansive energies, symbolizing law, religion, and international relations. Together, they create a moment where the forces of growth, justice, and understanding come to the forefront, offering South Asia a unique opportunity to address long-standing issues and pave the way for a more just and harmonious future. Legal reforms advancing justice and equality. India, a new chapter in social justice. In India, a nation with a vast and complex legal system, the Moon-Jupiter conjunction may inspire a wave of legal reforms aimed at enhancing justice and equality. Picture the historic courts of Delhi and Mumbai, where lawmakers and judicial authorities gather with a renewed sense of purpose, driven by the expansive energy of Jupiter and the emotional resonance of the Moon. This conjunction could lead to the introduction or passage of important legislation that addresses long-standing legal challenges, particularly those affecting marginalized communities. Imagine debates in the Indian Parliament, where the focus shifts to expanding legal protections for those who have long been overlooked: women, minorities, and the economically disadvantaged. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction might also encourage reforms that streamline the judicial process, making justice more accessible and effective for all citizens. This period could mark the beginning of a new chapter in India's legal history, where the ideals of justice and equality are more fully realized. Pakistan, strengthening the rule of law. In Pakistan, the influence of the Moon-Jupiter conjunction might similarly lead to significant developments in the legal system. Picture the bustling streets of Islamabad and Karachi, where discussions about legal reforms take on a new urgency. This aspect could inspire lawmakers to introduce legislation that strengthens the rule of law, enhances human rights, and addresses social welfare issues. The conjunction's expansive nature might encourage efforts to protect marginalized groups and ensure that the legal system serves all citizens equitably. The energy of this alignment could also lead to a renewed focus on addressing legal inequities that have persisted for years. Imagine a scenario where the Pakistani government takes bold steps to reform outdated laws or introduce new protections for vulnerable populations. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction offers a unique opportunity for Pakistan to advance its legal system, promoting greater justice and social harmony in the process. Religious developments, fostering harmony and understanding. Interfaith dialogue and religious harmony. Religion plays a central role in the lives of millions in South Asia, and the Moon-Jupiter conjunction may bring positive developments in religious harmony and understanding. Picture gatherings of religious leaders in the temples, mosques, and gurdwaras of India and Pakistan, where the focus is on fostering peace and resolving disputes. The conjunction's influence could inspire efforts to bridge the divides between different religious communities, promoting dialogue and cooperation in a region where religious identity in India, where religious diversity is vast and complex. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction might lead to initiatives that address religious disputes or promote interfaith dialogue. Imagine religious leaders coming together to discuss ways to resolve conflicts peacefully, ensuring that religious freedoms are respected while fostering a sense of unity among different communities. The conjunction's energy could also support reforms that protect religious minorities and promote tolerance across the country. In Pakistan, similar efforts might unfold, with religious leaders playing a key role in promoting peace and understanding. Picture the serene mosques and shrines of Lahore and Islamabad, where discussions about religious freedoms and interfaith harmony are held with a renewed sense of purpose. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction might encourage initiatives that address religious tensions and promote cooperation between different faith communities, helping to build a more peaceful and inclusive society. International relations, dialogue over division. India and Pakistan, a new hope for diplomatic progress. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction could also enhance diplomatic efforts between India and Pakistan, particularly in areas where legal and religious issues intersect. Imagine the diplomatic channels between New Delhi and Islamabad buzzing with activity as both nations explore ways to resolve contentious issues like the Kashmir dispute or manage religious sites. The conjunction's expansive and harmonious energy might encourage both countries to prioritize dialogue over conflict, seeking solutions that promote stability and mutual respect. Picture a scenario where diplomatic talks lead to new agreements on managing cross-border religious pilgrimages or addressing legal disputes that have long hindered bilateral relations. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction offers a moment of opportunity where the focus on higher ideals and mutual understanding could help to ease tensions and lay the groundwork for lasting peace between these two nations. Bangladesh, embracing legal and religious progress. In Bangladesh, another key player in South Asia, the Moon-Jupiter conjunction could inspire similar developments in legal and religious areas. Picture the vibrant streets of Dhaka, where the energy of the conjunction drives efforts to reform the legal system or address religious matters that impact the country's social fabric. The conjunction might encourage initiatives that enhance justice, protect religious freedoms, and promote social welfare, contributing to a more just and harmonious society. Imagine a Bangladesh where legal reforms are introduced to address systemic challenges, where religious leaders engage in dialogues that promote tolerance and understanding, and where the government the Moon-Jupiter conjunction offers Bangladesh an opportunity to strengthen its commitment to justice and harmony, paving the way for a brighter future. A time for growth and harmony. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction on September 3rd, 2024, marks a significant moment for South Asia, offering a rare and powerful opportunity to advance justice, promote religious harmony, and enhance international cooperation. The alignment of these celestial bodies creates a favorable atmosphere for positive developments in legal systems, religious matters, and diplomatic relations, setting the stage for a more just and peaceful future. Broader global impact, a new dawn for international relations and legal progress, the Moon-Jupiter conjunction. Astrological influence, a wave of optimism and consensus. As the Moon and Jupiter come into harmonious alignment on September 3rd, 2024, their conjunction radiates a powerful influence that spans across the globe, offering a moment of optimism, growth, and collaborative spirit. This celestial event is a beacon of hope for international relations and legal advancements, creating an atmosphere where global challenges can be met with unity and understanding. The Moon's connection to public sentiment and Jupiter's expansive reach into law, religion, and international relations combine to form a powerful force that encourages consensus, legal reforms, and a renewed focus on higher ideals. This conjunction is a time when the collective mood is lifted, where the barriers to cooperation are lowered, and where nations and leaders are more inclined to work together towards common goals. The energy of the Moon-Jupiter conjunction promotes the expansion of legal frameworks, the advancement of international law, and the fostering of global religious movements, all aimed at creating a more just, peaceful, and interconnected world. International law, a new era of global cooperation. Adoption of new treaties and legal frameworks. On the global stage, the Moon-Jupiter conjunction could inspire significant developments in international law. Picture the halls of the United Nations in New York, where diplomats and legal experts gather with renewed vigor to address the pressing challenges of our time. The conjunction's positive influence might make it easier for countries to reach consensus on difficult issues, paving the way for the adoption of new treaties, conventions, or resolutions that address global challenges such as human rights, environment. Imagine the UN General Assembly, where discussions about a new human rights convention or a comprehensive environmental protection treaty are met with widespread support. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction might encourage nations to put aside their differences and work together to create legal frameworks that promote peace, justice, and sustainability on a global scale. This period could mark the beginning of a new era in international law, where the spirit of cooperation and the pursuit of common goals lead to meaningful advancements in how the world addresses its most pressing issues. Strengthening global legal institutions. The influence of the Moon-Jupiter conjunction could also lead to efforts to strengthen global legal institutions, such as the International Court of Justice or the International Criminal Court. Picture the deliberations in The Hague, where legal minds from around the world discuss ways to enhance the effectiveness and reach of these institutions. The conjunction's expansive energy might inspire initiatives that promote the rule of law on a global scale, ensuring that international legal frameworks are robust enough to address the challenges of the 21st century. This period could see the introduction of reforms aimed at improving the accessibility and fairness of international legal institutions, making it easier for nations to resolve disputes and hold those who violate international law accountable. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction offers a moment of opportunity for the global community to strengthen the foundations of international law, ensuring that justice and the rule of law are upheld in all corners of the world. Global religious movements, fostering peace and understanding. Interfaith dialogue and religious tolerance. Religion, as a powerful force in shaping global culture and politics, is also likely to be positively influenced by the Moon-Jupiter conjunction. Picture the Vatican, where religious leaders from different faiths come together to discuss ways to promote peace, tolerance, and understanding in an increasingly interconnected world. The conjunction's energy might inspire significant developments in interfaith dialogue, as leaders from various religious traditions work to bridge divides and promote harmony among their followers. Imagine the impact of a global interfaith conference where representatives from Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, and other faiths gather to discuss common goals and shared values. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction could encourage religious leaders to take a more active role in addressing global issues such as poverty, environmental stewardship, and peace building. This period might see the launch of new initiatives that promote religious tolerance and cooperation, helping to foster a world where people of all faiths can live together in peace and mutual respect. Global religious leadership in addressing pressing issues. Religious leaders and organizations might also play a key role in addressing some of the world's most pressing issues during this time. Picture the spiritual leaders of the world, from the Pope in Rome to the Dalai Lama in Dharamshala, using their influence to rally support for causes such as poverty alleviation, climate action, and conflict resolution. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction might inspire these leaders to launch global initiatives that bring together people of all faiths in the pursuit of these noble goals. This period could see the Vatican and other major religious organizations convening international conferences or promoting global campaigns that focus on building a more just and sustainable world. The conjunction's influence could help to elevate the role of religious leaders in global affairs, making them key players in the efforts to address the challenges that face humanity in the 21st century. Regions affected, a wave of progress and harmony. United Nations, advancing international law and cooperation. At the United Nations, the Moon-Jupiter conjunction could lead to significant progress in passing resolutions or advancing discussions on international law. Picture the UN Security Council and General Assembly sessions, where the positive energy of the conjunction makes it easier for member states to reach agreements on complex issues. The UN might see advancements in areas such as human rights, peacekeeping, or environmental protection, as the conjunction's influence encourages a spirit of cooperation and shared purpose. This period could mark a turning point for the UN, as the organization works to strengthen its role in promoting global peace and security. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction might inspire new initiatives that enhance the UN's ability to address global challenges, making it a more effective force for good in the world. Vatican and religious organizations leading global movements. The Vatican and other religious organizations could also be significantly impacted by the Moon-Jupiter conjunction, playing a central role in fostering global initiatives for peace and understanding. Picture Pope Francis delivering a powerful message of unity and compassion, calling on people of all faiths to work together to address the world's most pressing challenges. The conjunction's influence might lead to the launch of global campaigns or conferences that bring together religious leaders from around the world to promote peace, social justice, and environmental stewardship. This period could see the Vatican and other major religious organizations taking bold steps to lead global movements that inspire hope and positive change. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction offers a moment of opportunity for religious leaders to play a pivotal role in shaping the future of the world, using their influence to promote a more just, peaceful, and harmonious global society. A global awakening, embracing the power of unity. The Moon-Jupiter conjunction on September 3rd, 2024, is a powerful moment of global significance, offering a unique opportunity for the alignment of these celestial bodies creates a favorable atmosphere for cooperation, consensus, and the pursuit of higher ideals, setting the stage for a more just and interconnected world. September 5 to 8th, 2024, the dawn of strategic leadership, the Sun-Pallas conjunction. Astrological influence, a time for strategic wisdom and diplomatic mastery. As the Sun and Pallas Athena align from September 5th to 8, 2024, their conjunction sets the stage for a period marked by strategic brilliance and diplomatic acumen. The Sun, symbolizing leadership, authority, and core identity, merges with Pallas, the embodiment of wisdom, strategy, and diplomacy. This potent alignment offers a unique opportunity for leaders and nations to approach complex issues with clarity, foresight, and a deep understanding of long-term implications. The Sun-Pallas conjunction, is a powerful moment for crafting and implementing well-thought-out plans, resolving disputes, and forging alliances that can withstand the test of time. This conjunction invites a global focus on calculated decision-making and successful negotiations, providing the perfect conditions for resolving conflicts, strengthening alliances, and now it is a time when the strategic mind and diplomatic finesse come to the forefront, making it an ideal period for leaders to take decisive action that will shape the future of their nations and the world. Europe, a hub of strategic diplomatic negotiations. EU-UK relations, a new chapter of cooperation. In the aftermath of Brexit, the Sun Palace conjunction shines a spotlight on the ongoing negotiations between the European Union and the United Kingdom. Picture the grand halls of Brussels and London, where diplomats and negotiators gather with renewed purpose to address the unresolved issues that have lingered since the UK's departure from the EU. This period might see both sides approaching the table with a greater emphasis on long-term stability and mutual benefit, driven by the strategic clarity that this conjunction provides. Imagine discussions focused on trade, border controls, and regulatory alignment, where both the EU and the UK seek to find solutions that are not only practical, but also forward-looking. The influence of Pallas Athena could inspire a spirit of cooperation, where the focus is on crafting agreements that serve the interests of both parties while maintaining peace and stability. This conjunction may very well lead to new agreements or revisions to existing ones, setting a solid foundation for the future relationship between the EU and the UK. NATO alliances, strengthening the shield of security. Within the NATO alliance, the Sun Palace conjunction could act as a catalyst for strategic discussions aimed at reinforcing collective defense mechanisms. Picture the conference rooms in Brussels, where military and political leaders from NATO member states engage in deep discussions about the emerging security challenges that face the alliance. The influence of this conjunction could lead to enhanced strategies to counter perceived threats from global powers like Russia, as well as a focus on expanding NATO's role in non-traditional security domains. Imagine the leaders of NATO member states, particularly from Eastern Europe, driving discussions that prioritize the strengthening of security guarantees. The Baltic states and Poland, countries on the front line of NATO's eastern flank, might be particularly active during this period, seeking assurances and strategic plans that bolster their defenses. The Sun Palace conjunction provides the perfect environment for these strategic negotiations, potentially leading to a more cohesive and resilient NATO alliance. Diplomatic resolutions, progress in regional disputes. The influence of the Sun Palace conjunction is also likely to extend to regional disputes within Europe, where strategic diplomacy could lead to significant progress. Picture the tension-filled landscapes of the Balkans, where long-standing issues such as the tensions between Serbia and Kosovo might see movement towards resolution. The European Union, under the strategic guidance of Pallas Athena's wisdom, could play a crucial mediating role, bringing conflicting parties together and facilitating negotiations that aim for lasting peace. Imagine the EU's diplomatic corps working tirelessly to bridge divides and find common ground, using the Sun Palace conjunction's energy to craft agreements that promote regional stability. The conjunction's influence might also extend to other internal European disputes, where the focus on strategic diplomacy and calculated decision-making helps to resolve conflicts that have long hindered countries affected, leaders at the helm of strategic change. United Kingdom, crafting a new future. For the United Kingdom, the Sun Palace conjunction offers a strategic opportunity to redefine its relationship with the European Union. Picture the corridors of Whitehall, where British negotiators and policymakers work diligently to craft new terms with the EU, particularly in areas like trade, security, and immigration. The influence of Pallas Athena could guide the UK towards pragmatic and forward-looking solutions, ensuring that the agreements reached during this period are both beneficial and sustainable. The UK's strategic position in Europe and the world might be reshaped during this time, as the Sun-Pallas conjunction encourages a focus on long-term stability and mutual benefit. The decisions made now could set the course for the UK's future, both within Europe and on the global stage. Germany and France leading the diplomatic charge. As key members of the European Union and NATO, Germany and France are likely to play leading roles during the Sun-Pallas conjunction. Picture Berlin and Paris as the nerve centers of strategic diplomatic efforts, where leaders like Chancellor and President work closely to drive discussions on security, trade, and regional stability. The influence of this conjunction might see Germany and France leading the charge within both the EU and NATO, using their diplomatic clout to forge new agreements and strengthen alliances. These nations could also be instrumental in mediating regional disputes within Europe, using the strategic clarity provided by Pallas Athena to craft solutions that promote peace and stability across the continent. The Sun-Pallas conjunction offers Germany and France an opportunity to reaffirm their leadership roles in Europe, guiding the continent through a period of strategic renewal. Eastern European NATO members, securing the future. For Eastern European NATO members such as Poland and the Baltic states, the Sun-Pallas conjunction could be a critical time for securing their futures. Picture the capitals of Warsaw, Tallinn, Riga, and Vilnius, where leaders engage in strategic negotiations within NATO, seeking to enhance their security guarantees in light of potential threats from the influence of Pallas Athena might inspire these nations to take a proactive approach, advocating for stronger defense mechanisms and greater support from their NATO allies. This period could see Eastern European nations solidifying their positions within NATO, ensuring that their security concerns are addressed and that they remain integral parts of the alliance's strategic framework. The Sun-Pallas conjunction provides the ideal environment for these nations to strengthen their defenses and secure their place within the broader European security architecture. A time for strategic brilliance. The Sun-Pallas conjunction from September 5 to 8, 2024 marks a period of strategic brilliance and diplomatic finesse, offering leaders and nations the clarity and wisdom needed to navigate complex issues. The alignment of these celestial bodies creates a favorable atmosphere for negotiations, conflict resolution, and the crafting of long-term strategies that will shape the future of Europe and the world. Asia, the chessboard of strategic diplomacy, the Sun-Pallas conjunction. Astrological influence, a time for strategic diplomacy and calculated moves. As the Sun and Pallas Athena align from September 5th to 8, 2024, their conjunction brings a wave of strategic brilliance to Asia, a region where trade and security are deeply intertwined. The Sun, symbolizing leadership, authority, and core identity, merges with Pallas, the asteroid of wisdom, strategy, and diplomacy. This potent combination offers an ideal environment for nations to navigate complex issues with clarity and foresight, making it a crucial period for strategic negotiations in trade and regional security. The Sun-Pallas conjunction enhances the ability of leaders to craft long-term strategies, resolve disputes, and forge alliances that strengthen their positions on the global stage. This alignment is particularly significant for Asia, where the stakes in trade and security are high. The Sun-Pallas conjunction encourages a diplomatic approach to resolving conflicts, fostering cooperation, and ensuring that every move is calculated to maximize strategic benefits. It is a moment when the leaders of Asia's major powers can harness the energy of this conjunction to shape the future of the region and secure their positions in the ever-evolving global order. China's strategic positioning, diplomatic calculations in trade and security, negotiating trade and influence. In the heart of Asia, China stands poised to leverage the strategic clarity of the Sun-Pallas conjunction to enhance its regional influence, particularly in the realms of trade and security. Picture the bustling corridors of Beijing, where Chinese officials engage in meticulous planning, their focus sharpened by the wisdom of Pallas Athena. During this period, China might adopt a more diplomatic and calculated approach to its international relations, seeking to secure favorable trade deals and resolve ongoing disputes, especially in the contentious. Imagine China engaging in quiet, behind-the-scenes negotiations with key trading partners and regional powers, using strategic alliances to bolster its position without resorting to overt aggression. The Sun Palace conjunction could see China focusing on long-term benefits, crafting trade agreements that not only enhance its economic strength, but also solidify its influence across Asia. This period may also witness China strategically navigating the complex dynamics of regional security, aiming to reduce tensions while reinforcing its strategic interests. Diplomatic maneuvering in the South China Sea. The South China Sea, a critical flashpoint in Asia, could see significant developments during the Sun Palace conjunction. Picture the strategic discussions in Beijing and Hanoi, where diplomats from China and ASEAN nations like Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia seek to address territorial disputes through The conjunction's influence might encourage China to adopt a more cooperative stance, working towards diplomatic solutions that maintain regional stability while advancing its own interests. This period could also see China engaging in broader regional dialogues, aiming to secure its strategic interests in the South China Sea without escalating conflicts. The Sun Palace conjunction provides the perfect environment for China to refine its approach, balancing assertiveness with diplomacy to achieve its goals in one of the world's most strategically important regions. Regional trade agreements, strengthening economic ties, enhancing cooperation through RCEP and beyond. Beyond bilateral negotiations, the Sun Palace conjunction could also influence broader regional trade agreements, such as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, and other multilateral. Picture the trade ministers of Asia's major economies, China, Japan, South Korea, and ASEAN nations, gathering to discuss ways to enhance economic cooperation. The strategic clarity provided by Pallas Athena might inspire these leaders to resolve trade disputes, streamline regulations, and strengthen economic ties that benefit the entire region. Imagine the discussions focusing on long-term strategic benefits, where each country seeks to maximize its economic gains while contributing to the stability and growth of the region. The Sun Palace conjunction offers a unique opportunity for these nations to align their economic strategies, ensuring that Asia remains a vital and competitive force in the global economy. Japan and South Korea, strategic alliances and security concerns. For Japan and South Korea, the Sun Palace conjunction could be a time of strategic diplomacy, both in trade and security. Picture the leaders in Tokyo and Seoul, where the focus is on strengthening alliances and navigating the complex dynamics of regional security challenges. Japan, in particular, might seek to bolster its strategic alliances both within Asia and with global powers like the United States to counterbalance the influence of China. During this period, Japan and South Korea could also play crucial roles in regional trade agreements, working to ensure that their economic and security interests are well protected. The Sun Palace conjunction encourages these nations to take a proactive approach, using strategic diplomacy to secure their positions in the region and on the global stage. Security dialogues navigating regional flashpoints. Strategic negotiations on the Korean Peninsula and Taiwan Strait. The Sun Palace conjunction's influence on security dialogues in Asia could be profound, particularly concerning regional flashpoints like the Korean Peninsula and the Taiwan Strait. Picture the diplomatic efforts in Beijing, Seoul, and Washington, where behind-the-scenes negotiations aim to reduce tensions and prevent escalation. The conjunction's energy might inspire China to engage in strategic dialogues with neighboring countries and global powers, focusing on reducing the risk of conflict while securing its strategic interest. In the Taiwan Strait, a critical area of tension, the Sun Palace conjunction could encourage all parties to approach the situation with a greater emphasis on diplomacy and strategic planning. Imagine a scenario where strategic dialogues between China, Taiwan, and the United States lead to agreements that de-escalate tensions and promote stability in the region. The conjunction's influence might help to navigate these sensitive issues with wisdom and foresight, ensuring that Asia's security landscape remains stable during this critical period. ASEAN nations balancing diplomacy and sovereignty. For ASEAN nations like Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia, the Sun Palace conjunction offers a strategic opportunity to engage in dialogues with China over trade and territorial disputes. Picture the diplomatic negotiations in Manila or Kuala Lumpur, where ASEAN leaders work to balance their sovereignty with the need for regional stability. The conjunction's influence might encourage these nations to adopt a diplomatic approach, seeking solutions that protect their interests while maintaining peaceful relations with China. This period could see ASEAN nations playing a pivotal role in shaping the region's future, using strategic diplomacy to navigate the complex dynamics of Asia's security and trade landscape. The Sun Palace conjunction provides the perfect environment for these nations to strengthen their positions and contribute to the stability and prosperity of the region. A strategic turning point for Asia. The Sun Palace conjunction from September 5th to 8, 2024, marks a critical moment for Asia, offering a unique opportunity for strategic diplomacy and calculated decision-making. The alignment of these celestial bodies creates a favorable atmosphere for resolving trade disputes, enhancing economic cooperation, and navigating the complex security dynamics of the region. It is a time when the leaders of Asia can harness the power of strategic wisdom to shape the future of the continent and secure their positions on the global stage. Broader global impact, the power of strategic diplomacy and long-term vision. The Sun Palace conjunction. Astrological influence, a global shift towards strategic mastery. From September 5th to 8, 2024, the Sun Palace conjunction illuminates the global stage with a potent mix of leadership, wisdom, and strategic acumen. The Sun, embodying leadership, authority, and the essence of core identity, aligns with Pallas Athena, the asteroid representing wisdom, strategy, and diplomacy. This conjunction fosters an atmosphere where long-term planning, calculated decision-making, and strategic diplomacy are paramount. It's a time when world leaders and international organizations are not just reacting to events, but are setting the stage for future developments, ensuring that every move is carefully thought out and designed to yield lasting benefits. This celestial alignment is especially significant for global trade and security, as well as for the functioning and reform of international organizations. The Sun Palace conjunction encourages behind-the-scenes negotiations, the forging of new alliances, and the rolling out of long-term strategic initiatives that have been meticulously planned. It's a period when the global community is likely to see the fruition of strategies that have been in development for some time, with leaders taking advantage of this favorable alignment to advance their agendas on the world stage. Global trade and security, strategic diplomacy takes center stage. Behind-the-scenes negotiations among major powers. On the global stage, the Sun Palace conjunction could inspire a wave of strategic diplomacy, particularly in the realms of trade and security. Picture the confidential meeting rooms in Washington, Beijing, and Moscow, where global powers engage in behind-the-scenes negotiations to resolve ongoing disputes or to forge new alliances that serve their long-term strategic interests. This period might see the quiet but decisive formation of new trade agreements or security pacts that have been meticulously planned and are now ready to be implemented. Imagine the intricate diplomatic maneuvers as countries like the United States, China, and Russia work to strengthen their positions without drawing too much attention to their strategies. The Sun Palace conjunction offers the perfect environment for these powers to advance their agendas, using strategic thinking and careful diplomacy to navigate the complex dynamics of global trade and security. This period could see the resolution of long-standing disputes, the establishment of new alliances, and the implementation of strategic policies that have been in the works for some time. Strategic planning and implementation. The influence of Pallas Athena might also encourage global leaders to roll out initiatives that require careful planning and coordination. Picture the strategic discussions in the halls of power, where leaders finalize plans that have been meticulously crafted to address key global challenges. These might include policies related to economic stability, international trade, or global security, where the emphasis is on long-term benefits and strategic advantage. This period could be marked by the unveiling of significant global initiatives, such as new trade frameworks, security alliances, or economic recovery plans, all designed to secure the long-term interests of the nations involved. The Sun-Pallas conjunction encourages a calculated approach, where every decision is made with an eye toward the future, ensuring that the actions taken now will yield benefits for years to come. International organizations, advancing strategic initiatives, reforming global institutions. The Sun-Pallas conjunction could also spark strategic initiatives within major international organizations, such as the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, or regional bodies like the African Union. Picture the meeting rooms of these institutions, where leaders and diplomats work to reform and strengthen their roles in addressing global challenges. The influence of Pallas Athena might inspire efforts to enhance the effectiveness of these organizations, ensuring that they are better equipped to handle the complexities of the modern world. Imagine discussions focused on reforming the United Nations Security Council, strengthening the enforcement mechanisms of the World Trade Organization, or advancing the peacekeeping capabilities of the African Union. The Sun-Pallas conjunction provides the ideal environment for these strategic initiatives, where the focus is on long-term improvements that will enhance the global governance framework, strengthening diplomatic and strategic cooperation. This period might also see international organizations taking on a more prominent role in global diplomacy and strategic cooperation. Picture the leaders of these organizations engaging in high-level diplomatic efforts, working to resolve conflicts, address economic disparities, or promote global. The Sun-Pallas conjunction could encourage these bodies to take bold steps in advancing their missions, using strategic planning and diplomatic finesse to achieve. This conjunction might lead to the formation of new international coalitions, the adoption of comprehensive strategies for global challenges, or the implementation of long-term plans. The Sun-Pallas conjunction offers a powerful impetus for these organizations to rise to the occasion and lead the way in addressing the pressing issues of our time. Regions affected, strategic moves across the globe. United States, a calculated approach to foreign policy. For the United States, the Sun-Pallas conjunction could signal a period of strategic diplomacy and calculated foreign policy moves. Picture the strategic discussions in the White House, where advisors and policymakers craft plans that strengthen the U.S.'s position, both within NATO and in its relations with. The influence of Pallas Athena might inspire the U.S. to take a more measured approach to its international engagements, focusing on diplomacy that yields long-term benefits. This period could see the U.S. engaging in strategic negotiations that solidify its alliances, enhance its security posture, and promote its economic interests on the global stage. The Sun-Pallas conjunction provides the perfect environment for the U.S. to advance its foreign policy goals with precision and foresight, ensuring that its actions contribute. Middle East, strategic diplomacy amid ongoing challenges. In the Middle East, the Sun-Pallas conjunction might encourage strategic diplomatic efforts, particularly concerning ongoing conflicts or trade negotiations involving key players like. Picture the diplomatic channels between Riyadh, Tehran, and Jerusalem, where behind-the-scenes negotiations aim to reduce tensions and promote regional stability. The conjunction's influence could inspire a focus on long-term solutions, where diplomacy takes precedence over conflict. Imagine the strategic dialogues that could lead to new agreements on security, trade, or regional cooperation, helping to ease tensions and build a more stable. The Sun-Pallas conjunction offers a unique opportunity for the region to advance its interests through strategic diplomacy, setting the stage for a future of greater peace, a global stage set for strategic diplomacy. The Sun-Pallas conjunction from September 5th to 8, 2024 marks a pivotal period for global strategic diplomacy and long-term planning. The alignment of these celestial bodies creates a favorable atmosphere for the resolution of disputes, the forging of new alliances, and the implementation of carefully crafted. It's a time when the world's leaders are invited to think strategically, act wisely, and plan for the long-term success of their nations and the global community. September 5 to 10, 2024, the dawn of a new era, the Uranus-Neptune conjunction. Astrological influence, a catalyst for revolutionary change. From September 5th to 10th, 2024, the alignment of Uranus and Neptune forms a conjunction that carries the potential to redefine societies. Uranus, the planet of innovation, revolution, and sudden change, merges with Neptune, the ruler of ideals, spirituality, and the dissolution of boundaries. This powerful aspect in mundane astrology is not merely a moment of fleeting change, but a harbinger of profound, lasting shifts driven by technological advancements, idealistic movements, and new ways of thinking. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction acts as a catalyst, pushing societies towards new paradigms in technology, energy, and social organization, while also challenging the balance between visionary ideals and practical realities. This conjunction is a force of global transformation, its influence sweeping across continents and industries, igniting a fervor for innovation and renewal. However, as with all great shifts, the path forward is not without its challenges. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction can bring confusion or disillusionment, particularly when the gap between idealistic visions and the constraints of reality becomes too wide. Yet, it is in this tension that the seeds of the future are sown, as the world navigates the complexities of profound change. Global impact, a surge in renewable energy and technological innovation. Renewable energy revolution, a global commitment to green energy. As the Uranus-Neptune conjunction unfolds, the world might witness a dramatic push towards renewable energy, with key players like the European Union and China leading the charge. Picture the vast solar fields in Spain, the wind turbines dotting the coastlines of northern Europe, and the sprawling energy infrastructures in China, all expanding rapidly as governments and corporations unveil ambitious plans to combat. The conjunction's influence could drive a significant transition away from fossil fuels, with nations around the globe investing heavily in clean energy infrastructure. Imagine the unveiling of international agreements or coalitions specifically aimed at addressing climate change through technological innovation. The urgency of the Uranus-Neptune conjunction might inspire new global commitments to reducing carbon emissions, promoting sustainability, and fostering a greener economy. This period could see the rapid development and deployment of technologies related to solar, wind, and other renewable energy sources, setting the stage for a future where clean energy is the norm, not the exception. Technological breakthroughs, pioneering new frontiers. Beyond energy, the Uranus-Neptune conjunction might stimulate groundbreaking advancements in other areas of technology, such as artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and space exploration. Picture the laboratories and tech hubs from Silicon Valley to Shenzhen, where scientists and innovators work feverishly to push the boundaries of what is possible. This conjunction could lead to discoveries that reshape entire industries, from medicine to manufacturing, creating new opportunities and challenges as societies adapt to the rapid pace of change. Imagine the launch of next-generation AI systems, the development of revolutionary biotech treatments, or the planning of ambitious space missions that aim to explore new frontiers. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction's influence could accelerate the integration of these technologies into everyday life, transforming economies and redefining how people live and work. However, as these advancements unfold, they might also raise questions about ethical implications, societal impacts, and the need for new regulatory frameworks to manage the risks associated with such rapid progress. Social unrest, navigating the challenges of disruption. While the push for renewable energy and technological innovation is largely positive, the Uranus-Neptune conjunction also carries the potential for social unrest, particularly if these changes are perceived as disruptive or if they exacerbate existing inequality. Picture the streets of coal mining towns in Europe or oil-dependent regions in the United States, where workers protest against the transition to renewable energy, fearing for their livelihoods and communities. The conjunction's influence could bring to the surface tensions between the beneficiaries of innovation and those who feel left behind. Similarly, rapid technological change might widen the gap between those who can adapt to and benefit from new technologies and those who cannot, leading to social and economic tensions. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction could act as a double-edged sword, driving progress while also exposing the fractures in society that must be addressed if true inclusive advancement is to be achieved. Regions and institutions affected, leading the charge. European Union pioneering the Green Revolution. The European Union, long a champion of environmental sustainability, could be at the forefront of the renewable energy revolution during the Uranus-Neptune conjunction. Picture the European Commission in Brussels, where policymakers draft ambitious new environmental regulations and funding programs to support green technology. The EU might push for stricter environmental policies, investing heavily in the research, development, and deployment of renewable energy sources. However, the transition might not be without resistance. Industries that are heavily reliant on fossil fuels, as well as populations that are negatively affected by the shift, could push back against these changes. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction will test the EU's resolve to lead the world in combating climate change, balancing idealistic visions with the practical realities of implementation. China, dominating the green technology sector. As a global leader in renewable energy production and technology, China could take bold steps to further its dominance in these sectors during the Uranus. Picture the vast solar and wind farms across China's landscape, expanding even further as the government rolls out new initiatives to enhance its clean energy infrastructure. China might invest heavily in new technologies like electric vehicles, battery storage, and next-generation renewable energy systems, positioning itself as a key player in the global transition to a sustainable future. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction could also see China engaging in international efforts to combat climate change, using its technological prowess to influence global energy policies and secure its leadership role in the green economy. However, as with any rapid transformation, China might face challenges in managing the social and economic impacts of these changes, particularly in regions dependent on traditional energy industries. International organizations, coordinating global efforts. Institutions like the United Nations, the World Bank, and the International Energy Agency could play crucial roles during the Uranus-Neptune conjunction, coordinating global efforts to advance renewable energy and technological innovation. Picture the UN General Assembly, where world leaders discuss new international agreements to reduce carbon emissions and promote sustainable development. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction might inspire these organizations to launch new initiatives or funding programs aimed at supporting clean energy and technological advancements on a global scale. This period could also see the formation of new coalitions or partnerships between nations, all driven by the shared goal of addressing climate change and ensuring a sustainable future for the planet. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction provides the momentum needed for these institutions to take bold steps in leading the global response to the challenges of the 21st century. A turning point for humanity, embracing the future. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction from September 5th to 10th, 2024, marks a profound turning point for humanity, offering a glimpse into a future shaped by technological innovation, renewable energy, and new social paradigms. The alignment of these two powerful planets creates an environment where revolutionary ideas can take root, driving societies towards a more sustainable. However, this period also challenges us to manage the complexities and disruptions that come with such rapid change, ensuring that progress is inclusive and benefits all. North America, a revolution in innovation and ideology, the Uranus-Neptune conjunction. Astrological influence, a surge of innovation amid ideological tensions. As the Uranus-Neptune conjunction takes hold from September 5th to 10th, 2024, North America finds itself at the epicenter of a transformative wave of technological innovation and ideological debate. Uranus, the planet of sudden change and innovation, collides with Neptune's influence over ideals and the dissolution of boundaries, creating a potent mix of visionary breakthroughs and ideological clashes. In the United States, this conjunction could usher in an era of rapid technological advancements, particularly in clean energy, artificial intelligence, and biotechnology. However, the same forces driving innovation might also ignite fierce ideological battles over the future direction of the country, especially concerning environmental policies and the regulation of emerging technologies. This conjunction represents both opportunity and challenge for North America. On one hand, the region is poised to lead in technological development, pushing the boundaries of what is possible. On the other, it must navigate the social and political tensions that arise when new ideas and technologies challenge established norms and industries. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction is a catalyst for change, but it also demands that society grapples with the implications of that change, both economically and ideologically. Technological innovation, leading the charge into the future. A surge in tech startups and industry expansion. In the United States, the Uranus-Neptune conjunction might spark an unprecedented surge in technological innovation. Picture the bustling hubs of Silicon Valley, Austin, and Boston, where tech giants and startups alike are racing to develop the next big breakthroughs in clean energy, artificial intelligence, and biotechnology. This period could see an explosion of creativity and investment as both the public and private sectors pour resources into research and development aimed at addressing some of the world's most pressing challenges. Imagine the launch of new startups focused on renewable energy technologies, the expansion of AI-driven healthcare solutions, and breakthroughs in biotech that promise to revolutionize medicine and public health. The conjunction's influence could lead to collaborations between government agencies, research institutions, and private companies on large-scale projects designed to combat climate change, enhance public health, and secure the United States' position in public-private collaboration on grand challenges. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction might also inspire a new wave of public-private collaborations aimed at tackling grand challenges like climate change or improving public health. Picture large-scale initiatives similar to the Manhattan Project or the Apollo program, but focused on developing clean energy technologies or AI-driven solutions to global health crises. These collaborations could bring together the best minds from government, industry, and academia, leveraging the power of innovation to create solutions that have a lasting impact on society. This period could see the United States government partnering with tech giants to fund research into sustainable technologies or launching new programs that incentivize the development of AI tools for healthcare. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction provides the perfect environment for these visionary projects, combining the innovative spirit of Uranus with Neptune's idealism and focus on the greater good. Ideological clashes, the battle for the future. Debates over environmental policies and tech regulation. While Uranus-Neptune conjunction drives technological progress, it also brings to the forefront significant ideological clashes, particularly over environmental policies and the regulation of emerging technologies. Picture the intense debates in Congress and state legislatures across the United States, where lawmakers argue over the merits of the Green New Deal, carbon pricing, and the role of government in regulating AI and biotechnology. The conjunction's energy might amplify these debates, leading to political polarization as different groups push for their vision of the future. Imagine protests in Washington, D.C. and across the country, where environmental activists demand more aggressive action on climate change, while opponents argue against government overreach and the potential economic impacts of such policies. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction could also lead to legislative battles or legal challenges as various stakeholders, from tech companies to labor unions, fight for their interests in a rapidly changing landscape. Economic disruption and social unrest. The rapid pace of technological change driven by the Uranus-Neptune conjunction could also lead to economic disruption, particularly in sectors that are slow to adapt. Picture the traditional manufacturing hubs in the Midwest or the oil-rich regions of Texas, where workers feel increasingly threatened by the rise of automation and the shift towards renewable energy. This period might see social unrest as these communities grapple with the economic impacts of technological innovation, leading to protests, political pushback, and calls for government intervention to protect jobs and livelihoods. Imagine the challenges faced by policymakers as they try to balance the need for innovation with the protection of workers and industries that are struggling to keep up. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction might force the United States to confront difficult questions about the future of work, economic inequality, and the role of government in managing the transition to a more technologically advanced society. Countries affected, navigating the waves of change. United States, the epicenter of innovation and ideological conflict. The United States is likely to experience both the benefits and challenges of the Uranus-Neptune conjunction more intensely than most. As a global leader in technology and innovation, the U.S. might see significant advancements in clean energy, AI, and biotech, but these developments could also exacerbate existing social and political tensions. Picture a country where technological progress is celebrated in some quarters, while others express deep concerns about the social and economic impacts of such rapid change. Key issues during this period might include the regulation of new technologies, the transition to renewable energy, and the impact of innovation on jobs and economic inequality. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction offers the United States an opportunity to lead in creating a more sustainable and technologically advanced future, but it also requires careful management of the societal impacts of these changes. Canada, balancing growth and sustainability. As the United States' close neighbor and major trading partner, Canada might experience similar trends during the Uranus-Neptune conjunction, particularly in relation to energy policy and technological innovation. Picture the debates in Ottawa and provincial capitals like Alberta and Quebec, where leaders discuss how to balance economic growth with environmental sustainability. The conjunction's influence might encourage Canada to take bold steps in advancing clean energy technologies, while also navigating the challenges of transitioning away from fossil fuels. This period could see Canada grappling with the same ideological and economic tensions as the United States, as it seeks to position itself as a leader in sustainability while managing the social impacts of technological change. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction offers Canada a chance to align its economic growth with environmental responsibility, but it also demands careful consideration of the needs and concerns of its diverse population. A transformative period for North America. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction from September 5th to 10th, 2024, marks a transformative period for North America, characterized by a surge in technological innovation and significant ideological clashes. The alignment of these two powerful planets creates an environment where new ideas and technologies can flourish, but it also brings to the surface deep-seated tensions about the direction of society. This is a time when the United States and Canada must navigate the complexities of innovation, ensuring that progress benefits all while managing the disruptions that such change inevitably brings. South Asia, the dual edge of technological growth, the Uranus-Neptune conjunction. Astrological influence, a catalyst for innovation and social change. From September 5th to 10th, 2024, the Uranus-Neptune conjunction brings a wave of transformative energy to South Asia, particularly India, where the forces of technological innovation and social challenges collide. Uranus, the planet of sudden change and innovation, combines with Neptune's idealism and dissolution of boundaries, creating an environment ripe for rapid advancements in technology. This period could see South Asia, led by India, making significant strides in information technology, renewable energy, and digital finance. However, as with all profound change, this surge in technological growth might also exacerbate existing social challenges, creating a complex landscape that demands careful navigation. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction acts as a double-edged sword in South Asia, offering the potential for unprecedented economic growth and global competitiveness, while also highlighting the deep-rooted social disparities that could be intensified by the pace of change. This period is a pivotal moment for the region, where the benefits of technological advancement must be balanced with the need for inclusive development and social stability. Technological growth, India at the forefront of innovation. Advancements in IT, renewable energy, and digital finance. In India, the Uranus-Neptune conjunction could spark a surge in technological growth, positioning the country as a global leader in innovation. Picture the bustling tech hubs of Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Mumbai, where startups and established companies alike are pushing the boundaries of what's possible in sectors like information technology, renewable energy, and digital finance. This period might see India rapidly advancing in these areas, driven by both government initiatives and private sector investment aimed at fostering technological development and economic growth. Imagine the launch of new government programs designed to support innovation-driven startups, with a focus on creating a robust ecosystem that encourages entrepreneurship and technological advancement. The conjunction's influence could lead to breakthroughs in renewable energy technologies, furthering India's goals of sustainability and energy independence. Additionally, the expansion of digital finance could revolutionize how Indians access and manage their money, bringing financial services to millions who previously lacked access. A surge in innovation-driven startups. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction might also stimulate the rise of a new generation of startups in India, particularly those focused on leveraging technology to solve social and economic challenges. Picture young entrepreneurs in Delhi and Pune launching companies that use AI to improve healthcare delivery, or blockchain technology to enhance transparency in governance. The influence of this conjunction could create an environment where innovation thrives, supported by a combination of government policies, venture capital investment, and a growing culture of entrepreneurship. This period could see India solidifying its reputation as a global tech hub, attracting talent and investment from around the world. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction offers India a unique opportunity to lead in technological innovation, driving economic growth while addressing some of the country's most pressing challenges. Social challenges, the costs of rapid technological change, widening gaps between urban and rural areas. While technological growth brings many benefits, the Uranus-Neptune conjunction also highlights the social challenges that come with rapid change. In India and other South Asian countries, the transition to a more technology-driven economy could exacerbate existing inequalities, particularly the gap between urban and rural areas. Picture the high-tech offices in Gurgaon and the sprawling rural landscapes of Bihar, where access to technology and digital literacy remain limited. The conjunction's influence might widen this divide as urban areas surge ahead in technological adoption, while rural regions struggle to keep pace. This period could see growing concerns about the digital divide, as well as debates over how to ensure that technological advancements benefit all segments of society, not just those in urban centers. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction may prompt calls for policies that address these disparities, ensuring that rural populations are not left behind in the race towards a digital future. Socioeconomic disparities and the impact of automation. The rapid pace of technological change driven by the Uranus-Neptune conjunction could also intensify socioeconomic disparities, particularly as automation begins to impact traditional industries. Picture the manufacturing hubs in Gujarat and the agricultural fields of Punjab, where workers fear that their jobs are at risk from automation and other technological advancements. The conjunction's influence might bring these concerns to the forefront, leading to social tensions and political debates over the future of work and economic inequality. This period could see increased pressure on governments to implement policies that protect workers and ensure that the benefits of technological progress are widely shared. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction challenges South Asia to find ways to balance economic growth with social equity, ensuring that innovation does not come at the cost of social stability. Policy implementation, navigating the path forward. Balancing technological growth with social stability. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction might highlight the difficulties of implementing policies that support technological growth while also addressing social challenges. In India, for example, the government might face resistance from traditional industries, labor unions, or political groups that feel threatened by the pace of change. Picture the debates in the Indian Parliament, where lawmakers grapple with the complexities of fostering innovation while ensuring that the transition to a technology-driven economy does not exacerbate social tensions. This period could see the introduction of new policies aimed at promoting digital literacy, expanding access to technology in rural areas, and protecting workers in industries affected by automation. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction underscores the need for careful, strategic planning to ensure that technological advancements benefit the broader population and do not lead to increased inequality or social unrest. The role of government and public policy. Governments in South Asia might find themselves at a crossroads during the Uranus-Neptune conjunction as they seek to harness the benefits of technological innovation while mitigating its potential downsides. Picture policymakers in New Delhi, Islamabad, and Dhaka working to create frameworks that encourage technological growth while also safeguarding social stability. The influence of this conjunction could lead to a greater emphasis on public policy that addresses the challenges of digital inclusion, economic inequality, and the social impacts of rapid technological change. This period could see South Asian governments playing a more active role in shaping the future of technology, ensuring that innovation is aligned with the needs and aspirations of all citizens. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction offers a powerful reminder that progress must be inclusive, with policies that promote both economic development and social cohesion. Countries affected, leading the charge and managing the impact. India, a leader in innovation with significant social challenges. India is likely to be at the forefront of technological growth in South Asia during the Uranus-Neptune conjunction, with significant advancements in sectors like IT, renewable energy, and digital finance. However, the country might also face substantial social challenges as it navigates the transition to a more technology-driven economy. Picture India's bustling cities, where innovation thrives, alongside its vast rural areas, where the pace of change is slower and the risks of social unrest are higher. Key issues during this period might include addressing the digital divide, managing the impacts of automation on traditional industries, and ensuring that technological growth contributes to reducing, rather than exacerbating, social inequalities. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction challenges India to lead in innovation while also creating a more inclusive and equitable society. Pakistan and Bangladesh, following in India's footsteps. Pakistan and Bangladesh might also experience technological growth during the Uranus-Neptune conjunction, particularly in sectors like IT and digital finance. However, these countries could face similar social challenges related to inequality, access to technology, and the impact of innovation on traditional industries. Picture the tech startups emerging in Karachi and Dhaka, alongside the rural communities where access to digital infrastructure remains limited. This period could see Pakistan and Bangladesh grappling with the same tensions as India, as they seek to balance economic growth with social stability. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction offers these countries an opportunity to advance technologically, but it also demands careful planning and policy implementation to ensure that the benefits of innovation are widely shared. A transformative era for South Asia. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction from September 5th to 10th, 2024, marks a transformative era for South Asia, characterized by rapid technological growth and significant social challenges. The alignment of these two powerful planets creates an environment where innovation can flourish, but it also brings to the surface the deep-seated issues that must be addressed to ensure that progress benefits all. This is a time when South Asia must navigate the complexities of technological change, balancing the pursuit of innovation with the need for social stability and inclusion. El Salvador, the path to modernization and social equilibrium, the Uranus-Neptune conjunction. Astrological influence, a push toward technological advancement and social adaptation. From September 5th to 10, 2024, the Uranus-Neptune conjunction casts a transformative influence over El Salvador, encouraging the nation to embrace technological growth while navigating the social challenges that accompany. Uranus, the planet of innovation and sudden shifts, joins forces with Neptune's idealism and visionary energy, creating a powerful impetus for modernization across various sectors. For El Salvador, this conjunction represents an opportunity to integrate cutting-edge technologies into its economy and society, driving progress in areas like digital finance, renewable energy, and communication. However, as El Salvador advances technologically, it must also address the social implications of these changes. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction highlights the need for policies that promote equitable access to technology and ensure that the benefits of modernization are shared across all segments of society. This period is a critical juncture for El Salvador, where the promise of innovation must be balanced with the imperative of social inclusion. Technological integration, embracing the digital revolution, advancements in digital finance and e-commerce. El Salvador, a country already on the forefront of digital finance with its adoption of Bitcoin as legal tender, might experience further technological integration during the Uranus-Neptune conjunction. Picture the bustling streets of San Salvador, where businesses and consumers increasingly rely on digital transactions and e-commerce platforms. This period could see a surge in fintech innovations, with new startups and established companies offering a range of digital financial services that cater to a tech-savvy population. Imagine the government rolling out initiatives to encourage the adoption of digital solutions in everyday life, from mobile banking to online marketplaces. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction might drive efforts to modernize the economy, with a particular focus on expanding access to digital finance and e-commerce in both urban and rural areas. This period could also see the development of new regulations and infrastructure to support the growing digital economy, ensuring that it remains secure and accessible to all. Renewable energy initiatives, harnessing natural resources. In addition to its digital ambitions, El Salvador might also focus on expanding its renewable energy infrastructure during the Uranus-Neptune conjunction. Picture the geothermal plants harnessing the country's abundant natural resources, providing clean energy to power the growing economy. The conjunction's influence could lead to new investments in solar, wind, and geothermal projects, supported by both government policies and international partnerships. This period might see El Salvador positioning itself as a leader in sustainable energy within the region, leveraging its natural advantages to reduce reliance on fossil fuels and enhance energy independence. Imagine the launch of ambitious renewable energy projects that attract foreign investment and create jobs, while also contributing to global efforts to combat climate change. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction offers El Salvador a unique opportunity to align its economic development with environmental sustainability, setting an example for other nations in the region. Social challenges, bridging the digital divide. Resistance from traditional sectors and rural communities. While technological growth brings many benefits, the Uranus-Neptune conjunction also underscores the social challenges that can arise from rapid change. In El Salvador, there may be resistance from traditional sectors, particularly in rural areas where access to digital tools and education is limited. Picture the small farming communities in the countryside, where the transition to a more technology-driven economy might be met with skepticism or fear of obsolescence. This period could see growing concerns about the digital divide, as well as debates over how to ensure that technological advancements do not exacerbate existing inequalities. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction might prompt the government to implement policies that promote digital literacy and expand access to technology in underserved areas, ensuring that the benefits of modernization are shared broadly. These efforts could include targeted education programs, subsidies for digital devices, and the expansion of internet infrastructure in rural regions. Economic and environmental policy shifts. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction might also influence El Salvador to revisit its economic and environmental policies, aligning with global trends towards sustainability and climate resilience. Picture policymakers in San Salvador drafting reforms aimed at promoting green businesses, enforcing stricter environmental regulations, and protecting the country's natural resources. The conjunction's energy could inspire a broader commitment to sustainable development, with a focus on integrating environmental considerations into economic planning. This period might see the introduction of incentives for companies that prioritize sustainability, as well as efforts to attract international partnerships focused on renewable energy and environmental protection. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction challenges El Salvador to balance its economic ambitions with the need for environmental stewardship, ensuring that its development trajectory is both sustainable and inclusive. Sectors affected: driving growth and addressing inequality. Digital economy, accelerating technological integration. The digital economy in El Salvador could experience significant growth during the Uranus-Neptune conjunction, with advancements in fintech, e-commerce, and digital finance. Picture the rapid expansion of online services that make financial transactions easier and more accessible for the population. However, this growth may also bring challenges, particularly in ensuring that all segments of society can participate in and benefit from the digital revolution. Key issues might include addressing the digital divide, ensuring cybersecurity, and creating a regulatory environment that fosters innovation while protecting consumers. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction offers El Salvador the chance to lead in digital finance and technology, but it also requires a concerted effort to ensure that these advancements do not leave anyone behind. Energy sector, pioneering renewable energy. El Salvador's energy sector, particularly its renewable energy initiatives, could see substantial development during the Uranus-Neptune conjunction. Picture new geothermal plants coming online, alongside solar and wind projects that provide clean energy to communities across the country. This period could position El Salvador as a regional leader in sustainable energy, attracting investment and enhancing its energy independence. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction might also inspire the government to introduce policies that support the growth of renewable energy, such as tax incentives for green businesses or subsidies for renewable energy projects. However, the success of these initiatives will depend on the government's ability to manage the social and economic impacts of the energy transition, ensuring that the shift to renewables benefits all citizens. Rural development, addressing inequality and ensuring inclusion. Efforts to integrate technology into rural areas could face significant challenges during the Uranus-Neptune conjunction, particularly if the pace of change outstrips the capacity of these communities to adapt. Picture rural development programs aimed at expanding access to technology, improving digital literacy, and ensuring that rural populations can participate in the benefits of technological growth. This period might see increased attention to the needs of rural communities, with policies focused on reducing the digital divide and promoting inclusive development. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction highlights the importance of ensuring that technological advancements do not exacerbate existing inequalities, but rather contribute to a more equitable and prosperous society. A new horizon for El Salvador. The Uranus-Neptune conjunction from September 5th to 10th, 2024, marks a pivotal moment for El Salvador, offering both opportunities and challenges as the country navigates the complexities of technological growth and social adaptation. The alignment of these two powerful planets creates an environment where innovation can drive economic development and sustainability, but it also brings to the surface the social challenges that must be addressed to ensure that progress benefits all. September 6th to 7th, 2024, a beacon of prosperity and unity, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction. Astrological influence, a time of abundance, harmony, and diplomatic success. As Venus and Jupiter come into conjunction on September 6 to 7, 2024, the world is bathed in the positive and expansive energy of two of the most benevolent planets in astrology. Venus, the goddess of love, beauty, and prosperity, aligns with Jupiter, the king of abundance, expansion, and good fortune. This powerful conjunction is a harbinger of economic growth, successful diplomacy, and cultural flourishing. The combined influence of Venus and Jupiter enhances prosperity, making this an ideal time for negotiations, forming alliances, and launching initiatives that bring people and nations together. This celestial event is not just a moment of fleeting good fortune, but a catalyst for long-lasting positive developments on a global scale. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction creates an atmosphere of optimism and cooperation, encouraging nations to come together in the pursuit of mutual benefit. Whether through trade agreements, cultural exchanges, or diplomatic endeavors, this conjunction sets the stage for a period of prosperity and harmony that can have far-reaching impacts on the global community. Global impact, strengthening trade and cultural ties. Positive developments in global trade agreements. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction is likely to usher in a wave of positive developments in global trade, with nations seizing the opportunity to negotiate. Picture the negotiation tables in Brussels, Washington, and Beijing, where diplomats and trade representatives work harmoniously to expand economic partnerships and resolve disputes that have hindered growth in recent years. This period could see renewed cooperation between major economic powers, leading to the expansion of trade partnerships that boost global economic integration. Imagine the announcement of new trade deals that lower tariffs, protect intellectual property rights, and harmonize environmental standards, making it easier for countries to engage in cross-border trade. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction's influence could lead to the creation of a more integrated global economy, where the flow of goods, services, and capital is facilitated by agreements that reflect the shared interests of the global community. Harmonization of international trade standards. Beyond individual trade agreements, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction might inspire efforts to harmonize international trade standards, further easing the path for global commerce. Picture international meetings where leaders discuss the standardization of tariffs, intellectual property laws, and environmental regulations, all aimed at creating a level playing field for global trade. The conjunction's energy could lead to breakthroughs in these discussions, resulting in agreements that promote fairness and transparency in international markets. This period might also see the establishment of new frameworks for trade that prioritize sustainability and ethical practices, reflecting the growing global awareness of the need for responsible economic development. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction offers a unique opportunity for the world to come together in the pursuit of a more equitable and sustainable global cultural exchanges, fostering global unity. In addition to its economic benefits, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction could foster a flourishing of cultural exchanges between nations, enhancing mutual understanding and cooperation. Picture the vibrant cultural festivals in cities like Paris, Tokyo, and New York, where artists, musicians, and scholars from around the world come together to celebrate their shared heritage and creativity. This period could see an increase in educational partnerships, art exchanges, and initiatives aimed at preserving and promoting global cultural heritage. Imagine new programs that encourage student exchanges, collaborative research projects, and the sharing of cultural artifacts, all designed to build bridges between different cultures and promote a sense of global unity. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction's influence could help to heal divisions and foster a deeper appreciation of the rich diversity that makes up the global community. Regions and institutions affected, leading the charge in global prosperity. European Union, a central role in advancing trade agreements. The European Union, with its strong commitment to economic cooperation and integration, might play a central role in advancing global trade agreements during the Venus. Picture the European Commission in Brussels, leading new negotiations with major economies like the United States and China. seeking to expand trade partnerships. That this period could bring a sense of economic optimism within the EU, with member states reaping the rewards of increased trade and investment opportunities. Imagine the EU leveraging its collective bargaining power to secure favorable terms in trade deals that support sustainable development, protect workers' rights. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction offers the EU a golden opportunity to strengthen its role as a global economic leader, driving prosperity both within and beyond the United States, strengthening transatlantic ties and global partnerships. The United States might also see significant benefits from the Venus-Jupiter conjunction, particularly in the realm of trade and diplomacy. Picture Washington's diplomats working to resolve ongoing trade disputes with key partners like the European Union and China, using the conjunction's positive energy. This period could also see the U.S. focusing on strengthening transatlantic relations, particularly in areas like technology, finance, and environmental cooperation. Imagine new trade agreements that not only boost the U.S. economy, but also align with broader goals of sustainability and global leadership. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction might inspire a renewed commitment to international cooperation, positioning the United States as a key player in shaping a more prosperous World Trade Organization, WTO, facilitating global economic integration. The World Trade Organization, WTO, could play a pivotal role in facilitating the positive developments brought about by the Venus-Jupiter conjunction. Picture the WTO mediating disputes, promoting new trade agreements, and working to harmonize international standards that make global commerce more efficient and fair. The conjunction's influence might lead to a period of renewed vigor within the WTO, as it helps to guide the world toward greater economic integration and cooperation. This period could see the WTO introducing new initiatives that support the expansion of global trade, reduce barriers, and ensure that the benefits of economic growth. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction offers the WTO a unique opportunity to reaffirm its role as a cornerstone of the global economy, helping to foster a more prosperous, a global surge of prosperity and cooperation. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction on September 6-7, 2024 marks a time of extraordinary potential for economic growth, diplomatic success, and cultural flourish. The alignment of these two benevolent planets creates an environment where nations can come together in the spirit of cooperation, forging new trade agreements, harmonizing standards, and enhancing cultural exchanges. This is a period where the global community can make significant strides toward a more integrated and prosperous future, guided by the positive energy of Venus and Jupiter. Middle East, economic prosperity and cultural renaissance. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction. Astrological influence, a surge in wealth, diplomacy, and cultural enrichment. As Venus and Jupiter align in a rare and auspicious conjunction on September 6-7, 2024, the Middle East, particularly its oil-exporting nation, Venus, the planet of beauty, harmony, and prosperity, combines its energies with Jupiter, the planet of expansion, abundance, and good fortune, creating a powerful influence that is likely to enhance wealth, diplomatic successes, and cultural projects. For the oil-rich countries of the Middle East, this conjunction signals a time of opportunity where economic gains can be channeled into domestic development, infrastructure improvement. This celestial event offers more than just economic benefits. It also provides a fertile ground for diplomatic triumphs and cultural advancements. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction encourages nations to invest in projects that not only drive economic growth, but also contribute to cultural enrichment and international. The period marks a time of optimism, where the convergence of wealth and cultural heritage can lead to lasting positive changes in the region. Economic growth in oil-exporting countries, prosperity and strategic investments. Boost in oil revenues, capitalizing on favorable market conditions. In the oil-exporting nations of the Middle East, such as Saudi Arabia, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction is likely to bring about a period of robust economic growth, fueled by higher oil revenues. Picture the bustling financial districts of Riyadh and Dubai, where market analysts and government officials monitor a surge in oil prices, driven by favorable market conditions and strategic negotiations within OPEC. This increase in revenue could provide these nations with the financial resources needed to fund ambitious domestic development projects, improve infrastructure, and implement social programs aimed at diversifying their economies. Imagine Saudi Arabia channeling this newfound wealth into advancing its Vision 2030 goals, which focus on reducing the country's dependence on oil by investing in sectors like tourism, entertainment, and technology. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction offers a golden opportunity for these nations to secure their economic future by making strategic investments that lay the groundwork for long-term prosperity. Investment in cultural and economic projects, elevating global influence. The economic boost provided by the Venus-Jupiter conjunction could also empower Middle Eastern countries to invest in cultural and economic projects that enhance their global standing. Picture the grand opening of new museums, cultural centers, and arts festivals in cities like Abu Dhabi and Doha, designed to showcase the rich cultural heritage of the region. This period might see significant investments in tourism infrastructure, aimed at positioning these nations as premier global destinations for cultural and recreational experiences. Imagine the UAE expanding its status as a global business hub by hosting major international events, from world-class art exhibitions to global summits on sustainability and innovation. The conjunction's influence could inspire a wave of cultural diplomacy, where Middle Eastern nations use cultural projects to build bridges with other countries, fostering mutual understanding and collaboration. Diplomatic successes, forging beneficial alliances. In addition to economic and cultural gains, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction might bring diplomatic successes for oil-exporting countries in the Middle East. Picture high-level meetings in Riyadh, Kuwait City, and Doha, where leaders engage in negotiations that result in beneficial treaties and agreements. These diplomatic efforts could enhance the economic and geopolitical influence of these nations, securing partnerships with major global powers or regional alliances that strengthen their position in the global economy. Imagine new trade agreements or strategic partnerships that open up additional markets for Middle Eastern oil and gas, or that facilitate investment in renewable energy projects. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction offers these countries the chance to leverage their economic power to achieve broader geopolitical goals, ensuring that they remain key players on the global stage. Countries affected, leading the way in prosperity and cultural development. Saudi Arabia advancing Vision 2030 and economic diversification. Saudi Arabia is likely to be one of the primary beneficiaries of the Venus-Jupiter conjunction, experiencing economic growth due to favorable oil market conditions. Picture the strategic discussions within the Saudi government, where leaders decide how best to allocate the increased revenues to advance the kingdom's Vision 2030 goals. This period might see accelerated investments in sectors like tourism, entertainment, and technology, all aimed at diversifying the economy and reducing its reliance on oil. Imagine Saudi Arabia unveiling new tourism initiatives that attract visitors from around the world, showcasing its cultural heritage and natural beauty. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction provides the kingdom with the resources and momentum needed to make significant strides toward its ambitious economic and cultural goals. United Arab Emirates, UAE, enhancing global business and cultural influence. The UAE could also see substantial benefits from the Venus-Jupiter conjunction, particularly in terms of increased oil revenues that might be invested in further developing its status as a global business hub. Picture the gleaming skyscrapers of Dubai and Abu Dhabi, where new business ventures and cultural projects are launched, all aimed at solidifying the UAE's position as a leading global destination. Imagine the UAE hosting major international events, from global art fairs to environmental conferences that draw visitors and investment from around the world. The conjunction's influence might also inspire the UAE to invest in cultural initiatives that promote its rich heritage, from expanding its art scene to preserving historical sites. This period could see the UAE using its economic strength to enhance its cultural and diplomatic influence on the global stage. Qatar and Kuwait, investing in growth and cultural projects. Qatar and Kuwait are also likely to experience economic growth during the Venus-Jupiter conjunction, with increased oil revenues providing opportunities to invest in cultural and economic projects. Picture the bustling streets of Doha and Kuwait City, where new museums, cultural centers, and economic initiatives are unveiled, all aimed at enhancing these nations' global influence. Imagine Qatar expanding its cultural diplomacy efforts, hosting international cultural festivals that attract artists and audiences from around the world. Similarly, Kuwait might invest in projects that promote its cultural heritage and diversify its economy, ensuring that it remains competitive in a rapidly changing global landscape. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction offers these countries the chance to build on their economic strengths, while also making significant contributions to global culture. A period of prosperity and cultural renaissance. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction on September 6th-7th, 2024 marks a time of extraordinary opportunity for the oil-exporting nations of the Middle East. The alignment of these two benevolent planets creates an environment where economic growth, diplomatic success, and cultural enrichment can flourish. This period is a golden opportunity for these nations to not only secure their economic future, but also to invest in projects that elevate their global standing and contribute to the cultural wealth of the world, charting a path toward prosperity and cultural influence. As the Middle East navigates this period of celestial alignment, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction challenges its leaders to harness the economic and cultural opportunities that it brings. The decisions made during this time will shape the future of these nations, determining how they navigate the global economy and their role in the world's cultural and diplomatic landscape. Stay with us as we continue to explore the unfolding story of this transformative period, delving deeper into the cosmic influences that will guide the future of the Middle East and the world. The journey is just beginning, and the possibilities for prosperity and cultural development are boundless. To you. Broader global impact, economic and cultural flourishing, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction. Astrological influence, a wave of optimism in finance, culture, and diplomacy. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction on September 6th-7th, 2024 resonates far beyond individual nations, casting its positive influence across the globe. As Venus and Jupiter align, they bring with them a surge of optimism and expansion that is likely to be felt in global financial markets, cultural diplomacy, and the tourism industry. This conjunction is a time when economic and cultural activities are harmonized, fostering a period of growth and flourishing that benefits both established powers and emerging markets. The conjunction's influence is particularly strong in areas where finance meets culture, and where economic growth is intertwined with diplomatic and cultural exchanges. This period is a time of opportunity, where the energies of Venus and Jupiter create a fertile ground for positive developments in global trade, cultural diplomacy, and tourism, all of which contribute to a more connected and prosperous world. Global financial markets, a surge in optimism and investment. Economic growth and increased investment. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction is likely to bring a wave of optimism to global financial markets, leading to a period of economic growth and increased investment. Picture the trading floors of Wall Street, London, and Tokyo, where the positive energy of the conjunction drives rising stock markets, favorable interest rates, and this period could see investors flocking to opportunities that promise long-term growth, particularly in sectors like technology, green energy, and infrastructure. Imagine the impact of this optimism on global economies. As businesses expand, new jobs are created, and consumers feel more confident in their financial futures. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction provides a powerful boost to global financial markets, creating a virtuous cycle of growth and prosperity that benefits countries around. Cultural diplomacy, strengthening international relations through culture. On a global scale, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction could also promote cultural diplomacy, with nations using cultural exchanges and collaborations as tools for strengthening. Picture the world's great cultural capitals: Paris, New York, Tokyo, hosting international festivals, educational exchange programs, and joint initiatives that bring this period might see a renewed emphasis on the role of culture in diplomacy, with nations using cultural projects to build bridges and foster mutual understanding. Imagine the launch of global initiatives that address pressing challenges like climate change, inequality, and conflict through the lens of art and culture. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction offers a unique opportunity for the world to come together in the spirit of cooperation, using culture as a means to achieve diplomatic and tourism and travel, a revival of global tourism. The tourism and travel industries are also likely to benefit from the positive energy of the Venus-Jupiter conjunction, with increased travel between countries and a renewed focus. Picture the bustling airports and tourist destinations, where travelers from around the world explore new cultures and landscapes. Driven by a sense of adventure, this period could see nations launching campaigns to attract tourists, highlighting their cultural heritage, natural beauty, and hospitality. Imagine the impact on local economies as tourism surges, bringing new revenue streams and opportunities for cultural exchange. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction provides a much-needed boost to the global tourism industry, helping to revive an essential part of the world economy that has faced significant regions affected, flourishing economies and cultural exchanges. Latin America, embracing trade and cultural opportunities. In Latin America, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction might bring increased trade and investment, particularly in sectors like agriculture, tourism, and renewable energy. Picture the vibrant markets of Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico, where businesses expand and new partnerships are forged, driven by the positive energy of the conjunction. This period could see Latin American countries benefiting from increased global demand for their exports, as well as from investments in their cultural and natural. Imagine the launch of cultural exchange programs that promote Latin American art, music, and literature on the global stage, fostering mutual understanding and economic. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction offers Latin America the chance to strengthen its economic and cultural ties with the world, contributing to a more interconnected Asia-Pacific, strengthening regional integration. The Asia-Pacific region might also experience the positive effects of the Venus-Jupiter conjunction, particularly through enhanced regional economic integration. Picture the trade negotiations between Japan, South Korea, and Australia, where leaders work to deepen economic ties and promote shared prosperity. This period could see new agreements that strengthen regional cooperation, particularly in areas like technology, finance, and environmental sustainability. Imagine the cultural exchanges and tourism initiatives that highlight the rich heritage of the Asia-Pacific region, attracting visitors from around the world. And the Venus-Jupiter conjunction provides the region with an opportunity to showcase its economic and cultural strengths, enhancing its role in the global community. A time of global flourishing and cultural renaissance. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction on September 6th to 7th, 2024, marks a period of global flourishing where economic growth, cultural diplomacy, and tourism are harmonized to create a more prosperous. The alignment of these two benevolent planets brings a surge of optimism and expansion that benefits countries across the globe, fostering a period of economic and cultural renaissance that has building a future of prosperity and cultural exchange. As the world navigates this period of celestial alignment, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction challenges nations to embrace the opportunities for growth and cooperation that it brings. The decisions made during this time will shape the future of global trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange, laying the groundwork for a more prosperous and harmonious world. Stay with us as we continue to explore the unfolding story of this transformative period, delving deeper into the cosmic influences that will guide the future of our world. The journey is just beginning, and the possibilities for global progress and unity are boundless. El Salvador, economic opportunities and cultural development, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction. Astrological influence, a time of economic growth and cultural enrichment, The Venus-Jupiter conjunction on September 6 to 7, 2024 brings a wave of opportunity to El Salvador, offering the nation a chance to capitalize on favorable economic conditions and cultural initiatives. Venus, representing prosperity and cultural beauty, combines with Jupiter's expansive and fortunate energy, creating a powerful influence that encourages growth in both the economic and cultural sector. For El Salvador, this conjunction signals a time to strengthen trade relations, attract foreign investment, and invest in cultural projects that enhance the country's global presence. This period is marked by optimism and potential, where El Salvador can make significant strides in economic development while also promoting its rich cultural heritage. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction offers a unique opportunity for the country to align its economic ambitions with its cultural identity, creating a path towards sustainable growth and global engagement. Economic opportunities, strengthening trade and attracting investment. Growth in agriculture, textiles, and technology. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction could bring significant opportunities for economic growth in El Salvador, particularly through trade agreements and investments that enhance the country's economic standing. Picture the bustling factories and farmlands, where increased demand for Salvadoran products like coffee, sugar, and textiles drives growth in these key sectors. This period might see El Salvador strengthening its trade relations with key partners, such as the United States, Mexico, and other Central American countries, capitalizing on favorable market conditions to boost. Imagine the government launching initiatives to promote the technology sector, attracting tech companies and startups to invest in El Salvador. The conjunction's influence could lead to increased economic stability and growth, benefiting both the public and private sectors, and positioning El Salvador as a competitive player in the regional economy. Beneficial treaties, negotiating for economic advantage. This period might also be conducive to negotiating or finalizing beneficial treaties or trade agreements. Picture the diplomatic efforts in San Salvador, where leaders work to secure agreements that enhance El Salvador's access to international markets, reduce trade barriers, and secure favorable terms for its exports. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction could lead to successful negotiations that result in increased economic opportunities and stability, providing a solid foundation for future growth. Imagine the impact of these treaties on the Salvadoran economy. As businesses expand, new jobs are created, and the country's global economic connections are strengthened. The conjunction's influence offers El Salvador the chance to secure its economic future through strategic diplomacy and trade partnerships. Cultural development, promoting heritage and attracting tourism. Cultural flourishing, showcasing El Salvador's rich heritage. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction's influence on cultural flourishing could lead to increased investment in cultural projects and initiatives in El Salvador. Picture the vibrant festivals, historical site restorations, and art exhibitions that celebrate the country's rich cultural heritage and attract international attention. This period could see El Salvador boosting its tourism sector by promoting its natural beauty, historical landmarks, and cultural traditions. Imagine the launch of cultural diplomacy initiatives, where El Salvador participates in or hosts international cultural events, festivals, or exchanges that highlight its unique cultural identity. The conjunction's energy could help to position El Salvador as a cultural hub in Central America, attracting tourists, scholars, and artists from around the world. Infrastructure development, supporting tourism and trade. With the economic optimism brought by the Venus-Jupiter conjunction, there could also be a focus on improving infrastructure, particularly in areas that support tourism and trade. Picture the development of new transportation networks, the upgrading of ports and airports, and the construction of tourist facilities that enhance El Salvador's appeal as a destination. This period might see significant investments in infrastructure projects that facilitate economic growth and improve the quality of life for Salvadorans. Imagine the long-term benefits of these developments, as improved infrastructure attracts more international visitors and strengthens the country's trade capabilities. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction provides the perfect environment for El Salvador to invest in the future. ensuring that its economic and cultural advancements are supported by a strong foundation. Sectors affected: driving growth and enhancing global presence. Agriculture and exports boosting key industries. Key agricultural products, such as coffee and sugar, might benefit from increased demand or better trade terms during the Venus-Jupiter conjunction, boosting revenues for local producers and contributing. Picture the thriving farms and cooperatives, where Salvadoran farmers benefit from favorable market conditions and increased exports. This period could see the agricultural sector playing a central role in driving economic development, supported by trade agreements and government initiatives. Tourism revitalizing a key economic sector. The tourism sector could see a revival during the Venus-Jupiter conjunction, with initiatives to attract more visitors and showcase El Salvador's cultural and natural attractions. Picture the bustling beaches, historical sites, and cultural festivals that draw tourists from around the world, contributing to the country's economic growth. This period might see partnerships with international travel companies or campaigns to promote El Salvador as a premier tourist destination, highlighting its rich heritage and scenic beauty. Cultural initiatives, enhancing global cultural presence. Investment in cultural projects could enhance El Salvador's global cultural presence, leading to opportunities for artists, performers, and cultural institutions to engage with international audiences. Picture Salvadoran art and culture being showcased at international festivals, museums, and galleries, building a global reputation for the country's creative talent. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction offers a unique opportunity for El Salvador to strengthen its cultural identity while engaging with the global community. A period of growth and cultural enrichment for El Salvador. The Venus-Jupiter conjunction on September 6-7, 2024, marks a time of significant opportunity for El Salvador, offering the chance to strengthen its economy through strategic trade agreements. This period is a golden opportunity for the country to align its economic and cultural goals, creating a path towards sustainable growth and global engagement. September 6-14, 2024, unveiling hidden truths and shaping the future. The Mercury-Pluto conjunction. Astrological influence, a time of intense communication and transformative revelations. As Mercury aligns with Pluto from September 6-14, 2024, the world enters a period of profound and potentially unsettling communication. Mercury, the planet of intellect, communication, and information exchange, merges with Pluto, the ruler of power, transformation, and the hidden aspects of life. This conjunction is known for its ability to bring hidden information to light, initiate deep and transformative discussions, and spark negotiations that can alter the course of events on both national and international stages. The energy of this aspect can be intense, pushing societies to confront uncomfortable truths and engage in conversations that lead to significant change. The Mercury-Pluto conjunction is a time when secrets are revealed, power dynamics are challenged, and the collective consciousness is stirred. It is a period that demands transparency, accountability, and a willingness to engage in difficult but necessary dialogues. For nations, this conjunction can be a catalyst for transformation, whether through political revelations, strategic negotiations, or shifts in public discourse. United States, confronting unseen forces and rewriting the narrative. Potential developments, political revelations, strategic diplomacy, and media influence. Political revelations, uncovering hidden truths. In the United States, the Mercury-Pluto conjunction could lead to significant political revelations, uncovering hidden information related to government operations, corporate practices, or long-standing scandals. Picture the corridors of Washington, D.C., buzzing with the anticipation of new exposés that bring to light issues previously kept under wraps. This period might see investigative journalism and legal inquiries playing a central role in revealing these secrets, leading to public outcry, legal investigations, and possibly even changes in leadership. Imagine the profound impact these revelations could have on the political landscape, forcing the nation to confront uncomfortable truths and make necessary changes. The conjunction's transformative energy suggests that these revelations will not just be fleeting headlines, but catalysts for deeper societal shifts, pushing the U.S. toward greater transparency and accountability. Deep negotiations in international relations, strategic recalibration. On the international stage, the Mercury-Pluto conjunction might signal a period of deep and strategic negotiations between the United States and other global. Picture the intense discussions behind closed doors, where diplomats and leaders engage in negotiations over critical issues such as arms control, trade agreements, or security pacts. The conjunction's influence suggests that these negotiations could be transformative, potentially leading to new agreements or shifts in international alliances. Imagine the United States finding itself in a position where it needs to reassert its influence or adapt its strategies to maintain its global standing. The outcome of these negotiations could reshape the U.S.'s role in global politics, setting the stage for future geopolitical dynamics. Media and public discourse, the power of information. The media might play a crucial role during this period, with investigative journalism uncovering stories that lead to widespread public debate and demand for accountability. Picture the headlines and news reports that capture the nation's attention, sparking intense conversations across all levels of society. The conjunction could also influence public discourse, making conversations more focused, intense, and transformative. Issues related to free speech, media ownership, and the influence of information technology might also come to the fore, with debates over the ethics and power of the press taking center stage. The Mercury-Pluto conjunction challenges the United States to confront the power of information in shaping public opinion and political outcomes. Sectors affected: politics, international relations, and media. Politics and government. Potential scandals or revelations could shake the political landscape, leading to calls for reform or changes in leadership. International relations. Strategic negotiations might redefine the U.S. role in global politics, particularly in relation to key allies and rivals. Media and communication. The role of media in uncovering and disseminating information could be highlighted, with possible debates over the ethics and power of the press. Asia. Navigating power dynamics and strategic communications. Potential developments: territorial disputes, power dynamics, and information warfare. Territorial disputes, intense negotiations, and shifts in power. In Asia, the Mercury-Pluto conjunction could lead to intense and strategic communications between China and its neighboring countries, particularly concerning territorial disputes. Picture the diplomatic channels between Beijing, New Delhi, and Tokyo, where discussions over contentious areas such as the South China Sea, the Taiwan Strait, or the Himalayan border with India. The conjunction suggests that these communications could be transformative, potentially leading to shifts in territorial claims, military strategies, or diplomatic relations. Imagine China seeking to assert its influence more strongly during this period, using strategic diplomacy to solidify its position. Neighboring countries might respond with their own strategies, engaging in negotiations that could reshape regional power dynamics and alliances. Power dynamics, strategic communications, and regional influence. The conjunction might also bring to the surface underlying power dynamics in the region, with countries like Japan, South Korea, and India engaging in strategic communications to counterbalance China's. Picture the high-stakes diplomatic exchanges where each nation seeks to protect its interests while navigating the complex web of regional alliances and rivalries. These negotiations could involve a mix of diplomacy, economic leverage, and military posturing, with the potential to redefine security arrangements and influence the future of the region. Imagine the intense focus on strategic communications during this period, where every word and action is carefully calculated to achieve long-term goals. The Mercury-Pluto conjunction could lead to a period of heightened diplomatic activity, where the stakes are high and the outcomes are uncertain. Information warfare, the battle for control. In addition to traditional diplomatic channels, there might be an increase in information warfare or cyber activities as countries attempt to gain the upper hand in negotiations or to influence. Picture the covert operations and cyber attacks aimed at disrupting or manipulating the flow of information as nations seek to control the narrative and secure their positions. The conjunction's deep and transformative nature could make this a period where information becomes both a weapon and a tool for change. Imagine the impact of these activities on regional and global stability as nations grapple with the challenges of maintaining control in an increasingly interconnected and digital world. The Mercury-Pluto conjunction highlights the power of information in shaping geopolitical outcomes and the need for vigilance in the face of new forms of warfare. Countries affected: China, India, Japan, and South Korea. China, likely to be at the center of strategic negotiations, particularly concerning its territorial claims. China might use this period to solidify its position or to engage in transformative diplomacy that reshapes regional dynamics. India could engage in deep and strategic communications with China, particularly concerning border disputes in the Himalayas. This period might also see India strengthening its alliances with other regional powers or engaging in multilateral talks. Japan and South Korea. These countries might also be involved in strategic communications with China, particularly concerning security and territorial issues. Japan, in particular, might focus on protecting its interests in the East China Sea, while South Korea could be concerned with North Korea's influence and China's regional ambitions. El Salvador, unearthing truths and strategic repositioning. Potential developments: political revelations, strategic negotiations, and media empowerment. Uncovering hidden information: a nation confronts its shadows. In El Salvador, the Mercury-Pluto conjunction could lead to the uncovering of hidden information related to government activities, corruption, or corporate practices. Picture the investigations and journalistic efforts that bring to light issues previously concealed from the public eye. This period might see a series of revelations that provoke public outcry, leading to legal investigations and demands for accountability. Imagine the transformative impact of these revelations on the country's political landscape, potentially leading to significant changes in leadership or policy. The conjunction's energy suggests that these uncoverings will not just stir temporary controversy, but will drive lasting changes in how El Salvador is governed. Strategic negotiations, strengthening regional and global ties. On the international front, El Salvador might engage in strategic negotiations with neighboring countries or global powers. Picture the diplomatic efforts in San Salvador, where leaders work to negotiate trade agreements, security pacts, or diplomatic initiatives aimed at strengthening the country's position in the region. The conjunction's influence suggests that these negotiations could be intense and potentially transformative, leading to new alliances or shifts in El Salvador's international relations. Imagine El Salvador using this period to reposition itself on the global stage, securing deals that enhance its economic and geopolitical standing. The Mercury-Pluto conjunction offers a rare opportunity for the country to engage in deep and meaningful diplomacy that could reshape its future. Media and public debate: the power of information. The role of media in uncovering and disseminating information could be particularly highlighted during this period in El Salvador. Picture the intense public debates and discussions that arise as a result of new information coming to light. The conjunction might make public discourse more focused and intense, with conversations revolving around issues of transparency, accountability, and the power of information. Imagine the media playing a pivotal role in shaping public opinion and holding those in power accountable, as the nation grapples with the revelations and their implications. The Mercury-Pluto conjunction challenges El Salvador to confront the power dynamics within its society and to embrace a more transparent and informed public discourse. Sectors affected: government, international relations, and media. Government and politics. Potential revelations could lead to significant changes in leadership or policy, particularly if corruption or misconduct is uncovered. International relations. Strategic negotiations could reshape El Salvador's relationships with key regional and global partners, potentially leading to new trade agreements or security arrangements. Media and communication. The media's role in uncovering hidden information could be emphasized, leading to debates over press freedom and the power of information in society. A period of intense revelation and strategic transformation. The Mercury-Pluto conjunction from September 6 to 14, 2024, marks a time of profound communication and transformative revelations on a global scale. As hidden truths come to light and strategic negotiations unfold, the world is challenged to confront the power dynamics that shape societies and to engage in deep, meaningful discussions that can drive change. This period is a catalyst for transformation, whether through political revelations, diplomatic efforts, or shifts in public discourse. September 8 to 14, 2024, Embracing the Unpredictable, the Venus-Uranus conjunction. Astrological influence, a wave of sudden change and innovation. The Venus-Uranus conjunction from September 8 to 14, 2024, brings a powerful surge of unpredictable energy that can disrupt and transform established norms in finances, diplomacy, and cultural affairs. Venus, the planet of beauty, harmony, and economic prosperity, aligns with Uranus, the planet of innovation, disruption, and sudden change. This conjunction is known for its ability to shake up the status quo, introducing new dynamics and unexpected developments in areas that were previously stable. The Venus-Uranus conjunction can be both exciting and unsettling, as it opens the door to rapid shifts and innovative breakthroughs that challenge conventional thinking and practices. During this period, the influence of Uranus brings a sense of urgency and the potential for groundbreaking changes, while Venus ensures that these transformations are tied to values related to prosperity, diplomacy, and culture. The conjunction offers a unique opportunity for societies to embrace innovation and adapt to new realities, even if the changes are sudden and initially disruptive. Europe, navigating financial volatility and policy innovation. Potential developments, market volatility, policy shifts, and financial innovation. Financial market volatility, managing sudden shifts. In Europe, the Venus-Uranus conjunction could trigger significant shifts in financial markets, particularly within the Eurozone. Picture the trading floors of Frankfurt, Paris, and London, where investors react to sudden and unexpected changes in stock prices, currency values, and interest rates. The disruptive energy of Uranus suggests that these changes could be rapid and driven by unforeseen events, such as economic data releases, political developments, or shifts in investor sentiment. Financial institutions, businesses, and investors might need to respond quickly to these changes, managing risks and capitalizing on new opportunities in a volatile environment. Imagine the impact on the European economy as markets adjust to these sudden shifts, with some sectors benefiting from the volatility, while others face challenges. The Venus-Uranus conjunction creates an atmosphere of uncertainty, where the ability to adapt quickly and innovate becomes crucial for economic success. Eurozone policy changes, adapting to new realities. The conjunction might also lead to unexpected policy shifts within the Eurozone, particularly at the European Central Bank, ECB. Picture the ECB headquarters in Frankfurt, where policymakers discuss sudden changes in interest rates, monetary policy, or financial regulations in response to emerging economic challenges. The influence of Uranus could inspire bold decisions aimed at stabilizing the Eurozone economy or adapting to new financial realities. But these shifts might also cause short-term instability as markets and businesses adjust. Imagine the potential for innovative policy measures that address long-standing economic issues or that position the Eurozone to take advantage of new global trends. The Venus-Uranus conjunction offers the ECB a chance to lead with foresight, even if the initial changes are disruptive. Innovation in finance, pioneering new approaches. On a more positive note, the Venus-Uranus conjunction could inspire innovation in the European financial sector. Picture the launch of new financial technologies, the expansion of digital currencies, or the development of novel investment products that redefine how finance is conducted in the Eurozone. The focus on innovation could lead to long-term benefits for the European economy, even if the initial changes are unsettling. Imagine the rise of fintech startups and the adoption of cutting-edge technologies by traditional financial institutions, all aimed at staying ahead in a rapidly evolving market. The Venus-Uranus conjunction provides a fertile ground for financial innovation that can drive growth and competitiveness in Europe. Countries affected: Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. Germany and France. As the largest economies in the Eurozone, Germany and France could be at the center of these financial shifts. Changes in their financial markets or economic policies could have ripple effects across Europe, influencing the broader Eurozone economy. Italy and Spain. These countries might experience heightened financial market volatility, particularly if there are concerns about economic stability or fiscal policies. Investors might react strongly to any unexpected developments, leading to short-term market disruptions. European Central Bank (ECB). The ECB might play a key role during this period, potentially introducing new policies or responding to market volatility with measures aimed at stabilizing the Eurozone economy. Asia, cultural innovation and diplomatic shifts in Japan. Potential developments: cultural evolution, diplomatic reorientation, and economic adaptation. Cultural innovation, blending tradition with modernity. In Japan, the Venus-Uranus conjunction could bring about significant changes in cultural policies or practices. Picture the bustling streets of Tokyo and Kyoto, where traditional Japanese culture blends with modern, cutting-edge trends. This period might see a push toward innovation in the arts, media, and cultural industries, with an emphasis on integrating traditional Japanese elements with contemporary influences. Japan might introduce new cultural initiatives aimed at promoting its rich heritage while also embracing global trends, leading to a dynamic and evolving cultural landscape. Imagine the launch of cultural festivals, art exhibitions, and media projects that showcase this fusion of old and new, attracting both domestic and international audiences. The Venus-Uranus conjunction offers Japan a chance to redefine its cultural identity in a way that honors tradition while embracing innovation. Diplomatic shifts, redefining Japan's global role. The conjunction could also lead to unexpected changes in Japan's diplomatic policies. Picture the discussions in Japan's foreign ministry, where diplomats explore new initiatives or shift their stance on key international issues in response to evolving regional dynamics. Japan might strengthen ties with certain countries, explore new trade agreements, or take a more assertive role in regional security discussions. The influence of Uranus suggests that these changes might be surprising or unconventional, breaking from traditional diplomatic approaches. Imagine Japan repositioning itself on the global stage, engaging in diplomacy that reflects its commitment to both innovation and stability. The Venus-Uranus conjunction provides an opportunity for Japan to adapt its diplomatic strategies to the changing realities of the 21st century. Economic and trade policies, adapting to global trends. Japan might also see sudden changes in its economic and trade policies, particularly those related to international trade agreements or economic partnerships. Picture the meetings in Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry, where officials discuss how to adapt to new global economic trends or how to position Japan as a leader in emerging markets or industry. These shifts could be driven by a desire to innovate and stay competitive in a rapidly changing world. Imagine Japan taking bold steps to secure its economic future, whether through new trade agreements, investments in technology, or initiatives that promote sustainability. The Venus-Uranus conjunction offers Japan a chance to lead in areas where innovation and economic foresight are key. Countries affected: Japan, South Korea, China, and ASEAN nations. Japan. the primary focus of this conjunction in Asia, Japan could experience significant changes in its cultural and diplomatic policies. These changes might be driven by a desire to innovate and adapt to new global realities, with potential long-term benefits for the country's international standing and cultural influence. South Korea and China, these neighboring countries might be affected by Japan's diplomatic shifts, particularly if Japan takes a new approach to regional security or economic cooperation. Changes in Japan's policies could influence regional dynamics, leading to new alliances or shifts in existing relationships. ASEAN nations, Southeast Asian countries, might also be influenced by Japan's diplomatic and economic policies, particularly in areas related to trade and investment. Japan's innovative approaches during this period could create new opportunities for collaboration and economic growth in the region. El Salvador, embracing financial and cultural innovation. Potential developments: digital finance, cultural evolution, and diplomatic innovation. Financial shifts: pioneering digital finance. The Venus-Uranus conjunction could lead to sudden changes in El Salvador's financial landscape, particularly in areas related to digital currencies or financial innovation. Picture the streets of San Salvador, where businesses and consumers increasingly rely on digital transactions, and where the government continues to innovate in the realm of digital finance. Given El Salvador's pioneering role in adopting Bitcoin as legal tender, this period might see further developments in the country's digital finance sector. Imagine new regulations, technological advancements, or shifts in public and investor sentiment toward cryptocurrencies, potentially leading to increased volatility or new opportunities in the Venus-Uranus conjunction offers El Salvador the chance to build on its leadership in digital finance, even if the path forward is unpredictable. Cultural affairs, innovating for global impact. In addition to financial changes, El Salvador might experience shifts in its cultural policies or initiatives. Picture the vibrant cultural scene in cities like San Salvador and Santa Ana, where contemporary art, music, and media increasingly reflect global trends while maintaining a distinct Salvadoran identity. This period could see a push toward cultural innovation, with efforts to modernize cultural practices, promote contemporary art, or integrate new technologies into cultural production and dissemination. Imagine El Salvador gaining international recognition for its cultural contributions, attracting interest and collaboration from around the world. The Venus-Uranus conjunction provides the perfect environment for El Salvador to enhance its cultural presence on the global stage, leveraging innovation to showcase its rich heritage. Diplomatic relations, innovating on the world stage. The conjunction might also influence El Salvador's diplomatic relations, particularly in terms of economic and cultural diplomacy. Picture the diplomatic efforts in San Salvador, where leaders explore new opportunities for trade and cultural exchange with key partners. These initiatives might be unconventional or innovative, reflecting the disruptive energy of Uranus, and could lead to strengthened ties and new alliances. Imagine El Salvador using this period to position itself as a forward-thinking and innovative player in regional and global diplomacy. The Venus-Uranus conjunction offers a unique opportunity for the country to redefine its role on the world stage, using its strengths in digital finance and culture to forge new paths in international sectors affected: digital finance, cultural sector, and diplomacy. Digital finance. The digital finance sector could see rapid changes with potential impacts on the adoption and regulation of cryptocurrencies. This might involve new government policies or initiatives aimed at expanding the use of digital currencies in the economy. Cultural sector. Cultural institutions and industries might be encouraged to innovate and adapt to new trends, leading to the development of modern cultural practices and the promotion of El Salvador's cultural heritage. Diplomacy. El Salvador's diplomatic efforts might take on a new direction, with a focus on economic and cultural diplomacy that leverages the country's unique strengths and innovative approaches. A period of innovation and disruption across the globe. The Venus-Uranus conjunction from September 8th to 14th, 2024 marks a time of rapid change and innovation in areas as diverse as finance, culture, and diplomacy. The alignment of these two dynamic planets challenges the world to embrace new ways of thinking and to adapt to changes that can be both exciting and unsettling. This period is a catalyst for transformation, offering the opportunity to break free from old patterns and to pioneer new approaches that can drive progress and growth. September 15, 2024, Confronting Hard Realities, the Venus-Saturn conjunction. Astrological influence, a time of austerity, restriction, and realism. On September 15, 2024, the Venus-Saturn conjunction casts a sobering influence across the globe, bringing with it a sense of limitation, responsibility, and the need for careful planning. Venus aligns with Saturn. This powerful conjunction often signals a period where the focus shifts to managing resources prudently, addressing financial challenges, and navigating difficult diplomatic or interpersonal relationships. The combined energies of Venus and Saturn highlight the necessity for long-term planning and the potential obstacles that need to be overcome, whether in economic, diplomatic, or social spheres. This conjunction encourages nations and individuals to confront the realities of their situations with a disciplined and pragmatic approach. While it may bring challenges, it also offers an opportunity to build stronger, more resilient foundations for the future by making necessary adjustments and implementing responsible strategies. Europe, grappling with economic austerity and financial constraints. Potential developments: austerity measures, financial restrictions, and EU cohesion challenges. Economic austerity in Southern Europe, navigating fiscal constraints. The Venus-Saturn conjunction could bring a wave of economic austerity measures to Southern Europe, particularly in countries that have struggled with debt and economic instability, such as Greece and Italy. Picture the tense budget discussions in Athens and Rome, where government officials face the difficult task of implementing or tightening austerity measures to satisfy international creditors and manage fiscal deficits. This period might see cuts in public spending, tax increases, and efforts to reduce deficits, all of which could lead to public dissatisfaction and social unrest. Imagine the streets of Athens filled with protesters as citizens react to the economic hardships imposed by these measures. The Venus-Saturn conjunction could exacerbate the already fragile economic situation in Southern Europe, forcing governments to make tough decisions that could strain the social fabric and challenge political stability. Financial restrictions, a climate of economic caution. The conjunction might also bring financial restrictions or challenges for European nations, particularly within the banking and financial sectors. Picture the boardrooms of major European banks, where executives debate the implications of tighter lending conditions, new regulations, or a general atmosphere of economic caution. Financial institutions might become more conservative in their lending practices, slowing down economic growth and investment across the continent. Imagine the impact on small businesses and entrepreneurs who find it more difficult to secure loans, leading to a slowdown in innovation and economic dynamism. The Venus-Saturn conjunction encourages a careful and measured approach to finance, but it also highlights the potential for economic stagnation if restrictions are too severe. Challenges in EU cohesion, straining the Union's unity. The Venus-Saturn conjunction could also highlight challenges in maintaining cohesion within the European Union, particularly as member states face varying levels of economic stress. Picture the heated debates in Brussels, where EU leaders struggle to find common ground on fiscal policies, austerity measures, or financial support mechanisms. Wealthier nations like Germany and France might clash with Southern European countries over the best approach to managing economic challenges, leading to tensions within the EU. Imagine the risk of fragmentation within the Union, as differing economic priorities create rifts between member states. The Venus-Saturn conjunction could test the EU's ability to remain united in the face of economic adversity, pushing for compromises that may be difficult to achieve. Countries affected: Greece, Italy, Spain, and Portugal. Greece. Greece might experience a new round of austerity measures, particularly if the government faces pressure from international creditors or the European Union to address fiscal imbalances. These measures could lead to public protests and further strain the country's social fabric. Italy. Italy could also face economic restrictions or austerity measures, particularly in response to concerns about public debt or economic instability. The government might introduce budget cuts or tax increases to address these challenges, leading to potential political and social tensions. Spain and Portugal. These countries might also be affected by the Venus-Saturn conjunction, particularly if they are forced to implement austerity measures or deal with financial restrictions. The impact on public services and social programs could lead to public dissatisfaction and potential unrest. South America, diplomatic and economic trials in Brazil, potential developments, diplomatic challenges, economic restrictions, and regional impact. Diplomatic challenges in Brazil, navigating international tensions. In South America, Brazil might face significant diplomatic challenges during the Venus-Saturn conjunction. Picture the diplomatic offices in Brasilia, where officials grapple with strained relations with key international partners and disagreements over trade policies or environmental issues. Brazil might find itself at odds with other countries over critical matters, leading to diplomatic tensions that require careful negotiation and compromise. Imagine Brazil's efforts to maintain its regional influence while managing these challenges, potentially facing isolation or reduced support from its traditional allies. The Venus-Saturn conjunction could test Brazil's diplomatic resilience, pushing the country to navigate a complex web of international relationships with caution and strategic foresight. Economic restrictions, confronting financial challenges. The conjunction might also bring economic restrictions or challenges for Brazil, particularly in areas such as trade, investment, or access to international financial markets. Picture the financial sector in São Paulo, where business leaders and policymakers face difficulties due to external pressures like trade sanctions or unfavorable global economic conditions. These restrictions could lead to slower economic growth and challenges in maintaining social programs or public services. Imagine the impact on Brazil's economy as it struggles to balance internal challenges with external pressures, potentially leading to increased economic instability. The Venus-Saturn conjunction highlights the need for Brazil to manage its resources carefully and to plan for long-term sustainability in the face of economic constraints. Regional impact, ripple effects across South America. The challenges faced by Brazil could have ripple effects across South America, particularly in neighboring countries that are economically or diplomatically linked to Brazil. Picture the concerns in Buenos Aires, Santiago, and Lima as leaders monitor the developments in Brazil, knowing that regional trade flows and investment patterns could be disrupted by Brazil's struggles. The conjunction might lead to regional tensions or economic difficulties, particularly if Brazil's challenges spill over into the broader South American economy. Imagine the need for coordinated regional responses to manage the potential fallout, with countries like Argentina, Chile, and Peru adapting their economic policies to mitigate the impact. The Venus-Saturn conjunction underscores the interconnectedness of South American economies and the importance of regional solidarity in times of crisis. Countries affected: Brazil, Argentina, Chile, and Peru. Brazil, likely to face significant diplomatic and economic challenges, particularly in maintaining its relationships with key international partners and managing economic restrictions. The government might need to navigate these challenges carefully to avoid further economic or political instability. Argentina. As a close economic partner of Brazil, Argentina might also be affected by the challenges faced by Brazil, particularly if regional trade or investment patterns are disrupted. The country might need to adapt its economic policies in response to these challenges. Chile and Peru. These countries might also experience ripple effects from Brazil's challenges, particularly if regional economic conditions deteriorate or if diplomatic tensions increase. The Venus-Saturn conjunction could lead to a more cautious approach to economic and diplomatic matters in these countries. El Salvador, facing economic and diplomatic pressures. Potential developments: economic restrictions, diplomatic challenges, and social stability. Economic restrictions: implementing austerity measures. The Venus-Saturn conjunction could lead to economic restrictions in El Salvador, particularly in response to global economic conditions or internal fiscal challenges. Picture the discussions in San Salvador's government offices, where officials debate the necessity of implementing austerity measures, such as budget cuts or tax increases, to manage public debt or address economic imbalances. These measures could lead to public dissatisfaction and potential social unrest, especially if they affect essential public services or social programs. Imagine the challenges faced by the Salvadoran government as it tries to balance fiscal responsibility with the need to maintain social stability. The Venus-Saturn conjunction underscores the importance of careful financial management, but it also highlights the potential for social tensions if economic restrictions are too severe. Challenges in international relations: navigating diplomatic struggles. On the diplomatic front, El Salvador might face challenges in maintaining or strengthening its relationships with key international partners. Picture the diplomatic negotiations, where Salvadoran officials work to address disagreements over trade policies, economic sanctions, or differences in political or ideological alignments. The conjunction's influence suggests that these challenges could be particularly difficult to navigate, requiring careful diplomacy and strategic planning. Imagine the potential impact on El Salvador's international standing if these challenges are not managed effectively, leading to strained relationships or reduced support from key allies. The Venus-Saturn conjunction emphasizes the need for El Salvador to approach its diplomatic efforts with caution and foresight. Impact on social programs: strain on social stability. The economic restrictions associated with this conjunction might lead to cutbacks in social programs or public services, potentially exacerbating social inequalities and leading to public protests. Picture the concerns among vulnerable populations in El Salvador as they face the possibility of reduced support due to budget cuts or austerity measures. The government might need to carefully balance the need for fiscal responsibility with the demands of maintaining social stability and public support. Imagine the potential for increased social tensions if these measures lead to significant cuts in essential services, creating a challenging environment for the Salvadoran government. The Venus-Saturn conjunction highlights the importance of maintaining social cohesion even in times of economic difficulty. Sectors affected: public finance, diplomacy, and social stability. Public finance. The government's budget and fiscal policies might be under pressure, leading to austerity measures or financial restrictions that affect public spending and social programs. Diplomacy. El Salvador's diplomatic relationships might face challenges, particularly in areas related to trade or economic cooperation. The government might need to engage in careful diplomacy to navigate these challenges and maintain international support. Social stability. The potential impact on social programs and public services could lead to increased social tensions, particularly if economic restrictions lead to cuts in essential services or support for vulnerable populations. A period of austerity, responsibility, and realism. The Venus-Saturn conjunction on September 15, 2024, marks a time of confronting hard realities across the globe. Whether through economic austerity measures, diplomatic challenges, or social tensions, this conjunction emphasizes the need for careful planning, responsibility, and long-term thinking. While the influence of Venus and Saturn may bring difficulties, it also offers an opportunity to build more resilient and sustainable structures for the future by addressing the challenges head-on. September 15 to 18, 2024, a surge of idealism and compassion, the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction. Astrological influence, expanding compassion and ideals. As Jupiter aligns with Neptune from September 15 to 18, 2024, the world is poised for a profound wave of idealism, humanitarian efforts, and spiritual awakenings. Jupiter, the planet of expansion, optimism, and growth, merges with Neptune, the ruler of dreams, ideals, spirituality, and sometimes deception. This conjunction brings a powerful energy that can inspire large-scale humanitarian initiatives, social movements, and efforts to address global challenges. However, it also carries the risk of over-idealism, unrealistic expectations, or disillusionment as the line between reality and idealism becomes blurred. The Jupiter-Neptune conjunction encourages societies to dream big, to imagine a better world, and to take action to make those dreams a reality. Yet, it also reminds us of the need to stay grounded and to recognize the challenges that come with translating ideals into tangible outcomes. Europe, a renewed commitment to humanitarian and environmental causes. Potential developments, humanitarian initiatives, climate action, and social movements. Humanitarian efforts, leading the charge for global compassion. In Europe, the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction could inspire a renewed focus on humanitarian efforts, particularly in response to ongoing challenges like the migrant crisis and climate change. Picture the bustling offices of NGOs in Berlin and Paris, where new initiatives are being planned to provide support to refugees, address climate-related displacement, and promote sustainable development. Germany and France, countries with a strong tradition of humanitarian leadership, might spearhead these efforts, launching ambitious projects or campaigns that seek to mobilize resources and public support for these causes. Imagine the impact of these efforts as Europe takes a leading role in addressing global humanitarian challenges, with the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction fueling a wave of compassion and solidarity across the continent. However, there is a risk that some initiatives may face challenges in implementation or may overpromise on their goals, particularly if idealism outweighs practical considerations. Climate action, pushing for bold environmental policies. The conjunction might also inspire broader climate action efforts within Europe. Picture the discussions in government halls and environmental organizations across the continent, where leaders and activists collaborate on new initiatives aimed at mitigating the impacts of climate change. The idealistic energy of this conjunction could lead to the adoption of bold climate policies, though there is a risk that some initiatives may be too ambitious or may struggle with implementation. Imagine the potential for Europe to set new standards in climate action, leading by example on the global stage. The Jupiter-Neptune conjunction offers a chance for Europe to embrace its role as a global leader in sustainability, even if the path forward is not without its challenges. Social and ideological movements rising for justice and equality. In addition to humanitarian efforts, Europe might see the rise of social and ideological movements that advocate for greater social justice, equality, and human rights. Picture the vibrant protests and social gatherings in cities like Paris, Berlin, and Rome, where people rally around causes such as income inequality, gender equality, and human rights. These movements could gain momentum as people are inspired by the ideals of compassion and solidarity, though they may also face resistance from more conservative or nationalist forces. Imagine the potential for these movements to drive significant social change, even as they navigate the challenges of opposition and the realities of political resistance. The Jupiter-Neptune conjunction encourages Europe to dream big, but also to prepare for the obstacles that come with challenging the status quo. Countries affected: Germany, France, Italy, and Greece. Germany, likely to play a leading role in humanitarian and climate-related initiatives, potentially launching new programs or increasing its support for global causes. Germany might also see increased public engagement in social and environmental movements. France. Similarly, France could be at the forefront of efforts to address the migrant crisis and promote climate action. The country might also experience a resurgence in social justice movements, particularly in urban areas. Italy and Greece. As frontline states in the migrant crisis, these countries might see increased international support and cooperation aimed at managing the influx of refugees and providing humanitarian assistance. Latin America, a surge in social justice and ideological movements. Potential developments, social activism, ideological awakening, and the risk of disillusionment. Social justice movements advocating for change. In Latin America, the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction could energize movements promoting social justice, equality, and human rights. Picture the streets of Mexico City, São Paulo, and Buenos Aires, filled with passionate activists advocating for issues such as income inequality, indigenous rights, gender equality, and political corruption. These movements could gain significant momentum, drawing broad support from diverse segments of society and potentially leading to policy changes or reforms. Imagine the potential for these movements to create lasting change in Latin America, even as they confront the entrenched power structures that resist reform. The Jupiter-Neptune conjunction offers an opportunity for Latin America to address its deep-seated social and economic inequalities, though the path to ideological awakening, engaging with new visions for the future. The conjunction might also spark an ideological awakening in Latin America, with people becoming more engaged in discussions about the future of their societies and the values they want to uphold. Picture the lively debates in universities, community centers, and public squares, where new political or social leaders emerge, embodying the ideals of compassion, justice, and equality. This period could see shifts in the political landscape, with the potential for significant social change as new leaders and movements rise to prominence. Imagine the impact of this ideological awakening on the future of Latin America, as societies re-examine their values and priorities. The Jupiter-Neptune conjunction encourages Latin Americans to dream of a better future, but also to remain aware of the challenges of turning those dreams into reality. Challenges in realization, navigating the gap between ideals and reality. However, the idealism associated with this conjunction also carries the risk of disillusionment if expectations are not met. Picture the frustration among activists and supporters as movements struggle to achieve their goals in the face of resistance from established power structures or logistical challenges. The gap between ideals and reality could lead to frustration or conflict, particularly if promised reforms are slow to materialize. Imagine the potential for these movements to lose momentum or face setbacks, as the reality of achieving social change proves more difficult than expected. The Jupiter-Neptune conjunction reminds us that while idealism is a powerful force for change, it must be tempered with realism and practical action. Countries affected: Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and Chile. Mexico, likely to experience a surge in social justice movements, particularly around issues like corruption, human rights, and income inequality. These movements might push for significant political and social reforms, though they may face challenges in achieving their goals. Brazil could see similar developments with increased activism around social and environmental issues. The conjunction might also inspire movements advocating for the rights of indigenous communities and the protection of the Amazon rainforest. Argentina and Chile. These countries might also experience a rise in social movements, particularly in areas related to economic justice and human rights. The conjunction could lead to increased public engagement in political and social issues, with potential impacts on upcoming elections or policy debates. Africa, amplifying global aid and development efforts. Potential developments: humanitarian focus, development challenges, and addressing crises. Global aid and development, mobilizing resources for Africa. In Africa, the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction could bring increased focus on global aid and development projects. Picture the coordinated efforts of international organizations, NGOs, and governments as they launch new initiatives aimed at addressing poverty, improving healthcare, and supporting sustainable development across the continent. This period could see a surge in funding and resources dedicated to these efforts, as the global community is inspired to take action on behalf of Africa's most vulnerable populations. Imagine the impact of these initiatives as they bring much-needed support to communities across Africa, though challenges in implementation may arise. The Jupiter-Neptune conjunction offers an opportunity for the world to come together in a spirit of compassion and solidarity, even as it navigates the complexities of delivering effective aid. Challenges in implementation, overcoming obstacles to success. However, the idealism associated with this conjunction also poses challenges, particularly in terms of implementation. Picture the difficulties faced by development projects as they encounter obstacles such as corruption, bureaucratic inefficiencies, or logistical challenges. There is a risk that well-intentioned initiatives may not fully deliver on their promises, leading to frustration or disappointment among those they aim to help. Imagine the need for careful planning and oversight to ensure that these projects achieve their goals and that the resources provided are used effectively. The Jupiter-Neptune conjunction reminds us that while compassion is essential, it must be accompanied by practical strategies to overcome the challenges of implementation. Humanitarian crises, responding to urgent needs. The conjunction might also highlight ongoing humanitarian crises in Africa, such as food insecurity, conflict, and displacement. Picture the efforts of aid organizations as they respond to these crises, mobilizing resources and personnel to provide relief to those in need. The global community might respond with increased aid efforts, though there could be challenges in ensuring that this aid reaches those who need it most. Imagine the potential for these crises to receive greater attention and support during this period, as the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction inspires a renewed commitment to addressing urgent humanitarian needs. However, the success of these efforts will depend on overcoming the obstacles that often hinder effective aid delivery. Countries affected: Nigeria, Ethiopia, Kenya, and South Africa. Nigeria. As one of Africa's most populous and influential countries, Nigeria might be a focal point for global aid and development efforts. The country could see increased international support aimed at addressing issues like poverty, healthcare, and education, though the effectiveness of these efforts may be influenced by local challenges. Ethiopia. Similarly, Ethiopia might receive attention from the global community, particularly in response to ongoing conflicts or humanitarian crises. The conjunction could inspire new initiatives aimed at promoting peace, stability, and development in the region. Kenya and South Africa. These countries might also be involved in global aid and development projects, particularly in areas related to healthcare, education, and sustainable development. The conjunction could lead to increased collaboration between these countries and international partners, though challenges in implementation may arise. El Salvador, a wave of idealism and compassionate action. Potential developments, social movements, humanitarian efforts, and the risk of disillusionment. Social justice and ideological movements, rising for change. In El Salvador, the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction could inspire a wave of idealistic movements focused on social justice, human rights, and political reform. Picture the passionate gatherings in San Salvador, where young activists and concerned citizens rally for issues such as corruption, economic inequality, and violence. These movements might gain significant momentum, particularly among younger generations, and could lead to increased activism around these pressing issues. Imagine the impact of these movements as they drive public discourse and push for significant reforms, though they may also face challenges in achieving their goals. The Jupiter-Neptune conjunction offers El Salvador an opportunity to address its social and political challenges, even as it navigates the complexities of translating idealism into action. Humanitarian efforts, addressing the needs of the vulnerable. The conjunction could also bring increased attention to humanitarian issues in El Salvador, particularly those related to poverty, healthcare, and education. Picture the efforts of international organizations, NGOs, and local activists as they collaborate on new initiatives aimed at improving the lives of vulnerable populations. These initiatives might focus on providing essential services, addressing social inequalities, and promoting sustainable development. Imagine the potential for these efforts to make a meaningful difference in the lives of many Salvadorans, even as they encounter challenges in implementation. The Jupiter-Neptune conjunction encourages a compassionate approach to addressing the country's most pressing needs, though it also highlights the importance of practical solutions. Risk of unrealistic expectations, navigating idealism and reality. As with other regions, there is a risk that the idealism associated with this conjunction could lead to unrealistic expectations or disillusionment if promised changes are slow to materialize. Picture the frustration among activists and supporters as they encounter resistance from entrenched power structures or logistical challenges. Movements might struggle to achieve their goals, leading to frustration or conflict, particularly if the gap between ideals and reality becomes too wide. Imagine the potential for these movements to either inspire lasting change or face setbacks as they confront the realities of political and social reform. The Jupiter-Neptune conjunction reminds El Salvador that while dreaming big is important, it must be balanced with a realistic approach to achieving those dreams. Sectors affected: social movements, humanitarian initiatives, and public discourse. Social movements. Social justice movements could gain momentum, particularly those focused on issues like corruption, violence, and economic inequality. These movements might lead to increased public engagement in political and social issues, with potential impacts on upcoming elections or policy debates. Humanitarian initiatives. Efforts to address poverty, healthcare, and education could be highlighted, with increased support from international organizations and local activists. However, these initiatives may face challenges in implementation, particularly in areas with limited resources or infrastructure. Public discourse. The conjunction might inspire discussions about the country's future direction, with people becoming more engaged in debates about social and political ideals. This period could see a rise in public discourse around issues of justice, equality, and human rights. A period of idealism, compassion, and the pursuit of dreams. The Jupiter-Neptune conjunction from September 15 to 18, 2024 marks a time of expansive idealism, humanitarian efforts, and spiritual awakenings. This powerful alignment encourages societies to dream big, to engage in compassionate action, and to work towards a better world. However, it also reminds us of the need to stay grounded and to recognize the challenges of turning ideals into reality. The full moon of September 18, 2024. A global tide of compassion and revelation. As the full moon ascends on September 18, 2024, its luminous glow in the sign of Pisces promises to stir the depths of the collective consciousness. This celestial event is more than a mere astronomical phenomenon. It is a cosmic call to humanity, urging a reconnection with the ideals of compassion, spirituality, and unity. Under the ethereal influence of Pisces, the world's emotional tides swell, carrying with them currents of empathy, artistic inspiration, and spiritual awakening. This full moon doesn't stand alone. It forms potent aspects with other celestial bodies, amplifying its reach across the globe. It's a moment ripe for transformation, where the interplay of cosmic forces could set the stage for profound shifts in global events, leadership, and social movements. Let us journey through the world to explore the far-reaching effects of this extraordinary full moon. Global reverberations, a surge of compassion and spiritual renewal. A wave of humanitarian efforts. Under the silvery beams of the Pisces full moon, the world may witness a surge in humanitarian initiatives. This period could ignite a global response to the most pressing crises: refugee displacement, poverty, and climate-induced disasters. The air might hum with the energy of compassion as governments, NGOs, and international bodies mobilize to alleviate suffering. Imagine the scenes: convoys of aid winding through desert landscapes, emergency shelters rising in flood-stricken regions, and communities rallying to support the displaced. This is a time when the heart of humanity beats strongest, driven by the lunar light of Pisces, a renaissance of spiritual and artistic expression. This full moon could also be the spark for a global spiritual awakening and a renaissance in the arts. Picture the world's great cities as they transform into hubs of creativity and contemplation. Music echoing through ancient temples, vibrant murals telling stories of hope and resilience, and meditation circles forming in bustling urban parks. From New York to Kyoto, a collective yearning for peace, unity, and higher understanding might manifest in artistic and spiritual expressions, drawing people together in a shared pursuit of the transcendent. Revelations and disillusionment, unmasking the shadows. However, as with any full moon, the light it casts may also reveal the shadows. This period could expose deceptions, unravel falsehoods, and shatter illusions. In the corridors of power, secrets might be unveiled, leading to a reckoning that could shake public trust. Imagine the headlines blazing with scandals, the public discourse crackling with debates over integrity and truth. This is a time when the gap between what is and what should be becomes glaringly apparent, prompting a collective demand for accountability. Focus on key regions, the global impact of the full moon. United States, the pulse of social justice and public health. Social justice movements, a call for equity and healing. In the United States, the Pisces full moon may infuse new vigor into social justice movements. The streets of cities from coast to coast might fill with the voices of those demanding healthcare reform, racial equity, and environmental justice. Picture marches through Washington, heartfelt speeches on Capitol Hill, and communities banding together to forge a more just and compassionate society. This is a time when the nation's conscience is awakened, driven by the lunar energy to heal the wounds of inequality. Public health concerns, a focus on mental and emotional well-being. This full moon might also cast its light on the United States public health landscape, highlighting the need for mental health services, addiction support, and compassionate care. Hospitals and clinics may see a renewed push for holistic health approaches, addressing the emotional and psychological needs of the population. Imagine public health campaigns that emphasize mindfulness, resilience, and the importance of mental well-being, a collective acknowledgement that healing goes beyond the physical. United Kingdom, a spiritual renaissance and the unveiling of leadership. Spiritual renaissance, embracing tradition and modernity. The UK might find itself at the crossroads of a spiritual renaissance under this full moon. Picture the ancient stones of Stonehenge as they stand witness to renewed interest in pagan rituals, while in London, cathedrals echo with the hymns of a spiritual revival. There could be a surge in cultural events celebrating the nation's spiritual heritage, from Celtic traditions to the wisdom of Eastern philosophies. The full moon might inspire the UK to reconnect with its roots, blending the old with the new in a harmonious dance of tradition and innovation. Revelations in leadership, the unmasking of power. Yet, this full moon could also bring to light hidden aspects of leadership in the UK. Imagine the hushed halls of Westminster as they echo with whispers of controversy, as public figures face scrutiny over their actions. This period might prompt a national conversation about integrity and transparency, as the light of the full moon reveals what has been kept in the shadows. India, a collective healing and environmental awakening. Collective healing initiatives, spiritual rebirth in the heart of India. In India, the full moon's influence might spark a nationwide movement of collective healing. Imagine the sacred Ganges flowing under the moon's gentle light as millions gather along its banks for rituals of purification and prayer. Across the subcontinent, meditation retreats, yoga festivals, and spiritual gatherings might draw people seeking peace and inner transformation. This is a time when India's deep spiritual heritage could shine brightly, offering solace and healing to a world in need. Environmental movements, guardians of the Earth's resources. This period might also awaken India's environmental consciousness. Picture the vast forests of the Western Ghats and the fertile plains of the Punjab as battlegrounds for a new wave of ecological activism. Under the full moon's gaze, there could be a surge in efforts to protect water resources, combat pollution, and promote sustainable agriculture. The nation might rally around its natural treasures, driven by a collective recognition of their sacredness and the urgent need to preserve them. Brazil, the fight for indigenous rights and environmental protection. Indigenous rights and environmental protection, defenders of the Amazon. In Brazil, the full moon might illuminate the struggles of indigenous communities and the Amazon rainforest. Imagine the dense, green canopy of the Amazon under the moon's glow, as activists and indigenous leaders gather to defend their land and culture. There could be a renewed global focus on preserving these vital ecosystems, with Brazil at the center of international environmental efforts. Legal battles, protests, and advocacy campaigns might define this period, as the world recognizes the Amazon's role in the planet's future. Cultural and spiritual revival, honoring ancestral wisdom. This full moon might also see a revival of Brazil's indigenous spiritual practices. Picture ceremonies deep in the rainforest, where ancient rituals are performed to honor the land and its spirits. Across Brazil, there could be a movement to preserve and celebrate indigenous cultures, with festivals, educational programs, and cultural exchanges highlighting the rich tapestry of Brazil's heritage. The full moon might inspire a deep reconnection with the wisdom of the ancestors, guiding the nation toward a more harmonious future. El Salvador, a time for social healing and environmental focus. Community healing initiatives, bridging divides and healing wounds. In El Salvador, the full moon could spark efforts to heal social divisions and address historical wounds. Picture communities gathering in town squares under the light of the full moon to participate in dialogues, workshops, and rituals aimed at reconciliation. This period might see a surge in grassroots movements focused on peace, unity, and healing, as the nation works to overcome the scars of violence and inequality. The full moon's energy could inspire a collective effort to rebuild trust and foster harmony. Environmental and spiritual focus, a return to nature and ancestral practices. This full moon might also draw attention to environmental and spiritual issues in El Salvador. Imagine the country's rural landscapes as they become the focus of environmental conservation efforts, with campaigns to protect natural resources and promote sustainable farming practices. There could be a revival of traditional spiritual practices as communities reconnect with nature and the wisdom of their ancestors. The full moon might guide El Salvador toward a path of sustainability and spiritual renewal. September 20 to 23, 2024, the forces of transformation, the Jupiter-Pluto conjunction, astrological influence, reshaping global power and economic structures. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction from September 20th to 23rd, 2024, marks a period of profound transformation, where the forces of expansion and power combine to reshape the global landscape. Jupiter, the planet of growth, ideology, and abundance, aligns with Pluto, the ruler of power, transformation, and the hidden, to bring about significant changes. In this conjunction often reveals underlying issues, leading to the exposure of hidden financial problems, corruption, or systemic weaknesses. The resulting shifts can dismantle old structures and give rise to new power dynamics, fundamentally altering the balance of power on a global scale. During this period, the influence of Jupiter and Pluto encourages the world to confront deep-seated challenges, to reevaluate existing systems, and to embrace the transformative power of change. While this conjunction can be unsettling, it also offers an opportunity for renewal and the creation of more resilient and just structures. Global, financial restructuring and emerging power dynamics. Potential developments, restructuring financial systems, uncovering hidden issues, and shifting power dynamics. Financial restructuring, navigating global economic transformations. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction could trigger significant restructuring within global financial systems. Picture the financial capitals of the world, New York, London, Shanghai, where central banks and financial institutions are forced to confront hidden issues such as systemic corruption, mismanagement, or the collapse of unsustainable economic practice. These revelations might lead to drastic measures aimed at stabilizing markets, restoring confidence, and implementing reforms that could reshape the global financial landscape. Imagine the impact of these changes as governments and financial leaders work to navigate the complexities of a rapidly shifting economic environment. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction offers a chance to rebuild and strengthen global financial systems but the process may involve significant disruption and exposure of hidden issues, confronting the realities beneath the surface. This conjunction is likely to bring hidden financial problems to the surface, such as unreported debts, fraudulent activities, or weaknesses in economic systems that have been masked by superficial growth. Picture the revelations in financial institutions and governments as previously concealed issues come to light, leading to economic and political repercussions. These exposures could spark public outcry, legal investigations, and demands for accountability and reform. Imagine the potential for these revelations to drive significant changes in how financial systems are governed, with a focus on transparency, integrity, and long-term stability. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction highlights the importance of addressing the root causes of financial instability and corruption. Emergence of new power dynamics, the rise and fall of global powers. As old power structures are challenged or dismantled, new dynamics could emerge on the global stage. Picture the rise of new economic powers, the realignment of international alliances, or the restructuring of global institutions like the International Monetary Fund, IMF, or the World Bank. This period might also see shifts in global trade patterns, investment flows, and geopolitical influence, as countries adapt to the new realities shaped by the conjunction. Imagine the emergence of new global leaders and economic strategies that reflect the changing balance of power. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction provides an opportunity for nations to redefine their roles in the global order, even as they navigate the challenges of transformation. Regions and institutions affected: United States, China, European Union. United States, the U.S. might face significant financial restructuring, particularly if hidden issues within its financial system are exposed. This could lead to reforms in banking regulations, fiscal policies, and economic governance, with potential impacts on the global economy. China could also undergo substantial changes, particularly in its financial sector and international economic relations. The exposure of hidden issues or the need for restructuring could influence China's global economic strategy and its relationships with other major powers. European Union. The EU might experience financial challenges that require coordinated efforts to stabilize the Eurozone. The exposure of financial weaknesses or corruption within member states could lead to calls for greater transparency and accountability, potentially reshaping the EU's economic governance. Middle East, transformations in oil markets and regional power. Potential developments: oil market shifts, economic diversification, and geopolitical tensions. Oil market transformations, navigating a changing energy landscape. In the Middle East, the Jupiter-Pluto conjunction could lead to significant shifts in oil markets, particularly affecting major oil exporting countries like Saudi Arabia. Picture the economic planning sessions in Riyadh, where leaders confront changes in global demand, the exposure of vulnerabilities within the oil industry, or geopolitics. These shifts might necessitate a rethinking of economic strategies and the exploration of alternative revenue sources. Imagine the impact on the global energy market as Middle Eastern countries adapt to these changes, potentially leading to new alliances, investment in renewable energy, or the Jupiter-Pluto conjunction offers an opportunity for the region to innovate and diversify, even as it navigates the challenges of a transforming energy landscape. Economic and political power, adapting to new realities. The conjunction could also influence the broader economic and political power structures in the Middle East. Picture the discussions among political leaders as they explore ways to diversify their economies, reform governance, and adapt to new geopolitical realities. Countries that have relied heavily on oil revenues might need to implement significant reforms to maintain their influence and stability. Imagine the potential for these changes to reshape the political landscape of the Middle East, with new power dynamics emerging as countries adapt to the shifting global order. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction emphasizes the importance of flexibility and strategic planning in maintaining regional stability. Geopolitical tensions, navigating shifts in regional power. The changes in oil markets and economic power could exacerbate existing geopolitical tensions in the region, particularly if countries compete for influence or resources. Picture the strategic discussions in capitals across the Middle East as countries reassess their alliances and foreign policies in response to the shifting power dynamic. The conjunction might also lead to changes in regional alliances, with some countries seeking to strengthen ties with global powers to secure their economic and political interests. Imagine the potential for both conflict and cooperation as countries navigate these complex dynamics. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction encourages the Middle East to embrace a strategic approach to maintaining regional stability and influence. Countries affected: Saudi Arabia, Iran, United Arab Emirates. Saudi Arabia, likely to be at the center of oil market transformations, Saudi Arabia might experience significant changes in its economic and political power. The government might need to implement reforms or seek new alliances to maintain its influence in the region and globally. Iran could also be affected by shifts in oil markets and regional power dynamics. The conjunction might lead to changes in its foreign policy or economic strategy, particularly if it faces increased pressure from global powers or regional rivals. United Arab Emirates, UAE. The UAE might experience similar challenges, particularly in its efforts to diversify its economy and maintain its position as a regional. The conjunction could lead to shifts in its economic strategy or foreign relations. Asia-Pacific, redefining power and influence. Potential developments: economic realignment, regional alliances, and geopolitical influence. Economic power shifts, seizing opportunities amidst change. In the Asia-Pacific region, the Jupiter-Pluto conjunction could lead to a realignment of power dynamics, particularly involving major economies like China and India. Picture the strategic planning sessions in Beijing and New Delhi, where leaders assess the opportunities and challenges presented by the conjunction. These countries might play pivotal roles in global economic shifts, particularly if they can capitalize on the opportunities presented by the conjunction, or if they imagine the potential for these countries to expand their influence on the global stage, reshaping regional and global economic policies in areas like technology. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction offers a chance for Asia-Pacific powers to redefine their roles in the global order. Regional alliances, navigating a changing geopolitical landscape. The conjunction could also lead to changes in regional alliances and power structures, particularly as countries respond to the global economic transformations. Picture the diplomatic negotiations across the region as countries explore new trade agreements, shifts in military alliances, or changes in diplomatic strategy. These efforts might be driven by the need to secure their interests in a rapidly changing global environment. Imagine the potential for new alliances to emerge, as well as the restructuring of existing ones, as countries adapt to the new realities shaped by the conjunction. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction emphasizes the importance of strategic alliances in navigating global and regional power shifts. Geopolitical influence, expanding roles on the global stage. The rise or fall of economic powers in the region could lead to changes in geopolitical influence, with countries like China and India seeking to expand their roles on the picture. The discussions in regional capitals as leaders plan how to assert their influence in areas such as trade, security, and technological innovation. The conjunction might also lead to tensions as countries compete for resources, influence, or strategic advantages in the region. Imagine the potential for both cooperation and competition as countries seek to assert their influence in a changing global order. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction encourages Asia-Pacific nations to embrace a proactive approach to shaping the future of the region and the world. Countries affected: China, India, Japan, and South Korea. China, likely to play a central role in the realignment of global power dynamics, China might experience significant changes in its economic strategy and international. The conjunction could lead to shifts in its global influence or its approach to regional leadership. India might also experience changes in its economic and geopolitical position, particularly if it can capitalize on the opportunities presented by the conjunction. The country could play a pivotal role in shaping regional and global economic policies, particularly in areas like technology, trade, and sustainable development. Japan and South Korea. These countries might also be affected by the realignment of power dynamics in the Asia-Pacific region. The conjunction could lead to shifts in their economic strategies or foreign policies, particularly in response to changes in the global and regional balance of power. El Salvador, navigating economic and political transformation. Potential developments, economic challenges, political shifts, and realigning international relations. Economic challenges and opportunities, adapting to global changes. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction could bring significant economic challenges and opportunities for El Salvador. Picture the government offices in San Salvador, where officials navigate the impacts of global financial restructuring on El Salvador's economy, particularly in areas the country might need to implement reforms to stabilize its economy and attract investment amidst global uncertainty. Imagine the potential for El Salvador to turn challenges into opportunities, positioning itself as a resilient and adaptable economy in a changing global landscape. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction encourages El Salvador to embrace strategic planning and economic reform to navigate this transformative period. Political power dynamics, confronting hidden issues and seeking reform. The conjunction could also lead to shifts in El Salvador's political power dynamics, particularly if economic challenges expose underlying issues within the government, or picture the political debates and public discussions as hidden problems, such as corruption or mismanagement, come to light, leading to calls for reform or changes in leadership. These revelations could reshape the country's political landscape, potentially leading to significant changes in governance. Imagine the potential for political renewal in El Salvador, as the exposure of hidden issues drives demand for greater transparency, accountability, and reform. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction offers an opportunity for the country to address its political challenges and build a more just and effective governance structure. International relations, realigning alliances in a changing world. El Salvador's international relations might also be affected by the global power shifts, particularly if the country needs to realign its alliances or adapt its foreign policy to the new global realities. Picture the diplomatic efforts in San Salvador as leaders explore new alliances or strengthen existing ones to secure the country's interests in areas like trade, investment, and security. Imagine the potential for El Salvador to enhance its global standing by strategically navigating the changes in the international order. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction encourages the country to take a proactive approach to international relations, ensuring that it remains a relevant and influential player on the global stage. Sectors affected: finance and trade, government and politics, international relations. Finance and trade. El Salvador's financial and trade sectors might be impacted by the global restructuring, leading to changes in investment flows, trade policies, or economic stability. The government might need to implement reforms to navigate these challenges and maintain economic growth. Government and politics. The exposure of hidden issues within the political system could lead to shifts in power dynamics, with potential changes in leadership or governance. The conjunction might also lead to increased public demand for transparency and accountability. International relations. El Salvador's foreign policy might need to adapt to the global power shifts, particularly in areas related to trade, investment, and security. The country might seek new alliances or strengthen existing ones to secure its interests in a changing global environment. A period of profound transformation and restructuring. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction from September 20th to 23rd, 2024 marks a time of significant transformation in global power structures, economic systems, and international relations. This potent alignment challenges the world to confront deep-seated issues, to embrace change, and to build more resilient and just structures for the future. While the influence of Jupiter and Pluto can be disruptive, it also offers the opportunity for renewal and the emergence of new power dynamics. September 23rd, Sun enters Libra, a time of balance and reflection in the global arena. On September 23rd, 2024, the Sun makes its annual ingress into the sign of Libra, marking not only a significant astrological event, but also the autumnal equinox in the Northern Hemisphere. In mundane astrology, which focuses on the interpretation of astrological events in relation to global affairs, the Sun's entry into Libra holds profound significance, symbolizing a period where balance, harmony, and partnerships take center stage on the world stage. The Sun in Libra, a call for equilibrium and diplomacy. Libra is ruled by Venus, the planet associated with love, beauty, and values, and is often represented by the scales, signifying balance, justice, and fairness. When the Sun enters Libra, it illuminates these qualities on a global scale. This ingress signals a shift in collective focus towards diplomacy, negotiation, and the establishment of equitable relationships between nations and within societies. The emphasis is on seeking harmony and resolving conflicts through dialogue rather than confrontation. In mundane astrology, the Sun represents leadership, authority, and the overall direction of a nation or collective. As it moves into Libra, there is a heightened awareness of the need for cooperation and mutual understanding. World leaders may find themselves compelled to engage in diplomatic efforts, striving to create alliances and partnerships that are based on fairness and mutual respect. This is a time when international relations may experience a thaw, with a focus on mediation and conflict resolution. The autumnal equinox, a symbol of balance and transition. The Sun's entry into Libra coincides with the autumnal equinox, a moment when day and night are of equal length. This natural balance mirrors the astrological themes of Libra, underscoring the importance of equilibrium in global affairs. The equinox marks a transitional period, a time of reflection on past actions and planning for the future. In the context of mundane astrology, this suggests that nations and leaders might be assessing their strategies, weighing the outcomes of previous decisions, and making adjustments to ensure a more balanced and sustainable approach moving forward. The equinox is also a time of harvest, metaphorically representing the results of efforts made earlier in the year. Countries may evaluate the harvest of their policies and initiatives, determining what has borne fruit and what needs to be rebalanced or restructured. This period is particularly potent for addressing inequalities and injustices that have become more apparent over time. Focus on partnerships and alliances. Libra is inherently relational, and the Sun's entry into this sign brings a focus on partnerships, whether between nations, corporations, or social groups. During this time, there may be a surge in forming new alliances or renegotiating existing ones. International treaties, trade agreements, and cooperative ventures might be initiated or revitalized, with an emphasis on creating win-win situations that benefit all parties involved. In the realm of social justice, this period might also see increased efforts to address issues of inequality and fairness. Legal reforms, initiatives for social equity, and movements advocating for justice may gain momentum as the collective consciousness leans towards creating a more balanced and harmonious world. The role of justice in law. Libra's association with the scales of justice highlights a time when legal matters, both domestically and internationally, come to the fore. There may be significant developments in courts, legal systems, and institutions that uphold the law. This could manifest in landmark legal decisions, reforms to judicial systems, or international rulings that aim to restore balance and fairness. The Sun in Libra emphasizes the importance of law as a tool for maintaining order and equity in society. September 25th to 28th, 2024, Healing Old Wounds, the Sun-Chiron Conjunction. Astrological influence, illuminating collective healing and past wounds. As the Sun aligns with Chiron from September 25th to 28th, 2024, the world is called to confront and heal deep-seated wounds, both on a collective and individual level. Chiron, known as the wounded healer, symbolizes the deep injuries that require acknowledgement and healing, while the Sun represents identity, leadership, and core principles. This conjunction brings to light the areas where healing is most needed, often resurfacing old wounds, historical grievances, or ongoing social justice issues. Governments, institutions, and communities are likely to be compelled to address these matters, leading to efforts aimed at reconciliation, reform, and collective healing. During this period, the Sun-Chiron conjunction encourages the world to confront the past, to acknowledge the pain that still lingers, and to take meaningful steps toward healing and resolution. This is a time for facing difficult truths, for embracing vulnerability, and for working toward a more just and equitable future. North America, confronting historical injustices. Potential developments, acknowledging past wrongs, advancing reconciliation, and promoting social justice. United States, addressing racial and indigenous injustices. In the United States, the Sun-Chiron conjunction could bring a renewed focus on addressing historical injustices, particularly those related to indigenous peoples and racial issues. Picture the discussions in government chambers and activist circles as the nation confronts its legacy of systemic racism, land dispossession, and the historical treatment of indigenous communities. This period might see increased efforts to advance reconciliation initiatives, such as public apologies, reparations, or the recognition of indigenous sovereignty and rights. Imagine the potential for these efforts to drive significant social and political change, as racial justice movements gain momentum and push for reforms in areas like policing, education, and economic equity. The Sun-Chiron conjunction offers the United States an opportunity to confront its past and to work toward a more just and inclusive future. Canada, confronting the legacy of colonialism. Similarly, in Canada, the Sun-Chiron conjunction could bring to the forefront issues related to the treatment of Indigenous peoples, particularly in the context of residential schools, land rights, and systemic discrimination. Picture the public discussions and government initiatives aimed at addressing these historical injustices, including the implementation of recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission or the allocation of resources to support Indigenous communities. Imagine the potential for these efforts to foster healing and reconciliation as Canada takes meaningful steps to acknowledge and address the ongoing impacts of its colonial past. The Sun-Chiron conjunction encourages Canada to embrace its responsibility to Indigenous peoples and to work toward a future of mutual respect and understanding. Countries affected: United States, Canada. United States, likely to experience heightened focus on racial and social justice issues, particularly those involving Indigenous peoples and African American communities. The conjunction could lead to significant public debates, policy proposals, and potential reforms aimed at addressing these long-standing issues. Canada could see increased efforts to address historical injustices against Indigenous peoples, including policy changes, public acknowledgements, and initiatives aimed at promoting reconciliation and healing. Europe, confronting colonial legacies. Potential developments: acknowledging colonial history, promoting social justice, and addressing inequality. United Kingdom, confronting the legacy of empire. In Europe, the Sun-Chiron conjunction could compel countries like the United Kingdom to confront their colonial legacies and their ongoing impact on contemporary social issues. Picture the debates in Parliament and public forums as the UK faces pressure to acknowledge the historical harms caused by its colonial past, including the exploitation of colonized peoples and the perpetuation of racial and economic inequalities. Imagine the potential for these discussions to lead to significant policy initiatives, such as reparations, public apologies, or the inclusion of colonial history in education. The Sun-Chiron conjunction offers the UK an opportunity to address the lingering impacts of its colonial past and to promote social justice and equality. France, addressing the legacy of colonialism. France might experience similar pressures to address its colonial past, particularly in relation to its former colonies in Africa and the Caribbean. Picture the public debates and government initiatives focused on acknowledging the ongoing impact of colonialism on marginalized communities, including issues related to immigration, systemic racism, and economic disparities. Imagine the potential for these efforts to drive meaningful social change as France works to address the inequalities and injustices that persist as a result of its colonial legacy. The Sun-Chiron conjunction encourages France to embrace its role in promoting social justice and to take concrete steps toward healing and reconciliation. Countries affected: United Kingdom, France. United Kingdom, likely to confront its colonial history and its impact on current social and racial issues. The conjunction could lead to public debates, policy initiatives, and potentially significant changes in how the UK addresses its colonial past. France could face increased scrutiny over its colonial legacy, particularly in relation to immigration and systemic racism. The conjunction might lead to public and governmental efforts to address these issues, including policy reforms and initiatives aimed at promoting social justice and equality. Africa, addressing public health challenges. Potential developments: confronting health crises, strengthening healthcare infrastructure, and promoting public well-being. Public health crises, mobilizing resources for health. In Africa, the Sun-Chiron conjunction could bring attention to challenges related to public health, particularly in the context of existing healthcare infrastructure and the potential resurgence of diseases. Picture the efforts of governments and international organizations as they mobilize resources to address public health issues, whether due to outbreaks of diseases like malaria, Ebola, or COVID-19 variants, or due to long-standing challenges. Imagine the potential for these efforts to improve public health outcomes, particularly in vulnerable communities, as the conjunction highlights the need for investment in healthcare infrastructure and the training of healthcare workers. The Sun-Chiron conjunction offers Africa an opportunity to address its health challenges and to promote the well-being of its people. Healthcare infrastructure, strengthening the foundations of health. The conjunction might also expose weaknesses in healthcare infrastructure, particularly in rural or underserved areas. Picture the discussions among government officials and international partners as they explore ways to strengthen healthcare systems, improve access to medical services, and address the root causes of health disparities. Imagine the potential for these efforts to lead to long-term improvements in healthcare as Africa builds more resilient and effective health systems. The Sun-Chiron conjunction encourages a focus on healing and prevention, ensuring that all citizens have access to the care they need. Social and economic impact, balancing health and stability. The public health challenges highlighted by the conjunction could also have broader social and economic impacts, particularly if governments struggle to manage these issues effectively. Picture the challenges faced by leaders as they work to balance the need for health interventions with the demands of social stability and economic growth. Imagine the potential for these challenges to either strain resources or inspire new forms of cooperation and resilience. The Sun-Chiron conjunction offers an opportunity for Africa to address its health challenges in a way that promotes both healing and stability. Countries affected: Nigeria, Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, South Africa. Nigeria. As one of Africa's largest and most populous countries, Nigeria might face significant public health challenges during this period. The government could be compelled to address issues related to healthcare access, disease outbreaks, and the overall state of the country's healthcare infrastructure. Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC. The DRC might also be affected by public health challenges, particularly if there is a resurgence of diseases like Ebola. The conjunction could lead to increased efforts to strengthen healthcare systems and improve public health outcomes. South Africa. South Africa might face public health challenges related to both infectious diseases and non-communicable diseases, particularly in underserved communities. The conjunction could lead to increased public and governmental focus on addressing these issues and improving healthcare access. El Salvador, confronting social justice and public health issues. Potential developments: addressing historical grievances, strengthening healthcare, and promoting community healing. Historical and social justice issues, confronting the legacy of conflict. In El Salvador, the Sun-Chiron conjunction could bring attention to social justice issues, particularly those related to historical grievances, human rights abuses, and the legacy of conflict. Picture the discussions in government offices and community centers as the country confronts its past, exploring truth and reconciliation initiatives, public acknowledgments of past injustices, and policy reforms aimed at promoting social equity. And imagine the potential for these efforts to drive meaningful change as El Salvador works to address its historical wounds and to promote justice and reconciliation. The Sun-Chiron conjunction offers the country an opportunity to heal and to build a more just and inclusive society. Public health challenges, strengthening healthcare for all. El Salvador might also face challenges related to public health during this period, particularly if there are issues with healthcare infrastructure or access to medical services. Picture the efforts of the government and healthcare providers as they work to improve public health systems, including investments in healthcare facilities, the training of medical personnel, and the provision of essential services to vulnerable populations. Imagine the potential for these efforts to improve health outcomes across the country as El Salvador addresses its healthcare challenges and works to ensure that all citizens have access to quality care. The Sun-Chiron conjunction encourages a focus on healing and prevention, ensuring that the country's health systems are strong and resilient. Community healing and reconciliation, fostering dialogue and understanding. The conjunction might also inspire efforts aimed at community healing and reconciliation, particularly in the wake of past conflicts or social divisions. Picture the initiatives aimed at promoting dialogue, understanding, and cooperation between different groups within society, as well as efforts to address the root causes of social unrest and inequality. Imagine the potential for these efforts to foster a sense of unity and healing as El Salvador works to overcome its divisions and to build a more cohesive and harmonious society. The Sun-Chiron conjunction offers an opportunity for the country to embrace its healing journey and to work toward a future of peace and reconciliation. Sectors affected: social justice, public health, community relations. Social justice and human rights. The conjunction could lead to increased focus on addressing historical injustices and promoting social equity, particularly in relation to marginalized communities and those affected by past conflicts. Public health. Public health systems and infrastructure might be under scrutiny, with potential challenges related to disease outbreaks, healthcare access, and the overall state of the healthcare system. The government might need to take action to address these issues and improve public health outcomes. Community relations. Efforts to promote community healing and reconciliation could be highlighted during this period, with initiatives aimed at fostering dialogue, understanding, and cooperation between different groups within society. A period of healing and reconciliation. The Sun-Chiron conjunction from September 25th to 28th, 2024 marks a time for collective healing as the world confronts old wounds and works toward reconciliation and reform. This powerful alignment challenges societies to face their pasts, to acknowledge the pain that still lingers, and to take meaningful steps toward healing and resolution. September 25th to 30th, 2024, Power Struggles and Confrontations, the Mars-Pluto conjunction. Astrological influence, unleashing volatile energies and power dynamics. From September 25th to 30th, 2024, The Mars-Pluto conjunction casts a formidable shadow over global affairs, intensifying power struggles, escalating military confrontations, and provoking Mars, the warrior planet, embodies war, aggression, and assertive action, while Pluto, the ruler of power, transformation, and the underworld, magnifies these energies, bringing deep-seated tensions to This powerful alignment has the potential to ignite conflicts, reveal hidden agendas, and reshape the political and military landscapes in profound ways. The Mars-Pluto conjunction serves as a cosmic call to action, demanding that nations and leaders confront their deepest fears, ambitions, and rivalries. While the potential for conflict is high, this period also presents an opportunity for transformation, if the forces at play can be channeled toward constructive ends. Eastern Europe, rising tensions between Russia and NATO. Potential developments, military escalations, diplomatic struggles, and regional instability. Russia-NATO tensions, a dangerous dance of power. In Eastern Europe, the Mars-Pluto conjunction could significantly heighten tensions between Russia and NATO, particularly in regions like Ukraine or the Baltic states. Picture the military maneuvers and strategic posturing as both sides prepare for potential confrontations. The risk of direct conflict looms large, with the possibility of a military incident or skirmish escalating into a broader crisis. Imagine the pressure on diplomatic channels as they struggle to keep pace with the rapid escalation of tensions. The Mars-Pluto conjunction pushes both sides to the brink, challenging them to navigate a perilous path between deterrence and outright conflict. Ukraine conflict, escalation and intensification. In Ukraine, the conjunction could lead to an intensification of the ongoing conflict, with potential escalations in fighting along the contact line or in strategically important areas. Picture the scenes of increased military activity as Russia steps up its support for separatist forces, while NATO potentially boosts its assistance to Ukraine. The conjunction could also open new fronts in the conflict as both sides seek to assert their dominance. Imagine the human cost of this escalation, with the potential for increased casualties, displacement, and regional instability. The Mars-Pluto conjunction demands that Ukraine navigate a highly volatile situation with caution and resilience. Baltic states on the front lines of tension. The Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, might also find themselves on the front lines of a renewed power struggle between Russia and NATO. Picture the increased military presence in these countries as NATO fortifies its defenses against potential Russian aggression. The conjunction could also lead to cyber attacks, information warfare, or other forms of hybrid conflict, as both sides seek to gain the upper hand. Imagine the strain on these small nations as they grapple with the prospect of being drawn into a larger conflict. The Mars-Pluto conjunction underscores the importance of strategic alliances and robust defense measures in maintaining regional stability. Countries affected: Ukraine, Russia, Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Ukraine, likely to experience heightened conflict, with the risk of escalation into a broader confrontation between Russia and NATO. The situation could become increasingly volatile, with significant implications for regional security. Russia could engage in aggressive actions or power plays, particularly in its border regions or areas of strategic interest. The conjunction might lead to increased military activity or confrontations with NATO forces. Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. These countries could find themselves on the front lines of a renewed power struggle between Russia and NATO. The conjunction might lead to increased military presence and tensions in the region. Middle East, the threat of escalated conflict. Potential developments: heightened military tensions, proxy wars, and internal power struggles. Israel-Iran tensions on the brink of conflict. In the Middle East, the Mars-Pluto conjunction could lead to an escalation of tensions between Israel and Iran. Picture the tense military standoffs, covert operations, and strategic maneuvers as both countries prepare for the possibility of open conflict. This period might see airstrikes, cyber attacks, or other aggressive actions as Israel seeks to counter Iran's influence in the region. Imagine the regional implications of such an escalation, with neighboring countries and global powers watching closely. The Mars-Pluto conjunction could bring Israel and Iran to the brink of war, with profound consequences for Middle Eastern stability. Broader regional conflicts, expanding the scope of violence. The conjunction could also intensify other conflicts in the Middle East, particularly in areas where proxy wars are being fought, such as Syria, Yemen, or Lebanon. Picture the increased involvement of regional powers like Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and the United Arab Emirates as they seek to protect their interests in an increasingly volatile environment. Imagine the potential for these conflicts to spiral out of control, drawing in more combatants and leading to widespread instability. The Mars-Pluto conjunction raises the stakes in the Middle East, challenging all parties to navigate a dangerous and unpredictable landscape. Power struggles within countries, internal conflicts intensify. The Mars-Pluto conjunction might also exacerbate internal power struggles within key Middle Eastern countries. Picture the scenes of political infighting, repression, and violence as governments face challenges from militant groups, political factions, or external actors. This period could see increased instability within countries like Iraq, Lebanon, or Egypt as they grapple with both internal and external pressures. Imagine the impact of these power struggles on the broader region, with the potential for civil unrest, coups, or even the collapse of governments. The Mars-Pluto conjunction highlights the fragility of political systems in the Middle East and the potential for dramatic change. Countries affected: Israel, Iran, Syria, Yemen, Lebanon. Israel could be involved in heightened military tensions with Iran, with the potential for significant escalation. The conjunction might lead to increased security concerns and military activity in and around Israel. Iran, likely to engage in aggressive actions or responses to perceived threats, particularly from Israel or other regional adversaries. The conjunction could increase the likelihood of military confrontations or covert operations. Syria, Yemen, Lebanon. These countries might see an intensification of ongoing conflicts, with external powers playing a more aggressive role. The conjunction could lead to increased violence and instability in these areas. Asia-Pacific, rising military tensions and strategic confrontations. Potential developments: territorial disputes, military posturing, and regional instability. South China Sea, territorial disputes reach a boiling point. In the Asia-Pacific region, the Mars-Pluto conjunction could lead to increased military tensions in the South China Sea. Picture the naval confrontations, aerial standoffs, and diplomatic clashes as China asserts its territorial claims more aggressively. Neighboring countries like Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia might respond with their own shows of force, while the United States and its allies increase their military presence in the region. Imagine the potential for these tensions to escalate into open conflict as competing claims and military posturing create a volatile environment. The Mars-Pluto conjunction demands that all parties tread carefully to avoid a catastrophic confrontation. India-Pakistan tensions, a dangerous standoff. The conjunction could also heighten tensions between India and Pakistan, particularly in the context of their ongoing disputes over Kashmir and other territorial issues. Picture the scenes of military mobilization, border skirmishes, and heated rhetoric as both countries engage in aggressive posturing. The risk of escalation is significant, particularly if nationalist sentiments or political pressures drive both countries toward more confrontational stances. Imagine the potential for this standoff to escalate into a larger conflict with serious consequences for regional stability. The Mars-Pluto conjunction challenges India and Pakistan to find a way to de-escalate tensions and avoid a destructive confrontation. North Korea, provocative actions and regional tensions. North Korea might also take advantage of the Mars-Pluto conjunction to engage in provocative actions such as missile tests or military exercises. Picture the increased tensions on the Korean Peninsula as North Korea seeks to challenge South Korea and the United States. The potential for miscalculation or escalation is high, making this a dangerous period for the region. Imagine the impact of these actions on regional security, with the potential for a broader conflict if tensions are not carefully managed. The Mars-Pluto conjunction underscores the need for vigilance and diplomacy in maintaining peace on the Korean Peninsula. Countries affected: China, India, Pakistan, North Korea. China, likely to assert its territorial claims more aggressively in the South China Sea, potentially leading to confrontations with neighboring countries and the United States. The conjunction could lead to increased military tensions and the potential for incidents in the region. India and Pakistan, both countries could see heightened tensions and the potential for military confrontations, particularly in disputed areas like Kashmir. The conjunction might lead to increased risks of escalation and conflict. North Korea might engage in provocative actions, increasing tensions on the Korean Peninsula. The conjunction could lead to a dangerous escalation in the region, with significant implications for regional security. El Salvador, political tensions and power struggles. Potential developments: internal conflicts, social unrest, and international pressure. Internal power struggles, a battle for control. In El Salvador, the Mars-Pluto conjunction could lead to intensified political tensions and power struggles within the government or between political factions. Picture the scenes of political maneuvering, confrontations, and potentially violent clashes as leaders and opposition groups vie for control. This period might see increased conflicts over governance, particularly if underlying issues like corruption, crime, or economic challenges come to a head. Imagine the potential for these tensions to escalate into a broader political crisis, with significant implications for the stability of the government. The Mars-Pluto conjunction challenges El Salvador's leaders to navigate a highly charged political environment with caution and strategic foresight. Social unrest: the public takes to the streets. The conjunction might also trigger social unrest, particularly if the public perceives that the government is failing to address key issues like poverty, security, or governance. Picture the scenes of protests, demonstrations, and potentially violent confrontations as citizens demand change. The conjunction's influence suggests that these conflicts could be deeply rooted in long-standing grievances or power dynamics within the country. Imagine the potential for these protests to escalate, leading to clashes with security forces or between rival groups. The Mars-Pluto conjunction highlights the importance of addressing the underlying causes of social unrest to prevent further escalation. International relations: navigating external pressures. El Salvador's international relations might also be affected by the Mars-Pluto conjunction, particularly if the country becomes involved in regional power struggles. Picture the diplomatic pressures as foreign governments or international organizations weigh in on El Salvador's political situation. The conjunction could lead to increased scrutiny or intervention, particularly in areas related to human rights, governance, or security. Imagine the potential for these external pressures to complicate El Salvador's political landscape, making it even more challenging to navigate the internal conflicts. The Mars-Pluto conjunction underscores the importance of diplomatic skill and strategic alliances in maintaining stability. Sectors affected: government and politics, social stability, international relations. Government and politics. The conjunction could lead to increased political tensions and power struggles within the government or between political factions. The potential for political violence or instability might be heightened during this period. Social stability. Social unrest and protests could become more frequent and intense, particularly if the public is dissatisfied with the government's performance. The conjunction might exacerbate underlying social tensions, leading to increased conflict. International relations. El Salvador's foreign policy and international relations might be affected by regional power struggles or external pressures. The conjunction could lead to increased scrutiny or intervention from international actors. September 30th, 2024, subtle shifts in power dynamics. The Sun's semi-sextiles to Neptune and Pluto. Astrological influence, unveiling underlying issues and foreshadowing change. On September 30th, 2024, the Sun's semi-sextile aspects to Neptune and Pluto quietly illuminate the global stage, hinting at subtle yet significant shifts in leadership, governance, and internet. While semi-sextiles are often considered minor aspects, their influence in mundane astrology can reveal underlying tensions and set the stage for more substantial changes in global power dynamics. The Sun, representing identity and leadership, interacts with Neptune, the planet of ideals and illusions, and Pluto, the harbinger of transformation and power, to bring hidden issues to light. This period suggests a time of realignment and subtle revelations that may foreshadow larger shifts in the near future. Global, subtle realignments in leadership and power structures. Potential developments, quiet transformations in global governance. Leadership realignments, quiet moves on the global chessboard. On the global stage, the Sun's semi-sextile aspects might indicate subtle yet important shifts in the balance of power among major nations like the United States, China, and Russia. Picture world leaders making quiet, strategic moves, perhaps behind closed doors or through understated diplomatic channels, to consolidate power, address emerging global challenges, or realign alliances. These shifts may not be immediately visible, but they carry the potential to reshape global governance over time. Imagine the delicate balancing act as these nations navigate underlying tensions or new priorities. The Sun's interaction with Neptune could introduce an element of confusion or deception, while Pluto's influence suggests that power struggles or transformative events might soon come to the forefront. Revelations of underlying issues, the calm before the storm. The semi-sextile aspects could also bring to light hidden issues within these major powers, such as internal political discord, economic vulnerabilities, or diplomatic tensions. Picture the subtle hints of deeper problems, like cracks in a facade, that may not fully reveal themselves yet, but will influence the decisions and actions of global leaders. Neptune's influence raises the possibility of misinformation or misunderstandings, while Pluto's presence hints at power struggles simmering beneath the surface. Imagine this period as a time of quiet revelations, where the seeds of larger geopolitical changes are sown. The shifts during this period, though subtle, might be seen in retrospect as the prelude to significant global transformations. Regions and institutions affected: United States, China, Russia. United States, subtle shifts in leadership or policy direction could occur, particularly in response to emerging global challenges or internal political dynamics. These shifts might not be immediately apparent, but could have significant long-term effects on the country's global influence. China might experience subtle changes in its leadership approach, particularly in relation to its international strategy or domestic governance. The country could make strategic moves to consolidate its position globally while addressing underlying issues within its political or economic systems. Russia could also see subtle shifts in its leadership or geopolitical strategy, particularly in response to pressures from other global powers or internal challenges. These shifts might involve changes in alliances, military strategy, or economic policy, setting the stage for future developments. Africa, leadership challenges and quiet transformations. Potential developments, subtle shifts in governance amid economic and social strains. Nigeria, underlying issues come to light. In Africa, the Sun's semi-sextile aspects might indicate potential leadership changes or challenges in key countries like Nigeria. Picture the subtle signs of unrest or dissatisfaction within the government, as issues such as corruption, economic mismanagement, or political discord start to surface. These underlying problems might not lead to immediate upheaval, but could result in quiet shifts in leadership or policy direction that set the stage for more significant changes down the line. Imagine the influence of Neptune introducing elements of confusion or deception in leadership decisions, while Pluto's transformative energy might bring power struggles to the forefront, albeit in a South Africa, navigating subtle governance shifts. Similarly, South Africa could experience subtle shifts in leadership or governance, particularly as it grapples with ongoing economic or social challenges. Picture the government or ruling party quietly adjusting its strategies in response to these pressures, perhaps making decisions that aim to stabilize the situation without drawing too much public attention. These shifts, though subtle, could have long-term implications for South Africa's regional influence and its role in African and global affairs. Imagine the delicate balance of power being quietly tested as underlying tensions come to light. The Sun's semi-sextile aspects suggest that these changes, while not immediately disruptive, could be the prelude to more significant transformations. Countries affected: Nigeria, South Africa. Nigeria, likely to experience subtle but significant shifts in leadership or governance, particularly in response to underlying political or economic challenges. These shifts could influence the country's regional influence and its ability to address pressing issues. South Africa could see similar leadership challenges or changes, particularly as the government responds to ongoing social and economic pressures. The conjunction might lead to strategic adjustments in governance that have long-term implications for the country's stability and influence. Latin America and the Caribbean. Quiet political shifts and governance challenges. Potential developments: subtle political realignments amid economic pressures. Venezuela, quiet movements in a tense political landscape. In Latin America, the Sun's semi-sextile aspects could indicate potential political shifts in countries like Venezuela, particularly in response to underlying economic or social issues. Picture the subtle cracks appearing in the government's control, as deep-seated challenges like economic instability, political corruption, or social unrest begin to surface. The influence of Neptune suggests that illusions or false narratives might be used to maintain control, while Pluto's transformative energy could lead to quiet power struggles that challenge the status quo. Imagine the political landscape subtly shifting as these underlying issues come to light, potentially setting the stage for more significant changes in the near future. Argentina, strategic adjustments in the face of economic challenges. Argentina might also experience subtle political shifts during this period, particularly in response to its ongoing economic challenges. Picture the government making quiet, strategic adjustments in leadership or policy, aiming to address underlying issues without causing immediate disruption. These shifts might not be immediately apparent, but could have significant long-term implications for the country's political and economic stability. Imagine the delicate balance between maintaining control and addressing the real challenges facing the nation. The semi-sextile aspects suggest that while the changes may be subtle, they could set the stage for future transformations. Curaçao, navigating subtle changes in governance and economy. In Curaçao, these semi-sextiles could manifest as subtle shifts in governance or economic policies, particularly as the island navigates its relationship with the Netherlands and other regional powers. Picture the government making strategic adjustments in response to emerging issues related to economic sustainability, governance, or external influences. These changes might be quiet, but could have long-term implications for the island's economic stability and regional role. Imagine the island's leaders quietly adapting to new realities, making decisions that will shape the future of Curaçao's economy and governance. Countries affected: Venezuela, Argentina, Curaçao. Venezuela, likely to experience subtle political shifts, particularly in response to underlying economic and social challenges. These shifts could foreshadow more significant changes in the country's political landscape, with potential implications for its regional influence. Argentina could see similar political or economic shifts, particularly as the government responds to ongoing challenges. The semi-sextile aspects might lead to strategic adjustments that have long-term implications for the country's stability and governance. Curaçao. The island might experience subtle changes in governance or economic strategy, particularly in relation to its external relationships and economic sustainability. These shifts could impact Curaçao's regional role and its approach to maintaining economic stability and growth. El Salvador. Subtle shifts in leadership and governance. Potential developments. Quiet changes with long-term implications. Political and leadership changes, navigating underlying tensions. In El Salvador, the sun's semi-sextile aspects could lead to subtle but significant shifts in political leadership or governance. Picture the quiet adjustments being made behind the scenes as underlying issues, such as corruption, economic challenges, or social tensions begin to surface. These issues might prompt strategic changes in leadership or policy direction, setting the stage for more significant shifts in the near future. Imagine the influence of Neptune, introducing an element of confusion or misinformation, while Pluto's energy brings subtle power struggles or challenges to the current leadership. The changes might not be immediately visible, but their impact could resonate for years to come. Government stability, the quiet struggle for control. The conjunction might also highlight issues related to government stability, particularly if there are underlying tensions within the ruling party or between different branches of government. Picture the quiet maneuvers as leaders seek to maintain control while addressing emerging challenges. The semi-sextile aspects suggest that while the changes may be subtle, they could have long-term implications for the country's political landscape. Imagine the delicate balance being maintained as leaders navigate these challenges, with the potential for more significant changes to emerge in the future. International relations, subtle adjustments in global engagement. El Salvador's international relations might also be subtly affected by these aspects, particularly if there are shifts in global power dynamics or changes in the country's diplomatic strategy. Picture the quiet adjustments being made in how El Salvador engages with regional and global powers, with an eye toward maintaining its international standing. The conjunction might lead to strategic changes that, while not immediately apparent, could have significant long-term implications. Imagine the country's leaders making careful, calculated decisions as they navigate the complexities of global engagement in a changing world. Sectors affected: government and politics, social stability, international relations. Government and politics. The conjunction could lead to subtle shifts in political leadership or governance, particularly in response to underlying issues within the government or society. These shifts might set the stage for more significant changes in the near future. Social stability. The semi-sextile aspects might bring to light underlying social tensions or challenges, leading to strategic adjustments in how the government addresses these issues. The potential for social unrest or political challenges could increase during this period. International relations. El Salvador's international relations might be subtly influenced by global power shifts or changes in diplomatic strategy. The conjunction could lead to adjustments in how the country engages with regional and global powers, with potential long-term implications for its international standing. Stay with us as we continue to explore the unfolding story of this subtle but impactful period, delving deeper into the cosmic influences that will guide the future of our world.